Today we'll have to face Gambit for our second chance at getting to Worlds.
It's definitely one of the most important matches we've ever played.
It's the most important match of the LCS.
Both teams going up against each other come off a kind of a devastating loss.
If you lose, then you're disappointed. If you win, then you're not disappointed.
We'll see who can keep their spirit up the most.
We won 2-0 over Gambit, and now we secured a spot for Worlds and in the Grand Finals.
Last year it was so close for us. Now we're just happy we didn't repeat the defeat.
Either us or Gambit isn't going to Worlds.
If we will not do it, it's like a huge fail for us.
If we don't get to Worlds, it's by far a big disappointment.
We want to be the best team in the world.
We have to get there this year. We worked hard for a full year now, and we want to be there.
There is a lot on the line at the moment. It has to happen.
This is our last chance. Everything's on the line.
Hello and welcome everyone, I'm your host Evje Schok-Supporter, coming to you live from Cologne, Germany. It is the last day of Gamescom and we are going out with a bang. We've got the championship match between the Lemon Dogs and Fnatic coming your way. And the winners of this best of 5 showdown will walk away with bragging rights across all of Europe. Now we've also got the third place match where EG and Gambit will square off for the last European berth in the World Playoffs. It's going to be an amazing day, so let's head right over to Joe and Jason at the desk to get it started.
Thanks a lot, Shox. I'm Joe Miller alongside the lovely Jason Kaplan, and welcome everyone to the final day of the regional playoffs here in Europe. All 8 European LCS teams started this summer with just one goal: to make it to this championship match.
Yeah, but bit by bit, these teams were narrowed until we're down to the final 2 with Lemon Dogs and Fnatic facing off in the grand finals.
Well, both Lemon Dogs and Fnatic had brilliant showings in yesterday's semi-final series, sweeping away EG and Gambit, both in just 2 games.
Yeah, and those wins, they not only secured a place in today's finals, they earned their berth into the Season 3 World Championship. They joined the wildcard winners Gaming Gear, Korea's Najin Sword, and Southeast Asia's Team Manensky as the first 5 squads to qualify.
And today we'll find out the 6th team to join them as well, and the last squad from Europe that will be headed to Los Angeles to compete for the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, today's third place matchup between Gambit and EG literally means the world to these 2 squads. The winning team will be the 6th out of the 14 teams that will compete in Los Angeles.
And while Gambit, EG, Fnatic and the Lemon Dogs came into yesterday's games already guaranteed a spot in Europe's in the European LCS's next season, Team Alternate and the Ninjas in Pajamas battled in the 5th spot for a place in that all-important spring split for Season 4.
Yeah, and after the epic Game 1 that saw NIP coming back for the win after losing 2 inhibitors, which is not easy, Team Alternate came up with clutch again in these 2 straight elimination games to take 5th place and avoid relegation, which means that NIP now join SK and Meteor Makers in the promotion tournament where they'll have to win to get back into the LCS.
Now let's take a look back at the wicked kills, brilliant aces and clutch combos that made day 4 of our broadcast here at Gamescom so exciting to watch.
Season 1 champions Fnatic take on EG in the first semi-final of the European LCS Regionals. The SOAS Wicked matchup gets off to a fiery start.
And he's going to chase him down. Actually flashing in there, the repel does come up, there's the jump back down, and they're going to be able to take him out. SOAS here burning from that ignite, and it will kill him off. Last tick of it, and Wicked probably breathing a sigh of relief after that one.
Another dragon fight gives Fnatic the advantage.
And now it's just Wicked to really take down. He's going to get rooted up. Too much damage coming his way. Actually managing to get 2 in the end. But that will be the first ace of this game going Fnatic's way. They lost 3 men to take the 5. Good fight overall.
It's Fnatic that stormed through the first game and are 1 game away from World Playoffs.
And there's only Crepo left standing, but for how long? He tries to get on the fountain. He will get through. SOAS tanks up the damage from that. They're going to take the Nexus, and Fnatic are going to win game number 1 of our best of 3 semi-final.
In game 2, the Wicked SOAS matchup is one to watch once again.
He's waiting under the tower with this one. There is the jump in. Are we going to see the kill coming down? Yes, we will. Wicked picks up first blood.
Crepo shows us how to snipe with Zyra's passive.
He's going to dive in towards Crepo. They decide to change up towards Yellow. Pete Puchu going to get ulted here by Frogan. Knocks in the air. Slide down by the Zyra passive. And there's the dash away from Frogan.
The fight at Baron will decide who gets the upper hand.
A disaster strikes for EG. They start off the Baron. They take so much poke damage before they leave it. Then they lose the fight. they've given this one up.
Fnatic sweeps the series in an impressive 2-0 and secure their spot in the regional finals and at the World Playoffs.
CG is kind of like the revenge. Losing would have been super sad and super disappointed, but beating them feels even better because it's like this is for last year.
In the second semi-final of the day, the Lemon Dogs take on Gambit Gaming. And it's Lemon Dogs that draw first blood.
Alex is trying to turn around. Deathmark is not available. Falls backwards. Ignite secures it. First blood for Lemon Dogs as Alex goes down.
Lemon Dogs go hunting in Gambit's jungle.
Gambit is now the team that has to respond. Gambit is the team that needs to move in there and check out what's happening. Zero throws himself down. There's no flash for Diamond Prox. He does get stand up. Gold card is there. Now Destiny's being used as we do see Zoro bouncing all up in Gambit's face.
Lemon Dogs show us why they finished #1 in the league and are 1 game away from the final. It's Nuke Duck's turn to show what he can do on Zed.
Deathmark available. The Shadow Slashes come out. There's the Shuriken. A flash forward for Nuke Duck and the Deathmark will pop. Oriana gets dropped.
Lemon Dog's team fighting is just superior to Gambit's.
Zoro gets popped. Cell Division is there. All of the blobs sitting close together. And Jared is just going to get that area of effect damage down. He's ticking. He's going to be the next victim to fall as the Bloodwell pops as well. Dark Flight manages to get Diamond up before Tabs lands a critical hit and picks up a kill. 1 for 2 in this mid lane. And Lemon Dog's winning that fight.
Nuke Duck is dominating the game as Zed.
Now we see Diamond Prox been jumped on. Deathmark's going to go out. Does pop it even through the shield. Is not going to be enough. Nuke Duck is unstoppable. 5-0-2. And he's making it look so easy.
Lemon Dogs take down last year's Gamescom champions Gambit in a clear 2-0.
And this is something that nobody expected. 66% of you thought that Gambit were going to win it. Lemon Dogs have 2-0'd.
And a fantastic win there for the Lemon Dogs, and honestly, deservedly so after the season that they've had.
And remember the vote that we saw for that. It was very in favor of Gambit, but Lemon Dogs yet again, after 21 plus times, finally show that they can win games even if they're not voted for.
Well, and with 2 days of LCS player faction in our match history, let's take a look at the brackets. On the far right side, in the final match, it's up to the top seeded Lemon Dogs and the second seeded Fnatic.
And of course, while in that third place match, it's a #3 seed EG versus the 4 seed Gambit.
Well, if you guys want to keep track of all the LCS playoff action at home, you'll find everything that you need to keep updated with the brackets, the stats, and all the VODs over at lolesports.com.
And of course, while you're there, you can also vote who you think is going to win today's matches. Go to the schedule in the top right corner, click the finals tab, and vote away.
And then when you're done with all that and you've made your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know, who do you think was the MVP of the European LCS Summer Split and why?
And hit us up at LO Esports and make sure to use the hashtag LCS. We're reading the best responses live later today, and if yours is picked, you'll win a Logitech G400S gaming mouse.
All right, guys, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's a third place match between Evil Geniuses and Gambit with a trip to the World Championships on the line. European LCS Regional Playoffs. We'll be right back. welcome back to the LCS Regional Playoffs live from Gamescom here in Cologne. And it's time for our third place match as the Evil Geniuses take on Gambit. The winner of this game will earn a spot in the Season 3 World Championship. The loser is going to have to watch them from home. And while both of these teams come into this best-of-3 series of tough losses in the semi-final round, EG actually looked good during both games, especially in the early part of each one.
Yeah, EG, they started off the game scoring some clean kills with a rotating hit squad composed of Wicked, Snoopy, and Froggen. In fact, Froggen went off in the second game as Fizz, but even that wasn't enough to earn him a win. Look at that score, 11-3-2, and they still were not able to pull a couple of games off of Fnatic. But EG, they faltered mid-game because of a lack of coordination, which is surprising because EG, they normally work well as a team, and they dropped 2 in a row to Fnatic. EG tried to mix a bit of their past play style with a bit of their new, but they didn't seem to really find their stride, Joe.
On the other hand, Alex and his team just weren't able to get anything going against the Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit allowed Lemon Dogs to dictate the pace and the style of the game. Gambit looked sluggish in the teamfights, and they were actually outkilled by the Lemon Dogs almost 3-1 for a dismal KDA of 1.
And now Diamond and Crew are up against an Evil Geniuses squad that beat them in 5 of their 6 head-to-head matchups this summer. And Gambit actually got their 1 win against EG during the scheduled portion of the Super Week, before then going on to lose twice to EG in the tiebreaker tournament, including that amazing unorthodox final match that was just incredible to watch, but nonetheless a loss.
Yeah, and EG went with an unusual composition with Froggen hopping on Blitzcrank and Crepo playing Anivia. And even with those unusual selections, they crushed Gambit. They were up 31-5 in kills before a 3-man fountain dive as the Nexus went down, more than doubling their deaths.
Well, something tells me that today we won't be seeing Froggen on Blitzcrank with a trip to the World Championship on the line. And for both Gambit and the Evil Geniuses, today's match is their most important of the season because it's a second chance to achieve their #1 goal, make it to the World Championships.
Today we'll have to face Gambit for our second chance of getting to Worlds.
And it's definitely one of the most important matches we've ever played in the season.
The good thing, advantage for us, is we have a lot of experience against Gambit.
I think it's just all about who stays it. Like, both teams can win this game.
The most important match was the LCS because it decides are we going to Worlds or not.
You need to get up to this match for sure because there is a lot on the line at the moment.
To beat Gambit, we have to play our usual game. Like right now, we're 4-1 against them.
We have to think about our picks and bans very carefully against Gambit. We have to just predict what they're going to probably go for.
The most important thing for us is to play our game and not make such mistakes as we did against Lemon Dogs.
Now we get a second chance. Same happened last year and we actually managed to beat Fnatic to get that third place spot. And now it's up to us to beat Gambit.
And one of the more important things from that video is from both teams saying we just have to play our game, but stats dictate that when they're both playing the game, that EG are better right now in terms of the statistics when we look at head-to-heads.
Yeah, and the thing is, between these two teams, they've played so many games dating back practically years right now. They have a lot of history between them two, and also a large fan base behind them are going to be colliding here today.
Well, let's have a look then at the starting lineups for today. In the blue side, it is, of course, Evil Geniuses with Wicked in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Yellow Pete and Crepo, the AD carry and support.
And of course, in the red corner for Gambit, we got Darien in that top lane, Diamond Prox in the jungle, Alex Itch in that middle lane, Genja as AD carry, and Voidal as support.
And that brings us then to our featured matchup for this third place series, the Battle of the AD Carries, with the Evil Geniuses Yellow Pete versus Gambit's Genja.
Yeah, Genja's numbers against NIP were okay as he went 9-7-15 in 2 games against them. And then Genja, he kind of went 0-3-1 in game 2 against Lemon Dogs yesterday. You don't really want to see your AD carry without any kills, and to be honest, it was the same for Yellow Pete, who was 0-5-8 in his game 2 against Fnatic. Yellow Pete also got shut down in the pre-tiebreaker match between Evil Geniuses and Gambit in that Super Week. But one major thing that separates these two AD carries is the preferred champions. Like Genja, for instance, he has played VAR 16 times in the summer split, with 7 times on Ashe. Yellow Pete, however, has played Caitlyn 8 times, which he's done phenomenal on, Twitch 6 times, and Vayne 5 times. And one thing is for sure, if these teams want to win and make it to Worlds, their AD carries have to perform.
Yeah, no real doubt about that one. And both have shown in the past that they can step up to that one. So before we get into Champions Select, let's check out what you guys think about this one. Who you think is going to take the third place and make it to Worlds?
Well, according to LOEsports.com, 59% of you think EG are going to win this and earn a berth into the World Championships.
Close. Less than 60% 15%, you know, that's not a massively one-sided fan vote here for EG, but it is in their favor nonetheless. And, you know, the funny thing about this game is that when we talk about Gambit, often we say Gambit are a team that are rubbish when it comes to playing group stages, but my God, are they good when it really matters and it comes to playoffs. And, you know, usually the last day of a tournament for Gambit is where they really, really shine. And if that's the case today, they're in for a treat and possibly a spot at Worlds.
Well, speaking of last day of a tournament, I mean, look at the last week of the season. In that Super Week, they played phenomenally well. They came back from that boot camp in Kiev, and it was like night and day between them and throughout the last 8 weeks and in that week.
Well, let's have a look then at the picks and bans, because we are in Champion Select. First one coming out here will be Zed, aimed thoroughly at Alex Hitch. Evelyn also banned here for EG against Diamond. On the other side, Fizz taken away from Froggen, Ari taken away from Froggen. They're aiming the bans straight at Froggen.
I wonder who Gambit's worried about right now with those two bans coming in, but I mean, you have to. I mean, we saw Froggen's Fizz. We saw it over the past couple weeks, just outstanding play across the board. As long as he doesn't overcommit in some team fights, he can definitely carry his team. But the Cassin, I mean, you don't want Alex to play that. You don't want to have that roaming capability out of him, and obviously going to take that away.
Could see some really interesting champions in middle here with Fizz, Ari, Twisted Fate, Cassidin, Zed, all banned out of that middle lane. Just shows you how strong the European mid laners are right now, I think, when you look through the statistics from the bans and the picks. That left Zach open though for EG, and that will be locked in first of all. On the other side, currently Thresh and Shen being hovered over. Wouldn't be any kind of surprise if they were actually to be locked in as well.
I'm a little surprised Aatrox wasn't picked up by EG right away. I think Gambit might have baited them into that, so they kind of went around that, going for that Zac, but I mean, that is Wicked, one of its most comfortable champions, going to be playing it probably in that top lane, obviously, and on the other side, Darian, I mean, the first 2 times that we've ever seen him in competitive play not die in a game was on Shen for one of them. That was his first one, and he did amazing on Shen. He has phenomenal stats across the whole season on Shen, and honestly, you have to be a little scared when he's playing that champion.
Shen just Shen as a whole. It doesn't really matter who's on Shen. He's always a threat, always an annoyance. You've always got to factor it into your gameplay. Gambit are going to be picking that one up. We can see there Darian with his I am pretty happy right now stretch is what that was. So those two are going to be locked in there.
I think we're getting trolled with those. I was like, I don't remember seeing Teemo last picked up.
Did they change the Teemo last second? No, of course it didn't. Well, I would like to see a Teemo. However, I don't believe it'll come out in this game. Right now, hovering over Aatrox and Blitzcrank. Obviously, the last time that these two teams met, we did see Froggen playing Blitzcrank, Crepo playing Anivia. That's not going to happen today, though.
Yeah, I mean, when we're doing the lineups, I'm like, potentially Froggen in the mid lane, I was thinking, potentially Crepo at support. But, I mean, yeah, with what's at stake right now, I mean, they had fun in that game. It was like 2, 3 in the morning when they were playing that. You don't want to go for anything like that. You want to play your game like they were saying in the video. They want to play where they're confident. And that Aatrox will get locked in, so it looks like we should have Wicked on Aatrox, as we're talking about a little bit earlier, and Snoopy on Zac.
Yeah.
So we've actually seen Snoopy do really well on Zac. I believe he's 2 for 2 right now on him. And the whole range initiate with that E, you level it up first, that last explain shot, you can catch them so off guard. It really gives you these very strong ganks. But I think it was Wicked who even said, if I'm playing Zac against a Shen, I'm going to dominate him. So that also kind of makes me worry a little bit. Maybe Snoopy's playing Aatrox.
Well, Karthus has been locked in here for Gambit on the other side, and we know how dangerous Alex is. We've seen his Karthus, previously we had this legendary game where he farmed so incredibly well. He was up at like 300 CS after 25 minutes or something, and I was like, wow. You can't stop a Karthus that gets that far. See how that one works out for them today. Obviously, the Zyra was the other pick here for EG that we're pretty much sure we'll go over to Crepo. Of course, it could always change and end up being that Zyra in the middle, but not really something that Froggen usually brings to the table. Gambit here with their 4th pick, taking time, and it is going to be a Virus. Pretty much the comfort champion right now for Genja.
Also gives Alex the ability to get into the team fight and stay safe with that chain of corruption, especially with that Shen ultimate coming in, not to mention the taunt. It's a lot of control, it's a lot of damage. And it's funny that you said, Alex, 300 CS 25 minutes in, he's going up against the only other person to beat him in that was Froggen with 323 minutes. So he's going to have a very tough time in that middle lane, I'm assuming. But what is Froggen going to play here? Because he has the opportunity to counterpick right now.
Yeah, but there's not a lot left on the table, is it? Zed, Cassidin, Fizz, Ari, Twisted Fate, all gone from this one. And Nivea is still open. But Statistically, Crepo's better at Anivia than Froggen this season, which might play into things as well. This Caitlyn for Yellow Pete that he's hovering over right now is pretty much a guaranteed. He's been playing so much Caitlyn recently, and it looks like we will see Froggen go towards the Orianna, which for me, anyway, on the blue side would have been a safe pick with the RA banned, but obviously against his Karthus, pretty good pick as well.
Not to mention the ball deliver system that we got going on. You have an Aatrox who can potentially do it. You have a Zac who can jump in with it. And if you catch that onto a Karthus, you can kind of hold him back from getting into the middle of your team. But look what we got coming in for Gambit. I'm excited to see this.
That's one thing that they didn't ban out in this one. The Lee Sin, which Diamond, of course, earlier on in his career was so famous for. Such an incredible Lee Sin player. Last couple of weeks, you've seen him bringing that out more and more, even though he still believes that it's not the best champion around, which is a strange thing considering how much he's picking it, and that's going to be his choice for this one as well. So we are going to get to see Diamond on that Lee Sin.
Not to mention how well he's been doing with it, considering he's calling it not as strong as it used to be. But right now, Gambit, they have a very scary lineup. Like, they have a very snowbally composition where if Lee Sin gets an early kill, he's going to get really strong. If Karthus gets a kill, he's going to get very strong, as well as Genja, because he's just so damn good on Varus. I mean, to be honest, that's why he picked it 16 times in the summer split. But then for EG's side, I mean, you have a lot of kind of comfort champions. With Wicked on Aatrox, he's going to be happy in that top lane. You got Yellow Pete, more importantly, on Caitlyn, like you were saying before. He's done so well with Caitlyn the last couple of weeks, and he's really starting to shine through for his team, which he hasn't really done throughout the summer split. And giving him something like that pretty much guarantees they're going to have a strong lane.
Yeah, it's almost like they've rewired Yellow Pete, you know? He's gone from this passive, almost sluggish farmer that, you know, never really caught anyone's eye in games, or, except if he did something bad, of course. But he's turned into this guy who's not afraid to 90 caliber net during team fights into the rest of into the enemy team to actually be picking up kills. Like, he's really changed up his gameplay, and you could say the same a little bit over for Genja as well, because he's also, or he was also, that passive, almost not in the game guy. You certainly didn't really notice him a lot of the time, and he'd just kind of sneak off, farm a lane for a little while, and before you knew it, he'd come back into the lane. You're like, where did he get that 250 CS from? Where did he get that lead back that he'd already lost in the lane? And both of them can do that kind of thing, but they've both shown that they can turn it aggressive when they need to. So we're going to get into game here then. It is match number 1 between EG and Gambit. Let's not forget here, guys, we're playing for our final spot for Europe for the World Championships.
And Joe, if I were to say in the beginning of the spring split that EG or Gambit would not be in the World Finals, would you have believed me? Because honestly, I would have even believed myself.
If you'd have said that Lemon Dogs were definitely going to be there, and either EG or Gambit weren't going to make it, I probably would have laughed in your face and give you a slap. But we've been proven completely wrong by this one, and Lemon Dogs yesterday looked like the top place team, you know. They pretty much destroyed Gambit. Like, they didn't really have too many problems with them. So incredible to see such new talent coming through. I mean, they're a very young team. Like, they are very, very young guys. So much talent coming through. EG and Gambit, more of the old guard, so to speak, of the European LCS. And, well, one of them is not going to be making it this year.
Considering they were 3rd and 4th place last season, it's just ridiculous to kind of even think about that. But, I mean, we are in a game and we do have pretty much nothing happening at level 1. Both teams just playing very passive. They don't want to get caught early on and kind of lose that first game that can kind of shut down your momentum. And Yellow P is currently sitting on a ward. So right now, Gambit, they know where EG's bottom lane is going to be, and they have the opportunity to lane swap if they want to, and it looks like they will go for that. They will send Genja and Voidal top lane against Wicked.
Yep, against that Aatrox, which, honestly, Aatrox has been getting more and more, not only popular, but more successful in the actual games that we're seeing him as well. I mean, at the very start, we saw Darian running in the top lane. We saw him coming up in the jungle a couple of times, but wasn't all that impressive. But if you look to the likes of Cyanide yesterday, who pretty much went unmentioned, by the way, through the plays that he made, this Aatrox has become incredibly valuable to all these teams. Right now, Gambit aren't going in towards that blue buff. Going to be smited away there by Diamond, so that's an early start for them. EG on the other side are doing the same.
They have to do this. Like, the thing is, Snoopy's on his own red buff, and they're going to be taking away the blue from Gambit. If they didn't do this, Gambit would have a strong 3 buff start right off the bat, and luckily for them, they do take that away. But now Snoopy, he's going to be a little bit behind in levels, but then again, so will Diamond. However, in terms of effectiveness in the early game, I would say Diamond on that Lee Sin would definitely do a lot more. And yeah, I mean, the Aatrox, it's kind of taken a while to get going. It's taken a while for people to finally figure out exactly how you play him. But we did see Wicked yesterday against Soaz just 1v1 him around level 3, picking up that first kill where Kennen should have an easier time.
Yeah, and that was incredible to watch as well. And the fact that XPK after that said that shouldn't really happen. That really slowed our game down, put us in some real danger. But so I did come back to obviously start winning out that lane with the Kennen as things went on. But in this one right now, a pretty defensive start. Obviously that blue buff trade-off that we saw in the early stages, kind of standard these days, honestly. Like, if someone goes to blue, you've got to counter it. Otherwise, you're going to be one buff behind at the start, and that is a horrible position to be in.
And what's kind of weird about this one was it went over to yellow pink because Snoopy was at his own red, so he was able to get blue. He's able to show the lane a lot quicker, and from that, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take a very early turret and then try to kind of swap the lanes around and give Wicked an easier time. Because right now, it's currently 2 to 4 in CS. Yeah, it's not that much right now, but it's going to kind of have an impact as the game goes on.
So Snoopy coming up to defend this top lane turret as we see Gambit already putting pressure down on towards this mid lane. Diamond just hanging around there. He's going to be stealing away that Wraith camp. Interesting to see how Alex really does on this card. We said it before, farming machine. On the other side, you've got Froggen, who himself is a bit of a farming machine as well. Going to be interesting to watch how these two players develop throughout the course of the game.
You're going to already see the pressure that's kind of happened on a Froggen as you do see Snoopy going in for a gig on the Voidal.
Yeah, they had a ward down there, but they're not going to be quick enough to react to that one. He's down below half health right now. Voidal's going down from it. Snoopy going to pick up first blood. Brilliantly done. And there we see the danger of that Zac jungle. That's Yellow Peak down at bottom. We saw Diamond coming as well for a bit of a try, but I think they were quite safe with that one with Crepo down at the bottom, throw his CC out. But as I said, Zac jungle, they got a ward down in the top of the river. We saw Voidal just kind of sitting there in the bush. It's like, I'm totally safe right now. No one's anywhere near me. And then you've got the Zac jumping straight over the wall.
And with Shacker coming to the team, you just see the difference in Snoopy. He's so aggressive now. His games, I mean, over the past 4 or 5 games have really worked out in the early game, and he's doing a fantastic job, not to mention gets that early assist over to Wicked, gets that pressure in that lane. For Wicked now, I think he might have the possibility of 1v2 in here and actually picking up a kill. Fantastic job by Snoopy.
Brilliant stuff, and that's actually going to give him a pink ward here early on. We see that Wicked has picked up a Doran's Blade with the boots in there. He obviously did start with that elixir as well, so you just see what he gains from that with just 20 CS on the board.
And I think what I'm thinking about where that's going to go. Maybe he wants to put it in that top lane and gank it over and over, get that Aatrox fed, get him going early on so you can get that early Blade of the Rune King. You typically don't see junglers pick up a pink like that unless they're going to go for an objective like Dragon or maybe go for invade onto a buff. But
or even on the other side, you know, they've got the kill or the assist at least onto Wicked right now in that 2v1 lane. Why not shut down the Shen as well? Why not throw that pink ward into the enemy, try bush and go for that 3-man dive, which you've been seeing become a little less common at the end of the day, and a Shen underneath the turret, as we've seen many times before, is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, you remember, we're on 3.10, so the turrets have a lot more armor that fades off as the game goes on, and even Kobe, I believe that was saying it over in day 1 of Gamescom, that even though with those changes, the games last like 30 seconds longer max. That's really about it, or on average, I guess I'll say. And right now, I actually do see a very early Dragon coming out of Gambit here. Wow, I mean, considering they just got ganked and considering it's so early in the game, they're going to be going for it here. They're going to get it, and we see lane pumps come in after this.
Yeah, and Gambit really having no problems with going about that one as well. They're like, well, they're not going to be challenging for that right now. So let's just take it. Let's go in there, let's take it. We've got enough power to do that at this stage. They do that nicely. Right now, though, Wicked is hammering away on this top lane turret. May actually be able to take this one away with another wave actually coming in behind him. He's not going to have to back up so that he doesn't actually tank that one up. And it's very possible that this is going down.
Wow, so they're going to trade a turret for a Dragon, and now with this, you see the potential to have Wicked have a free lane to farm if he wants to, but then Gambit can do something they've done so well throughout this last week, is that denying farm, freezing lanes can really hurt the opponent, and EG, they have to be careful. If they let that happen, then they need to group up, force some fights, force some objectives, because then Gambit has to respond. They can't freeze the lane.
It looks like we might end up seeing this 2v2 come down to the bottom lane. Shen just going home. Actually, I tell you what, Darren is coming back down onto that bottom side of the map, so he's going to try and keep up the farm that he's got. And he's doing a decent job, considering that Wicked has really had a lot more free time up there. His CS lead is not actually that big at this point.
Yeah, and luckily he does, well, I'd say luckily he is ahead of Darien though, because we've seen how impactful Darien Shen can really be. And top lane right now for Gambit, they were trying to freeze the lane here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Wicked, Snoopy group up into this middle lane, maybe go for a kill on Alex, maybe go for that turret. But we have to keep in mind, Alex is level 7, Darien is level 6, so that global presence out of Gambit is there right now.
Let's see if that comes into play here in the coming moments. It could be very dangerous for EG. You've always got to, every single plan that you make in terms of, okay, it's got to be 3v1 if Snoopy comes down to this bottom lane, you've always got to factor that Shen into every single equation when that ultimate is available. So, see how that one goes. Wicked at this point, not really too scared, but that's off to Darien in this 2v1 situation with a lot more pressure on him. He's keeping up very well.
He's been doing a great job, and if he goes for that Sunfire Cape as his first spy, he's going to be really strong. Snoopy finally did commit that pink ward over at Dragon, and he is kind of setting up towards this bottom lane. Maybe they want to go for the dive, but I think they just want to push that turret down, if anything. Remember, he just kind of goes back to his own jungle, and this is like the first time we're going to see him go, or the first time he's going to go back to his red, and all those buffs will be taken around the entire deck.
So, let's have a look at the CS elsewhere. Carthus, Alex Ich, 81 to Froggen 68 right now. But himself that tier already stacking up nicely with the Health Crystal and a Doran's Ring. Other side, Chalice already done here for Froggen.
And I was thinking back to EG's game yesterday where Yellow P, if he got ahead in CS, he would really stay ahead and really be impactful. Right now, he kind of has a lead over his counter, or his opponent. He hasn't really been able to build up any items just yet. And Diamond, who on this Lee Sin hasn't really been impactful in this game as he's trying to make these ganks work, but EG, they're just warding up so well to stop this.
And that's the thing with that Lee Sin as well. If you don't have an early game impact, then you're probably going to struggle throughout the rest of the game to actually get things going on that front. Gone with those boosts of mobility, which I think, because of how unsuccessful he's technically been in terms of getting into those lanes, those boosts of mobility are really important for him right now to allow him more speed around the map to get in there and try for that impact that he's longing for.
And you also don't see the double Doran's Blade that he typically builds to get that extra damage early on if he does get a kill or an assist. And he's being forced to go pretty much right to that straight tank, but it looks like EG are going to pick up their second turn of the game here. If, all right, a decent gold lead right now, and Dragon will be cut off the next couple of minutes, so if they can contest that and take that off the back of this, they're going to have a very healthy lead.
Well, that gold lead would look a lot different if Gambit hadn't taken away that first Dragon. As you see Wicked diving in there on towards Diamond, you can see that half of his health gone from that. And honestly, what are they going to do here in this middle lane? We can see that Snoopy is waiting off to the side there as that Zac, and they may just decide to jump in here. There is a shockwave onto Alex Ich. They go into him. Shen gonna try and come down, but it's gonna be too late. Snoopy picks up that kill, and what a dive there from EG. And that's the kind of team that they've got right now. And almost, okay, they're just kind of going for the turret, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're on top of you.
This is what we talked about before the game even started, that 3-man hit squad with Wicked, Snoopy, and Froggen, and they're pulling off the kills. They're shutting down Alex, even though he's ahead in CS. They have that middle turret already very low right now, and then the damage they have coming out was enough to kill Alex before Darien could even get into that fight. So EG onto a fantastic start right now, and they're gonna commit. They're gonna get this turret.
Yep, and that, of course, leaves No Stand United up for quite a while now, and a possible danger here for Gambit as EG are going to take turret number 3. All outer turrets now down for them. Let's see what they do off this one. It becomes now a lot easier to control the vision of the map, to really have full vision of where Gambit are going. And you'd think then, after that, the Dragon, which is now coming up in less than a minute's time.
Yeah, and funny enough, in their 8 matches in the regular season, EG took the first turret 6 times, so it kind of shows they're very aggressive. They want to go for kills early on and push those turrets down. And
it sounds so wrong when you say that. It shows that EG are very aggressive.
I know, right? But
which is not really the EG that we were used to seeing, but they've shown us already towards the end of this the summer split and now into the playoffs that they're quite willing to change up their style. Obviously, bringing N-rated here as the analysis has just worked out for them so well. They seem to have been able to change successfully as to what they're going to do, with a good mix of the old as well in there.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard from a lot of teams that did have roster changes, roster swaps throughout the season, is that one thing a new person brings into the team is like a new energy. They're working really hard, as we do see actually a gank on a Genshin here. I'm not sure if he's going to live.
I don't believe he will live from this one. He's going to get knocked up here by the Stranglethorns. Yellow P going to take that one out and just caught completely out of position there. No wards.
Right now.
Yeah, no wards on that side. The Dragon is available. EG don't really have a timing on that one. That's the problem. Gambit almost snuck that one away earlier.
Yeah, and Snoopy, luckily he did clear the vision, so they know it's up. They're already starting to collapse on this, but Gambit is thinking maybe they want to rush it down as quick as possible. Froggen's going to be coming in from the back, but Genshin down another 3 seconds. No ultimate up for him, which is so key in how the lineup of Gambit's really going to work. Not to mention that Stun United is still down, but that Sunfire Cape is almost done.
So here come EG walking in there. Varus respawning, so Genji's going to be able to get into this fight here shortly. And Gambit, they need to basically hold off until Genji actually comes near this one.
They can push middle. They can force Gambit into a choke point if they want with their ultimates that they have. The ultimate can have Orion can lock them up, and you already see the damage that Froggen is doing to Diamond here. So really, EG, they don't need to force a dragon. They can force Gambit to go there, and then just capitalize on it by taking that second middle turret.
Well, Gambit are still holding strong. They still want to put up a fight for this one. We can see there the Genji build coming out for him once again. Triple Doran's Blade, plus that with Raging Griefs on the other side. He almost got his Bloodthirst to finish.
Yeah, the thing about Genji is he's always been an innovator. Remember, he was one of the first AD carries to ever build Ninja Tabai on an AD carry. But with these Triple Doran's Blade, I don't know if it's really going to get caught on by anyone else. It's kind of one of the things we asked his manager, why does he do that? And his manager's like, I don't know. I really don't know. But we do see Froggen getting caught here with the Fresh Hook. But Gambit, they're really hesitant to go for engage because Genji is in this top lane.
And this is typical Genji, you know, I'm off farming my lane, I'm trying to be quiet about things and go in there as we are going to see Voidal taking a lot of damage. The dive comes in from EG, and he is a dead man. Nothing they could do to stop that one. Let's bounce from Snoopy will pretty much force everyone away, and Genji just going to keep pushing there on that top side. Maybe able to get a good amount of damage down onto that top turret, but they are losing Dragon here. And Gambit can't afford to be losing objectives right now.
And what a flash grasping roots out of Krepo to start that fight off to get the kill on the Voidal. If Genji can get this turret, it'll help them out quite a bit, but that turret, it's so healthy. Even though Wick was in that 1v2 lane, he was able to defend it, and now he's going to be able to respond, so they just picked up a huge amount of gold, now up 4.3 thousand gold, 15 minutes in practically. And they're starting to get to that point where they're a major item completed for each person on the team, and when that happens, they can keep moving up, they can keep forcing these fights that Gambit has to react to.
And Diamond has really struggled this game as well, and it's not the first time in these last couple of weeks that he's struggled for that one. It's not. It's a mixed performance, and I don't want to take away from him saying he's struggled in every single game, because we've also seen brilliance from Diamond, but I'd say specifically this weekend here at Gamescom, we've not quite seen the performance from Diamond that Gambit have always relied on.
Yeah, I think that's just due to teams, I guess, figuring out his style a little more and also playing a lot safer early on. Like in a lot of words now, he can't become effective because that's where he used to shine. Pick up some early kills, going for that counter jungling to really control the enemy jungler, control the enemy team, and what EG's been doing with the kind of aggression they've been putting out, funny enough, they've been able to stop that, and they've been able to pick up a very strong lead, though. Diamond, he's a very smart guy. I mean, they did take that first dragon after realizing they lost that first one in the top lane, so he knew how to kind of get them back in the game, but right now, down a lot of gold, and I really wonder, is it going to keep going for EG? Are they going to keep continuing growing this lead they've been able to build up 16 minutes in?
Well, I'm more interested in what their overall plan is for this one, because EG are a team that will keep this whole slow, steady gold earning kind of game going on. You know, they're quite happy to earn a 200-300 gold lead every few minutes, instead of, you know, saying, okay, now we've got a few thousand gold, let's fight and make that gold lead so massive that they've got no chance of coming back. So interested to see what style they really go for this one. We can actually see there that water going down on the side.
It's not the bush.
No, not quite. And EG here are going to be pushing then on towards this bottom inner turret. There is the top coming down on towards Wicked. We're going to see Snoopy there. There's a shockwave in the back as well. Diamond going so low from this one. He will fall. It's a double kill for Froggen. Snoopy picked one up as well in that one, and now Alex in trouble. He's going to get rooted up. Going to be flashing in for it, but he's a dead man from that. We will be seeing that come through as Wicked going to life steal his way to enough help from the Wolves to actually survive through that one. I guess I just answered my own question when I said what are EG going to really be doing with this gold lead that they've got. No problem to go there on the turret, and there we see the statistics on Zach, and here is another replay of that fight.
And look what they did. They just stacked everything on Genja, blew him up instantly, then Diamond's forced to flash away, leaving Darian left all alone to himself. And exactly what you said. We're used to EG, we're used to see them have this lead and then just slowly increase it over time, but look how they've changed that up. Look how they've just been so aggressive with this lead. Even Alex going into the backline, getting exhausted perfectly, and look at Wicked. That was an amazing decision. That was a quick reaction out of him just to heal him as much as possible. And even after that Karthus ultimate though, 3 members of EG were down to about 100 life apiece. That still shows that Alex, even though he's 0-2 now, he's been farming up really well. He still does a lot of damage, and EG has to respect that.
Yeah, but the way that they controlled him from now, if it weren't for the flash from Alex, wouldn't have got anywhere near as much damage out there as well at the end. And right now, EG yet to give up a single kill at this point of the game. And look at that kill spread as well. 3 for Snoopy in the jungle as Zach. He's just going to become ridiculously tanky at this point. 2 kills for 4 assists for Froggen, 2 for 4 for Yellow Pete as well. And EG,
they're all stacked up towards the top side.
These towers, they're all there.
They could go for a dive here if they want to, or just to zone Diamond off completely, in which that is exactly what they do. And they're picking up another turn of the game, 5-0 for EG, and this is just so different to see out of them. It's so refreshing to see.
Darian trying to get that split push action going, and I'm sure that EG obviously need to react to that at some point in this one, but honestly, the way that they're pushing these inner turrets and Darian's kind of having to go on the outer turrets, yeah, they don't want to be losing turrets right now. This will actually be Gambit's first turret of the entire game at this point. Like, EG still have not so much to be worried about. The way that this one is going, they're in full control right now. They're dictating the pace of things.
Wicked is the man to go down there to actually fend him off. He's going to do good damage to him.
He'll hammer Darian, he'll kill him easy.
Oh, he's flashing.
Yeah,
he's they want him.
Over. What are you going to do? Are you going to try and stand United out? No, because that's going to get interrupted. Froggen coming in from the side. He'll secure that one right in front of Wicked, who's like, oh my god, Froggen. Seriously, I just put in all that hard work. But it's a kill nonetheless. And Darian trying his best to get that one going, but you have to stay alive as well. You have to be able to get away after taking down the turret.
And we were wondering, what would EG do in response? And it's a pretty simple answer. Just kill him. And then go for a push here. I think Baron even could become a likely possibility with the team they have, with Snoopy being so far ahead. He's going to be so tanky when he finishes that Randuin's Omen. And right now, EG, with all this aggression they've been able to put on, Gambit just seems to be caught off guard. I don't think they were really expecting this kind of EG to come out here.
Yeah, I think they're going to force this Baron at some point in the near future, but I have to say as well, this weekend at Gamescom has been a bad time for teams taking Baron. We've seen a lot of steals, we've seen a lot of mistakes around that Baron itself. Do EG really need to do that right now? Look at the gold that they've got, look at the kill lead, look at the turret lead. Just everything right now is picture perfect for EG. Why spoil it at that Baron?
Exactly. I mean, Froggen, he's going to have his death cap done soon. You have the tankiness on Snoopy to dive in. You have that passive off of Wicked to be revived, not to mention Snoopy's as well. Like, they have a good team to dive into the backlines of Gambit, even on a turret. And if you follow that with that whole ball delivery system thing, Genja, he's going to get blown up, but I guess they don't even need to worry about him. It's just kill Alex, and then they're fine. They can just win the game, because that Randuin's Omen is just going to shut Genja down.
And the thing about Wicked right now as well, that it's almost a perfect counter to Darian. Yeah, of course he doesn't have teleport, but Darian's not going to be able to stand United into a fight. Even if it comes then down to a 4 versus 4, EG is still going to have the edge on that one. Without that control of Shen, it's very, very hard for Gambit, even in that 4 versus 4. EG going for another Dragon.
I'm actually thinking to myself is that I think EG can go for a 5-on-5 fight here, as we do see Wicked going in, but I don't think he's... Actually, no, they're going to be able to catch him because Trevor is coming around for blue.
Yeah, they're going for it again, and what's Darian going to do again? Like I said, the Blade of the Ruin King coming out there for Wicked, slows him completely down. Yellow Pete picks that one up as well. Wicked's like, seriously, that's 2 times now, guys. Let me have a kill on this, man. Alex Hinch has pushed down the second turret of the game, but I hate to say it, this is very reminiscent, if I can get my words out, reminiscent, there we go, of a lot of games that we see Darian. It's almost I've given up Darian right now. Like, getting caught out, not really seeming to care too much, honestly. It's like, well, I'm pushing the lane, if I get caught out, I get caught out.
It's kind
very
of tricky.
similar to those big losses earlier.
It's kind of tricky though, because he's playing Shen, so it's like, that is his job to do, but he cannot afford to keep getting caught. Maybe he needs to buy up a couple of wards here or there just to get that vision so he can be able to get out in time. But right now, EG 10-0, 22 minutes in. A fantastic, flawless game for them so far in Diamond. he's trying to make something happen. Like, you see him, he's trying to make these plays, but without his team behind him, they can't really do anything.
Diamond has been a non-factor in this game. Like, he has not really been involved in this game whatsoever. We saw him going some ability as early as he got to, you know, have more attempts almost. Not going damage the way that we usually see things start to go off, so that those kills are almost more safe. We saw him going with some ability, so he makes the attempts more frequent in the hope of actually getting something going from that one. And right now we're going to see Wicked going in towards Darian down in his bot lane. Darian actually turning quite a lot of damage back around onto Wicked here, but his Aatrox, he can just quite steal it all back.
Yeah, I don't think Wicked's going to care too much by that, but the thing is, they're stopping Darian to push consistently. Froggen's coming down. I don't think they're able to pick him up here, and now EG, I mean, there's one thing I'm worried about is that we see them play a lot of games. Oh, should take a second on that Diamond. He's waiting on the side. Yellow Pete, don't show yourself. We're going to get picked off here. And he might be in a very bad place. Yeah, Diamond's going to come around. This could be the first kill for Gambit.
Yeah, that ace in the hole coming through, and Yellow Pete now going to be caught out completely. We see him kicked in there through that wall of pain, and well, he's going to be a dead man. There is Diamond to actually pick up the first kill of this entire game for Gambit. It's taking him 23.5 minutes in there, but finally gets a kill, finally gets some impact on the game, however too late that may be.
And EG, they're looking for a push on this middle turret here, and with Alex still pushing that top lane, he does have his ultimate obviously, but they're not going to go in for a fight here. EG, they were waiting anyway, Snoopy was on the side, and one thing I was saying that I was worried about is that EG, like the old style of them, when they win games, it's kind of like textbook. It's take an inhibitor turret, take an inhibitor, get all three down before we finish. And if they do that against a Karthus, if they keep letting them farm, if they do that against a Darian or a Shen and a Varus, they could be hurting themselves, but right now, haven't really been making that happen. They've actually been being very aggressive and really trying to force these objectives down.
All right, let's have a look down some of the items here. Not done that for a little while. Spirit Visage now in there for Wicked on that Aatrox, and added that into that Blade of the Ruined King. Froggen on the other side, flicking it. Second needs the large rod coming in after picking up that Rabadon's Death Cap and the Athene's Unholy Grail. And you just know that these shockwaves, when they do come in, when we actually see some kind of team fight, which has actually been avoided by Gambit for quite a while by now, because they know that there's probably not much chance until they get the likes of Alex really fed up and get some itemization going on for him. I'm interested to see how the shockwaves go, because the shockwaves haven't been brilliant for Wicked this weekend when we've seen him on Orianna.
Yeah, and
for Froggen, sorry.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. We all know what you meant.
Obviously, they're not being great for Wicked because he's not played Orianna.
But I do like actually the whole Needs Large Rod coming out of Froggen, because it means to me he's going to go with Zhonya's. And why I really like that is the fact that he can Zhonya's the Karthus ultimate and uses Command Protect on Yellow Pete. He doesn't have to build Magic Resist right now. He doesn't have to do that to kind of counter it with the Protect always going to be on him. He's going for an Infinity Edge right now, and right, with Gambit out of position, EG just going to rush down middle lane.
This is a total positional play here from EG. We see that Gambit, or EG knew that Gambit were on the top side of River, and they said, well, we've got you here, we've got you positioning. And we are going to be going in on towards this inhibitor turret. We are going to see Lee Sin coming around the back. They've got him for Yellow Pete, but in the end, he's going to be able to get away. They turn the damage around there on towards Diamond, and he is already down below half HP. Wicked doing so much work there at the back. Alex Hitcher's going to go down. Requiem's going to come in, but it's going to do not too much here. Wicked actually going very low. Does get his passive pop there at the end with a nice snipe down from Genja. But as the ace in the hole comes through, Foidle nicely blocking that one. Doesn't matter. They're going to be able to take this inhibitor turret and back off.
That's a great job of them just to react to where Gambit was, to push that turret down, and really have to give Diamond a lot of credit. He got in the back. He kicked Yellow Pete into the middle of Gambit's team. Unfortunately, I guess he didn't counter in the flash and the 9 covenant to get away. As we're going to see this replay one more time. You're going to see him. He's going to come in onto Crepo and just walk over with the Ward Trap to kick him in, but it just, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Yellow Pete was able to dodge that chain of corruption. Darren wasn't able to taunt him and lock him down, and he's just left on that side to do a lot of damage. And look where this shockwave comes down. It actually keeps Genja out of the fight for quite a while, which mitigates so much damage. And then Crepo getting the exhaust onto Alex, kiting him away with that. EG mitigated a lot more damage on top of that. So the thing is, you see Gambit engage into the backline, or try to get to the backline of EG, but they just kite you long enough before they can kill you.
So let's have a look down the items once again, because we only got so far through that. And on the AD carry, so 3-1-6 for Yellow Pete, only that single death for his team right now, obviously when he got caught out on that top side of the map. got the Bloodthirster, got the Last Wisp, but now you see his Caitlyn statistics as well, which are very, very positive for him in the playoffs. But also, if those statistics also to include the last 2 weeks, let's say, or specifically Super Week, if we're honest, would be even more impressive. This Caitlyn has really brought out the best in Yellow Pete recently.
Yeah, I totally agree. It seems like he's taken this entire summer split to find that 180 carry that he really excelled on, and it looks like he's finally able to find it. And you know, in our featured matchup between Yellow Pete and Genja, we talked about the 80 carries. They have to step up for their team. They have to be able to make the big plays if that team wants to be able to win and get into Worlds. And so far, Yellow Pete, he's been able to do that. He's been roaming with his team. But Genja, he's kind of done the opposite. He's been away from his team like the old Genja we used to know. He's been caught out multiple times and has those 2 deaths.
2 deaths to his name. Darren is still trying to get that split push action going down. I think that's some fight game finished off early on. Got own guard groups in there as well. Another Dragon goes over towards EG, and that maintains a 10,000 gold lead here for EG.
Well, Froggen, he's not scared at all. He's just chasing him down. He got him down below half health already. That is just crazy.
Yeah, scared of what? There's nothing to be scared of in that situation. He's got so much more power than Diamond could even dream of having against him right now. He did not have that early game start that he wanted. Froggen up at 3-0-5 at this point, only, approaching that 300 CS mark. We are going to be seeing the first inhibitor of the game go down here. Gambit actually grouping up to try and stop this one from happening. They seem to have scared them a little bit. They do see the hot cogs of Snoopy. He is by far and away the tankiest member right now, and the team is down. Wow. Going around the back. Yellow PB focused down. There is a shockwave though into the Ultra backline. Alex Hinch going to go very, very low. Stand United being used, and Darren actually doesn't get over there, and Alex Hinch is going to die anyway. He's currently a 1-for-1, but EG not done.
Oh no, Alex actually channels ultimate before he even died, so now he doesn't even get it off, and that is a danger release in if you kick Yellow Pete into another team. If you have that taunt land, Gambit can win the fights, and I'm not 100% sure, as we're going to see in this replay, but watch Yellow Pete is, as we get later on, I think if he auto-attacked, instead of using his Piltover Peacemaker, he actually would have been able to lifesteal through the Ignite. So you see Kid's kicked in, you see Krepo staying in the middle, zones him off with that funnel that Gambit has to walk through, and there it is, the ultimate point of Alex gets killed because he thought he was already dead. Unfortunately, he just ends up dying. That would have been a lot of extra damage, but honestly, I don't think it really would have changed the fight around either way.
Well, that leaves us at 13-3. Still a 10,000 gold lead here for Evil Genius. So 7-2 in turrets. And yeah, they've died a couple of times in that one, but still it's going to plan. Like, the good thing for EG is that if they make these mistakes, they've still got time to rectify them. Like, they're not at a point where, probably even if they get aced, they're still going to be ahead anyway in the game. But obviously that can change very, very quickly. It's not something that EG will certainly rest on in terms of that one. From Gambit's side of things, they need to make plays like that happen.
And the thing is, look at where we've been fighting this entire time. It's always been on Gambit's side of the map. So if Gambit does win a team fight, they're not able to push any turrets down. They're not able to get any objectives off that. So EG, they're going to be starting up Baron here. We have Darren actually down over towards the bottom side of the map. He doesn't have his ultimate available, but Alex, he's coming from the side, and he has to be very careful.
Yeah, and they're actually going to go off towards Alex here. Acing, they're all going to come through. He's down to half HP. There's a shockwave coming out. Left bounce as well. Diamond is going to go down. Alex already dead. Voidal having to try and flash away, but Froggen will flash over after him. Double kill picked up by him. Can they keep going? Snoopy is chasing through. He has to back away. Cell Division was used up in that last fight, and that will be a 3-for-0 here for EG. They could go Baron, they could push now. They've got a lot of options with super minions raining into Gambit's base.
They did commit a lot of ultimates into that fight though. They have to be very careful here. With the super minions pushing, just like you said, they only have to bait them in. They don't really need to take this right now. But then again, there is no smite for Gambit. This should be a free take. And that was just a fantastic job by EG to realize why potentially go to Baron, just take it safely. When Gambit comes in, turn around, fight him right away. They had great ward control to see where Alex was, and they come out with that Baron.
So far, the plan that EG have obviously brought into this game is working out so well for them right now. Mikhail's Crucible coming in there as well for Krepo, an item which we've seen him going for more and more as things have gone on. Specifically this weekend, he's really been going for that a lot. Which is, we don't talk about that item really probably as much as we should do, because it is a massive thing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the last fight that we saw EG pretty much lose 2 members. There was Yellow Pete going down. If he didn't get taunted, he would have lived. So you pop the Mikhail's Crucible on him, get him out of that taunt, give him that little bit of an extra heal, and then you, like, who is Gambit going to really lock down? And, you know, Cripple, he always said that's a perfect item on Sona, but he's been picking up on Zyra quite a bit. He picked up yesterday. I think he's picked up every game over these past 2 days now. And that item, if you hit the right person at the right time, if you're in the back of your team and you're not engaged on, then you can really turn fights around.
So let's see how things move forward. Up to now, Froggen's Orianna has been very impressive. Shockwave's always landing for him. He's going 6-0-7. But look at Snoopy, 5-0-8 on this stack. And we'll see if bans next time around to change. Even if Gambit were to, you know, stage a massive comeback and win this one, they probably think about changing their bans for this next game around because of how things have gone this time.
Yeah, we've had a Twitter question a couple of weeks ago. It was, what was the most improved player throughout the summer split of LCS? And I think Snoopy is definitely a candidate for it over these past 2 weeks. He's really stepped up for his team. And just like you said, 5-0-8 right now, his engages have been spot on. His aggression and knowing the limits of his champion backing away when he needs to has just been perfect. And right now, if these Super Minions pushing middle, EG's not in a hurry to take this turn down. However, they have Caitlyn. They have that ability to siege this turn down very easily. As long as they keep Alex and keep down away from their team, they're going to look very solid to take this inhibitor down.
Well, you say that Snoopy's a candidate for that award of most improved player of the season. I'm just going to go out there and say he's not a candidate at all. He's actually is that person. Like, I don't see anyone in the league that's shown such a stark contrast from you know, almost a point, which was Shaka joining in 13. Right now, EG actually going to dive into this one. Snoopy coming in the back. Boydell going low. There is Darian pulled in by the shockwave. He's not going to be able to live through this, or is he? He gets exhausted in there. They dealt with Alex Cinch up towards the backside. Requiem going to come down. Pete picking up a double kill. Snoopy actually going very, very deep from this one. The turret hit there is going to be popping his passive off from this one. And actually, he doesn't have his passive available. I'm just lying as I go along. Froggen going to come in there as well. Takes down Boydell in the end. And look at those death timers now with the Shen and the Varus. So they may be able to finish here, EG.
I don't think they should. I think they should back away, take that inhibitor turret, take the inhibitor, because with Genja up, with the poke he has, with the damage he has off the Infinity Edge and that Bloodthirster, they really need to respect it. And there's no point in potentially throwing a game when you already have this giant of a lead.
Or they could just hit both inhibitors and then finish off the game. We'll see how that one goes. Genja is still there. You'll see the damage coming out there from Froggen. He's going to be forced back here shortly. But the Nexus are actually going down, and with those super minions there to tank things up, EG seem to be happy with what they've achieved from that push. Bottom and middle inhibitors down again, and those super minions going to one Nexus taken. Kills coming their way. No point in making risky plays. And if there's one team in the world that could bet will never make a risky play, it's probably EG.
Yeah, that's definitely right. Over the past, it seems like 15 minutes, EG's been doing this push, get a couple kills, get an objective, back away, buy up, do the same thing again, and just kind of over and over. And right now, with those 2 inhibitors down, with that 1 Nexus turret down, Gambit cannot leave their base. I mean, they can push the ways out, that's about it. And with Baron coming up, you know, about 2 minutes, that means that EG can just bait them out if they want to go for it, or just take it for free and go in for that final push for the win.
Really hard pressed to call out one person on EG right now as almost man of the match, so to speak. Obviously this game is not won right now, but chances of coming back from those inhibitors down are very, very slim. We say tuning is in pajamas.
Yeah.
But slim doesn't mean impossible, and they managed to do that, so good job by them. But usually it doesn't happen that way. Come on, it usually doesn't happen that way.
It's just by the numbers. The first one going down, the teams that take it down win 93.75% of the game. So that kind of shows with 2, it increases even more. And right now, EG, they're not even going to wait for Baron. They're just going to go for a push on this top turret. They're going to let the Super Minions push in, and damn it, either they want to go for a fight here, or they have to give this one up, and they have to go for the former of those 2 options.
Look at Froggen's items as well. Zonya's Death Trap, Athene's Unholy Grail, Void Stack, Quicksilver Satellite. He's got so much right now. And really, Alex can't match up to him. We are going to see EG diving into this one. Look at the damage coming down already. Oh. There's a shockwave to lock everyone up as well. Alex is going to die from this one. He's going to throw the Requiem in there, but EG just don't care. Snoopy diving into the backline. There are only 2 men left here now for Gambit. But honestly, EG can win it right now.
And this has been such a one-sided game. That was a phenomenal play by them. And Gambit, they went for that fight, but they weren't able to kill Yellow Pete till the very end.
Well, They don't care about Lee Sin, honestly. We just saw their diamonds at the back, and usually a Lee Sin at the back of you is trouble, but they just don't care about him. He can't do anything. EG gonna take down that last Nexus 3. They're gonna finish up the Nexus and go 1-0 up here against Gambit. One game away from the World Championships. One game for EG to go there.
Joe, I have to ask, where was this EG yesterday? I mean, Gambit, they kind of look like this yesterday, but EG was not even near this level of play out of them.
Well, it's funny because Gambit are usually the team to turn up when the pressure's there. They are the team that comes to the playoffs, to the finals day too. Now, sometimes, even if that's in just the weekend, we saw that often in the summer split and the spring split as well, where they have a terrible Saturday but coming brilliant on Sunday. They're a very swingy team in terms of what they can do on a day-to-day basis. Looks like EG's good night of rest and massive talk. I don't even want to know how long they spent preparing for this game last night. I say well rest, but could be that they prepared long into the night for this one, and why not? It's the final spot for the World Championships for Europe, and they can almost touch it right now.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one of their longest standing rivals throughout their history of being a team together, so they know each other inside and out, and even seeing Gambit after, their boot camp in Kiev, they played against them or 3 times that weekend, I believe, and they were able to really get a good feel out of them, and honestly, that was just sublime. That was just very one-sided play, a phenomenal job by every single member of Evil Geniuses. I don't think we can call it even an MVP of that game alone from them, and Gambit, you saw them walking off, they were like speechless. They had no words for what happened, and I don't know whether that's the fact that they knew it went wrong in the beginning and there's no point in really talking about it too much, or they're just really down on themselves. Well,
we talk often about Gambit and their ability to perform under pressure. There's probably no situation that they've been in that's got this much pressure on it now. 1-0 behind in a best of 3 for the final spot at Worlds. They're going to have to turn that around if they want a chance to go to LA. For now, though, we're going to head over to the analysis test where Kobe and Quickshot have the highlights from EG's dominant Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations to Evil Geniuses. A very one-sided matchup. There was never really any question that EG were going to fall behind once they got a couple towers down. But let's go back to the very beginning of the game. During picks and bans, we noticed that, EG got very comfort, powerful picks. They got the Zac, they got the Aatrox. It's something that we've been seeing all weekend long in the playoffs.
Yeah, teams all weekend long have been saying how powerful Zac is and how much emphasis a lot of them have been putting on it. EG got that after getting Aatrox as well, which is a highly contested pick between both these teams. But really what stood out to me was Gambit's bans have not changed here all weekend. They've been banning Fizz, Ahri, and TF almost every single game against Ninjas in Pajamas and against Lemon Dogs and now against EG. So they haven't really tailored their bans specifically to a team. They're just banning out these champions that they feel are extremely strong right now against their playstyle.
Do you think that could stem from maybe, I don't want to say pagan or like a lack of preparation, but you just feel that's more of a counter to what they're doing? Because in this matchup, they didn't really do much either.
So I just think that those are the champions they think are very strong right now, and they don't feel comfortable using them themselves, so that's why they're binning them out. Gambit, they did do some research here, and they did come in with a strategy, because we talked to Krepo before the game, and he was thinking that EG's strategy was going to involve globals, but Gambit ended up taking away the Shen and the Karthus, so then EG adapted and went full revive composition.
So let's talk a little bit about the early game, because Evil Geniuses, they managed to get a very good advantage. We see them picking up, first blood with a nice gank in the top lane. We see them, roaming, really pushing down towers fast. I was talking to you about it. Whenever Wicked picks Aatrox, he really likes to hammer on those towers, and the early game was just all EG making the right decisions.
So EG were fine with trading that first dragon for the top turret. It was really nice timing because we could just hit level 6, could use his ultimate, take down the turret, and then they had also brought Caitlyn, who's a very good early turret pressure champion as well. So then they got bottom turret, and they never let up from there. After they got the outer perimeter, they kept all of the lanes shoved up so that Gambit would always be in vision of EG. And then they had 2 revives already. They could go diving willy-nilly. They saw yesterday that Lemon Dogs got a GA before Gambit got a GA, and they won. So they decided, we're just going to start the game with 2 GAs. Gambit have no chance.
Well, it's actually, I'm quite happy you talked about Cat, because we do have, the first replay is going to be one of these tower dives. Let's pull up that very first replay onto your screen. It is going to be this mid lane dive, and it really just exemplifies that what you were just talking about.
Yeah, this is Snoopy and Wicked being very happy with the picks that they have. You can notice that both of the side lanes are shoved up, so they do have vision of the rest of the Gambit team, and they feel fully confident diving on Alex, using everything that they have, because there's 2 members that will just come back to life. Let's roll this clip through. Alex really doesn't have much of a chance here, even though Wicked does miss his jump because of the shockwave movement there. It doesn't matter. Snoopy goes in as well, and it's too much damage and too many lives for EG.
So there is one thing that I do want to talk about. Because of that dive and because of multiple tower dives, you know, later on in the game,
they did the same thing over and over.
They got a 4 for 0 and an inner bottom lane turret off the back of another tower dive. Tower diving and Evil Geniuses is not something that we have come to expect or associate with the team.
Yeah, I was thinking this is kind of a style swap between these 2 classic rivals here. Usually it was, if you think back to a year ago or even the beginning of this split, EG are the ones with the longer game plan. They like to stall it out more, whereas Gambit are always making the first moves, very early aggressive team. EG flipped the switch on them here.
Yeah, it's something that, you know, we keep harping on about, and we do keep mentioning. I mean, Joe and Jason were talking about during the cast, but I think it's worth highlighting, because up until about the last 3 or 4 weeks, we never seen EG making these plays, and they failed at many early tower dives. During the spring sprint in particular, the number of times they gave up double buffs was just ridiculous, and they have managed to make it work for them. But this game also, Gambit, they weren't exactly making the right decisions. The second replay that we can bring up on your screen right now is really highlighting how Evil Geniuses took advantage of Gambit's misplays and miscalls.
Yeah, this was a very sort of interesting misposition by Gambit. They have Genja up top, split pushing, but the 4 members that are around Dragon aren't even strong enough at this point to take 4 members of EG, and there's 5 members here. So they get a little bit too close for comfort. EG make them pay for it. Let's roll this clip through, and we'll see. It's going to be Voidal here because of the flash snare there from Crepo coming in, and Snoopy timing that one as well. It was only 1 kill, and it was a support kill, but it was an unnecessary loss for Gambit, and it turned into the Dragon for EG. They were able to rotate up to top and defend the turret as well. And those weren't the only mistakes Gambit were making. They also got caught out several times because of the map control that EG got from taking all the early turrets. They kept trying to split push there for Gambit and paying the price because they didn't have enough wards.
So we'll have to see how Gambit are going to respond going into game 2. The one thing that we can really highlight is as the game did go on, Diamond Prox really found a way to get Yellow Pete. In every single team fight for the last 3 or 4, he was able to use that ultimate, kick Pete back into the team. But
he kept it interesting.
But the rest of EG was just so far ahead, it wasn't really going to be a problem. What do Gambit do going into game 2 now? Ban Zac, pick away Aatrox, or vice versa?
It doesn't. If we look at what they've done already this week, it doesn't look like they're going to be changing their bans. So they have to change their playstyle then, if they refuse to change their bans.
Well, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that one. We are going to be jumping to a short break very, very shortly as we're getting ready for the second match. And of course, when we do return, it is going to be game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Gambit. Snoopy and crew are just 1 win away from locking down their spot in the World Playoffs. Plus, EG Shaka will join us to talk about his team's dominating Game 1 performance. Don't go anywhere. The European Regionals live from Gamescom. We'll be right back.
Push them. Yes! Save him. I'm fine, I'm safe. Genji at the back. I'm nice! Fucking sweet! Nice! Yes! Keep going! Okay, Alex is down. Careful, Alex! He flashed. Exhaust him! Kill him! Done? No! I can engage, guys. Nice!
One more game.
if I won't win. Everyone will be disappointed, our fans, our families. I can't get back home. My wife won't let me back home if I won't win.
Welcome back to Cologne, Germany, and the final day of the European LCS playoffs. We're just about ready for Game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Gambit, but right now I'm happy to be joined by EG's Shaker. Now Shaker, what an amazing game from your team here in Game 1. You know, can you comment a little bit on the picks and bans and the strategy?
The picks are really good. Like, the picks might not have been looking as good as Gambit's, but the champions were very comfortable for the players like Zach and Snoopy, and that's how it went. Like, they're really strong, and as a team, when they're comfortable, their confidence goes up and they just start doing plays like that.
Tell me about yesterday, because you were, of course, with the group, and then after that loss, how were they at home, and what were they talking about?
It wasn't nice to see a lose, of course. You can't like be happy about it, but they were not as sad. Like, they took it as a win and see what happened, and they learned from it, and they came the next day and now showing people how good they can be. And now they're showing a really good performance, so it's really nice to see them change.
Do you think, what do you think they should do for the next game? What should they hold on to? Because, you know, you said comfort champions, but a lot of them might get banned out.
Well, I mean, right now I think this game, they tried to ban out Froggen, but he's got a lot of champions, so it's really hard to ban him out. I think most of the players have like 3-4 champions at least, and if you want to ban one player out, the other will get his comfortable champions, and then it's going to be a problem. So you can't actually ban one player out, so it's hard to ban the comfortable champions.
Tell me how you're feeling in the group of players, because you've moved into the house a while ago. How is that going?
I had to get used to how they do and everything, like schedules. It's really nice though, like living with them. They're a nice bunch of people. Like, we eat together and stuff, and we have fun. Like, we joke around, and like yesterday, even though we lost, they were not like sad. They were like normal people, like every day. Like, maybe they might not have been as happy as they were, but they're still very positive, and it's really nice to be around them.
You also seem very happy to be here. Is there not a little part of you that's like, oh, I wish I could play in front of all these people?
Well, it's not about really playing, it's just about winning. I joined EG to increase the winning chances, and we just want to win and go to Worlds. That's the main part. So it doesn't matter for me. It's better if I can play. If not, Snoopy can maybe do a better job. Right now, I think he is doing a better job, and it's fine for me as long as we're winning.
Fantastic attitude. Finally, what's the one thing EG has to do in this next game to take it?
I think they just have to keep up with what they did right now. They have to play the comfortable champions. Even like Zach maybe can get banned out from Snoopy or Aatrox from Wicked. I still think they will perform as good as they did with their other champions. Like, if Wicked plays Shen, it's fine. Doesn't matter if they get banned out, but they just have to keep believing.
Keep believing. Thank you very much, Shaker. As for us, it's time to go back to Joe and Jason, who are standing by to take you through Game 2 in the fight for third place.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and we've had a lot of fun over here at Gamescom in the last couple of days, and one big reason for that is the massive amount of people that have come out to support their favorite teams. And even though these crowds can be tough at times, the LCS squads make sure to take a moment to give back to the fans that have given them their support all season long. And yesterday we tagged along with the Evil Geniuses as they took the time to say thank you and sign a lot of autographs.
Gamescom's an incredible experience. Like, the amount of people that turn up, and not only the amount of people, the amount of fans of ours that turn up. There was basically a swarm of people waiting. We really had to rush through them and pull them outside so we could actually keep the emergency exits open. And we were basically surrounded, so we had to devise our own little system how to deal with fans. And it's like, I actually waited about 10 minutes just to kind of gather myself before going outside, and after that it was about three hours of just solid signing.
I think we took pictures for 2 or 3 hours, all of us, and it was just amazing.
Personally, I use the counterclockwise spinning. I just take one fan turn, keep it going. I actually had to borrow sunglasses and everything as well because I was getting like heat stroke and drinking water and stuff. It was a great laugh and it was nice to meet everyone. Fans are always really welcoming. They have great patience, and we want to take our time to reward their patience because they're doing so much effort coming out all the way from different countries to see us, and the least we can do is take a picture and sign some stuff for them.
And it is in fact amazing. I mean, the amount of fans here of League of Legends, no one can really move in the hall right now. That just shows you how many big League of Legends fans we've got here on the stage.
I can't imagine how long it takes the players to go from the stage just to the other side of the hall. It's got to be like 20, 30 minutes for them. I mean, I remember back in, was it Lille with Ocelot, he just could not go anywhere because he was always swarmed, and he was always appreciative though of all his fans that were coming up to say hi, take a picture with him.
Well, it's time for our second game between Evil Geniuses Gambit, and the win in that first match there for EG puts them just one victory away from third place and that trip to the World Playoffs. Like, I can't really stress how important it is right now.
Yeah, and EG, they dominated. That whole dive comp they pulled off was just ridiculous. As you see, 22-5 and 55. That score is out of this world, and for them to be able to do that against Gambit, one of like the best teams, the longest standing teams in Europe, is not an easy feat. And you know, Wicked, he played phenomenal on Aatrox. He got going very early on. He went 2-0 and 13, and Snoopy gave him that early gank. He's able to get that kill on a Voidal, able to really get going on, because that's what Aatrox needs to do. And when Wicked's happy, the rest of the team is going to be happy. And you know, speaking of that man, Snoopy, on that Zac, I don't even know what to say about that because it was so amazing. He went 6-1 and 11. His ganks were perfect. His timings were perfect. His aggression was unmatched in his previous weeks of playing. And to follow that whole combo up, I mean, you got, as he's staring down the camera, but to follow that whole combo up, Froggen on that Orianna, we got to talk about him because 7-0 and 12 on her. She's one of those champions that if you shut her down early on, her damage really doesn't do that much as the game progresses, but he was not shut down at all. I mean, he had so many items. He was even going into a defensive item with that Quicksilver Sash, and his ultimates with that ball delivery system of Snoopy, sublime.
Well, we just saw the stats from those three players, and we talked about it before game one. This whole three-man hit squad that EG have done so well with, really developing the games, came out strong for them here once again. And we're going to be coming into game two with EG feeling very, very confident about their position. Of course, they're going to switch side. They're going to go over to the red side now. Are we going to see different bans here? Because for what Gambit did last game is they banned 3 champions against Froggen. Froggen picked Orianna after banning 2 mid-lane champions themselves, let's not forget, and he dominated with it. You can't ban him out, obviously.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that they're not going to change the bans up. You already see pretty much the exact same thing from both teams. And you know, Shocker during the interview, he said something that I really liked. When EG's comfortable on their picks, they play so much better. And you saw it in that last game, and right now it's up to them. Can they get those champions that they want? And Shen is available if Wicked does want to pick that up.
Well, the Zac was taken away here by Gambit, and as you mentioned, staying firm on the bans. Fizz, Ari, Twisted Fate coming out, Kassadin and Zed over for Evil Geniuses. The thing from their side this time around is that they have the final pick available to them, so Froggen's got even more of a chance to counter Alex.
I don't even know if that's going to happen. I mean, look what happened last game with Gambit. Alex, he took Karthus.
Well, that's the thing here, right? With so many mid laners banned out, it's like, well,
what do
we
you
have to
left to
actually
pick?
get him at some point. We have to get our choice at some point. So that is the Aatrox. I wonder if we will see the likes of Orianna coming out in these early stages here. Aatrox and Thresh will be locked in here for EG.
I think it's a very likely possibility, though. I've never really liked Alex on the support type AP mid laners. I've always liked him being very aggressive, doing a lot of damage, these assassin types, and what he's doing right now, he might just go for what he had previously. And the thing was, he didn't do bad on Karthus at all. He did actually really well. It's just the rest of his team got shut down so many times that he wasn't able to get the farm that he wanted. He wasn't able to really do the damage that he needed to. And we saw his ultimates. I mean, multiple times he got EG down to slivers of health. Just wasn't able to really clean them up.
Yeah, and they were pretty far behind at that point as well, so you can't really blame the that kind of thing on him. So, Gambit going to lock in here second. Got that Zac, and it looks like they're going to be trying to take this Jarvan away now from Snoopy, which with that Jarvan open, Snoopy is a big fan of that Jarvan. Diamond on the other side, funnily enough, has always said that Jarvan is very, very strong, but has technically not played him really that much. He's kind of shied away from it. I think it's a champion that he doesn't enjoy maybe too much, or he doesn't feel fits into their combo much more. But he's actually got great stats with Java.
I think you're right, though. I mean, I think it's more of a pick of we don't want Snoopy to have it. I mean, think back to when they played against Alternate, and those last 2 games played Jarvan, both of them did amazing. The early game pressure he was able to provide with that champion really shut Alternate down. So I think it's definitely one of those, I mean, we don't necessarily want it as much, but it's more about we don't want them to have it even more.
Yeah. So what are AG going to combo in with this one? Hovering over Zyra right now, which would certainly be a turn up for the Bucks with that Thresh already locked in for them.
We've actually had a lot of teams talking to us about AP Zyra middle. I mean, Morden, actually Exeter back in Giants in the spring split, played a lot of Zyra mid lane. It really caught people off guard. Not to mention Cowtard with the Copenhagen Wolves has a lot of damage behind it. And you can kind of use that because your ultimate can pretty much get Karthus out of the fight right away. I would love to see this.
Zyra mid with the Amumu as well, and they're going to go for it. They're going to be going for this big AoE comp once again, and I guess we could say mixed results at this point. Like, they've played it twice. Yeah. They hammered Gambit with it. They absolutely destroyed them with that combo, but that was at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning after a super week full of games where feet were a little bit off the pedal, I think we can say. No one giving full gas with that one. And we'll have to see whether then they go for that misfortune. And it wouldn't surprise me actually to see again just saying, I'm going to take misfortune.
I mean, because the thing is, right now both teams have a very strong AoE composition. I mean, look at Gambit's side. You have the Cataclysm out of Jarvan, you have the Karthus late waits with the Z, you have Zac jumping in with the Let's Bounce, you have the Crescendo to follow up. So there's a lot of AoE damage. You want to stay in the back, which Misfortune would do very well with. On EG's side, they have a lot of AoE too, with the Amumu to lock them down, with the knockup out of Wicked, with the Stark Flight, and not to mention the Stranglethorns coming out of Zyra. So looks like he actually might not go for it. So he's going to go for Spray and Pray instead, which still is kind of like World Time. Goes through a lot of people, can do a lot of damage.
Yep, still kind of similar premise on that one as well. So will EG finish this one off then with that Misfortune? No. Well, that got answered very quickly, didn't it? Caitlyn, going to be the choice here for Yellow Pete, a champion which, as we said, played a lot of recently. Really has gone and said, Caitlyn is my number one. We saw a couple of games on Vayne as well, which for me was really, really impressive from him.
He has 5 games on Vayne throughout the season, 4 wins with her.
Yeah.
And even Kripa said, like, I don't know where Yellow Pete's Vayne came from. I mean, he never really played it, never really liked to play it.
I think it just came for 5 games and we're never going to see it again. It was like, I'm just going to show the world what I can do with Vayne. Thank you very much, I'm very good, and that's it. I'm just going to go back to Caitlyn right now. But he is going to be playing the Caitlyn this time around, so Zyra mid for Froggen. First time that we're going to see it in the LCS for Froggen. I certainly don't, there's certainly not played it in the summer split. Pretty sure he didn't play in that spring split as well. This is definitely an off-the-wall different pick for Froggen.
I will tell you this, though, after this game, I bet he'll have better stats on her than he does on Anivia throughout the season.
Well, he's only going to play 1 game and he's already lost 3 on Anivia. Yeah. So even if he were to play Zyra the next 2 games and lose both, he'll still have better stats than his Anivia. So we'll see.
And the thing about Froggen is he's very good mechanics-wise. We've had so many people talk about him being one of the best mechanically. If you make a mistake, he will punish you for it. And Zyra can really be one of those champions with the plants. If you can time them, perfectly, get 1 to slow, get 1 for range. Not to mention the ultimate to be able to hit them to power them up even more. Like, if he can pull that off, like, that is a lot of damage coming down. Not to mention, with the Zyra, there is always threat of a very early Baron coming out of EG.
So here we go. We're going to get into game, and I can't stress this enough right now. A spot in the World Finals, the last spot for Europe in the World Finals, are riding on this game. Right now, EG are 1-0 up, best of 3, so Gambit need to win 2 games in a row right now. They need to go unanswered for 2 matches against EG. It's going to be very tough for them, but if any team in Europe, maybe even in the world, can do it under pressure, Gambit might just be it.
I have to completely agree, and I'm still just kind of stunned right now that one of these 2 teams won't be at Worlds after doing so well throughout the season, doing so well in Season 2 at the finals. But right now it's a battle of who wants it more.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
So here we go then, in-game, match number 2, Gambit versus EG. Can EG sew it up with a 2-0? Get the job done and get home, I think is what the plan is here for EG, but Gambit not the team that gives up pretty much ever.
Oh, Cripple.
Yeah.
Did he go for it again? I think he did, and it went in the exact same spot.
Was that 2 wards?
Yeah, that was 2 wards out of him.
Wow. Yeah, that's
30 seconds.
not quite gone to plan. Let's put it that way. Let's just pass over that for a minute and just let's ignore it. For Crepo's
I don't even know what happened.
At the start. Well, I'm not sure
He just went bottom, that was it? No
what
wards
was going on there. Obviously, did put his Explorer ward in there as well, so it's how it goes sometimes. Not the end of the world for Evil Geniuses, but small things like that can make a difference at the end of the day.
I definitely have to agree with that, and they wanted that early vision. I mean, he wanted to potentially throw that hook as they're setting up right now to go for a late invade on this red, and right now, Gambit is set up for it. They are in position to take the red. If they can do that, if EG can stop them, that's a huge win for them. And I think they're going to go in at about 150 here, and they actually might be able to catch Voidal and Gensha because they're going to be doing double golems here, it looks like.
Oh, this could be very dangerous. I think on a ward, actually backing away from that one. They've gone down towards that bottom lane with the minion wave coming in. So EG gonna get a free take on the red. The question is then, what does Diamond do? Does he go straight over to the red? They've got no vision of EG here, but at the same time, okay, so Froggen went over a ward on the top side, so that's going to be pretty obvious to them now. So it's all whether Diamond, does he go across? Or what does he do right now? At the moment, he actually just went over towards the wall, but it looks like he is going to make that crossover to go to red.
Yeah, because I think it's because they saw where Snoopy was going, so they know his red's gone. It's been taken away. He's going to have to steal it himself, and he should be able to get it for free. He does have a smite available. Snoopy used his on the enemy red, so he won't be able to have that to take it away, but we're gonna have those buff trades coming in that we typically always see. But one thing I do want to point out, Wicked, he went for a red pot again. He's gonna be very aggressive early on against Darian, and if actually both of them know how to play against each other because Wicked loves Zac, Darian loves Aatrox. It's kind of like, well, we know exactly how each other are gonna play. Most likely, I wouldn't be surprised to see it be a farm lane, but Diamond, he's already set up in this top lane. He wants to make this first blood happen on a Wicked, or just counter jungle, one of the two.
And the man that really brought us counter jungle in here in Europe as well, obviously, back in the day with that Shyvana. Still hoping that we get to see that at some point after its small resurgence at LPL over in China.
We saw Naruto from TCM actually play it in the promotion tournament here. I don't remember how it did though.
Well, we need to see Diamond on it, right? It's like, if we're going to see Shyvana, it only counts if Diamond plays it. That's the fact. So right now we do see Snoopy coming down and towards his bottom lane. Diamond taking away his guns and taking away most of that raid camp as well there. So while we see Snoopy down on this bottom side, Diamond is really capitalizing on that nicely.
Yeah, and he's trying to make it so Snoopy won't hit that level 6 point where he really starts to shine. But Froggen, he's spotted going over to his raids. Luckily, we'll be able to clear the camp though, so that means Snoopy will have that available when he gets back. And Diamond, I mean, he's not worried about ganking. He's just all about this counter jungling currently. And I wonder if he's going to go back in for these double golems, which right now Snoopy's headed up towards his top side. We could see a fight potentially break out here.
It's going to be dangerous for, well, either side, depending on who kind of spots who first and what position they're in. There's Diamond again.
Oh, he's dead.
Snoopy actually managed to steal that one away. Say steal it, it was actually his to start with anyway. We are going to see him coming. Wicked taking a big amount of damage here. He's going to have to flash away from this one. His passive going to get popped, and Snoopy now has to bide his time, but Wicked not coming back in with so much health. And EG having to play defensively after that one. I think they thought they could get a lot more from that than they did.
And in the end, that was a flash out of Diamond, a flash out and ignite out of Wicked. And Snoopy's sticking towards his top side. He wants to counter Diamond if he goes back in yet again, but Diamond does back away. And overall, a great job by both junglers just to realize where they're going to be and then kind of stop each other.
The good thing for Wicked is obviously that lifesteal back here for him with Aatrox is going to bring him straight back up to a very healthy position. And Froggen shouldn't have too much of a hard time with Alex in this laning phase, to be honest, but he's massively behind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much he's been practicing Zyra. It takes a little bit of work to get used to last hit, but Froggen definitely will be able to pick that one up a little bit, I would imagine. And not to mention, you have the ability to take those raids over the wall with your plants once you get a little bit of ability power, so he'll be able to farm up quite well. It's Crepo less hitting that minion with that hook, but Diamond's coming around toward the bottom side. Really spotted by a ward yet again, so EG, they're trying to control Diamond by warding up around the map again, just to kind of prevent him from having that early game start that he was unable to have last game.
And that seems to be a bit of a key these days to beating Gambit, is to take Diamond out of the game, something that teams struggle with for so long. No one could ever take Diamond really out of the game. That was the problem, that he was so aggressive, he was so almost unashamed to be in your jungle the entire time, stealing everything away. And so many teams had problems with that, but he's had a very quiet Gamescom so far.
Yeah, and it used to be Camp Darien, get a lot of kills on him, force him to go on tilt, and then win from there, where on the other side, teams would just camp out Wicked, and if they're able to shut Diamond down, his early game impact is just not going to be there, and that's kind of, like you said earlier on, that's what Gambit's been able to depend on, and without Alex being able to play an assassin like Zed or play like a Fizz, he isn't as impactful in the game as he normally would be.
So the bot lane is there, we just saw a bit of a glimpse of them farming up. Genja got 2 out of his 3 Doran's blades that I'm pretty sure he's going to go for. It's not really that much of a wild guess, to be honest. He's been doing that for quite a while now. On the other side though, Van Sector and a single Doran's blade already coming out for Yellow. He pretty much rinse and repeat from his side of things with this Caitlyn. Yeah, Froggen didn't steal away that big red, which, you know, to be fair to Snoopy, he actually spent a lot of time early game on, you know, pressuring the lanes, but he's done really well to come back in terms of the levels and CS from that.
Yeah, I mean, he's currently sitting very pretty at level 5, and when he hits that 6 point, that's where his ganks become really impressive, and if you can land it onto, let's say, mid lane, you have a grass break to follow that up with, you have a lot of control with the Stranglethorns, you have a lot of damage behind that, not to mention even bottom lane. You hit them, you have the hook to follow up. Top lane, you have Wicked to follow up with that Aatrox, with that knockup of Dark Flight, not to mention the slow, so there's a lot of lanes he can really gank. And also the pressure that they can put on a Dragon, because both teams want to force these team fights, and that would be kind of the ideal place for it to happen.
So here we see a bit of a pink ward battle, and just in time here for Snoopy getting towards level 6. He does have a pink ward of his own here as well. And right now, EG, all 5 men down one.
Yeah, they're going to go for Dragon off of this, and very rightly sure they should. They have that plans if Froggen doesn't want to come down. They have the pink ward onto Snoopy, that's why I invested money into it, and it's going to pay off, it looks like. As right now, Gambit does have a ward, but it's not really in position to spot the Dragon being done. Gambit, they're just going to give this one up.
Yeah, that is gone. There's no way that Gambit are going to be able to come around for this one. That's going to give EG an early lead here, picking up Dragon number 1 of this second game. That puts them 11 to 10,000 gold. Oh, but literally just that Dragon there is the difference between the two.
And Froggen spotting where Diamond is going, but it looks like Diamond's going to be able to steal away this red here, uncontested. But Snoopy's going for the bait himself too. He's going to be able to take away red, I believe, unless Diamond just had it on him. No, he doesn't, so he should be able to take that one away when it comes up right now. And after this, we might see him gank bottom because he's level 6. He has that flash available. And it looks like Voido's actually going to come and spot him taking this red.
Let's see if they can actually do anything about this one there. Voidal coming through. There is a wall of pain going down. Lantern thrown down by Crepo. And he's able to get himself to safety. And the hook there on towards Genja. There is the ultimate coming out. Genja not quite able to get out of range, but well, he's close to the Sad Mummy down and not really utilizing it to his full potential.
And yeah, and the thing was, during that fight, Voidal wasn't level 6 yet. They wouldn't have that crescendo to stop the gank, but unfortunately for them, they just kind of, I guess, a little bit of miscommunication. Didn't really have the damage to follow it up, but Voidal getting caught now.
He's surely going to go down from this one. We do see the Requiem coming in there as well. First blood is going to be picked up here by Yellow Pete, but can they keep going through? Genja will take down Crepo, but Pete actually walking away from that one. That was a passive from Wicked actually pops in the top lane.
And this is what we didn't see out of Alex last game. Any ultimates coming in the early to mid game, and he wasn't really able to pick up any kills or assists as he got right there. Now he's at 109 CS, he's farmed up quite well. He's even sitting on 1,600 gold to back with, but assuming he will be going for that Rod of Ages anyways. And so far, great job by Gambit to just kind of brush off that last game, come into this one with a fresh new mind, and they're closing that gold lead.
So 1,900 gold Pete now got himself after building up this CS lead, plus getting that first blood in there. Then losing his support, but it was all about the first blood pickup that was important to him. It's going to allow him to go home and be sitting very, very pretty once he comes back into the lane.
And look at the pink ward investment that Crepo's been putting down towards that bottom side. Obviously the one was Snoopy at the Dragon, but they want to be able to spot Twitch coming in. They want to be able to take that vision away and apply that pressure of Snoopy potentially coming into gank with the no vision that Gambit's going to have. And it's a great job, but it's also a lot of money to sink in just for that early on.
Let's see how that develops. He's got himself another one there as well, so you can see that coming down here shortly. Obviously, always nice to keep control of those brushes as well. When you've got the Thresh in there to throw those hooks out, See if he keeps going for that one as well. Voidal is level 6 as well, so they need to be careful of Flash Crescendo, something that Crepo has certainly mastered in most games. Let's just put that little disclaimer in there. He said himself, first game against Alternate was pretty much, or second game, he was pretty much missing every single Flash Crescendo that he went for. We'll see Voidal has got that in him for this one. So let's have a look down the CS in other lanes. Still, Alexic having a decent lead over Froggen in that mid lane.
And Froggen actually responding with that Spirit of the Spectre, as you do see right now, Wicked getting caught in this top lane.
Yeah, he's going to get his passive popped here, but Darian, is he going to be in trouble from this one? There is Curse of the Sad Mummy coming down. Wicked has to get behind the turret here, and that passive is going to be popped, but I don't think Snoopy's got enough to finish off Cell Division. There is Cataclysm, and Snoopy flashes away. Both been going super low, but surviving somehow there in the end.
And that should be a turret for Gambit, because they're able to push them out. A great job by Diamond to counter that, and they're actually going in. Diamond even flashing for it, but he was able to jump away quick enough, but that will be the first turret of the game going over to Gambit if they do decide to take it, and also the gold lead for him.
Yep, gold lead gonna come swinging back on towards their side. Actually will leave us pretty much bang level either way, with that first dragon going over, of course, to Evil Geniuses, and as that turret goes down, we see there not even 100 gold difference between these two right now. Probably just a ward, probably a pink ward that Crepo's had there to put down between them. So all good stuff at this stage. Very, very close game. Very tense game as well. And you can understand why. Each can win it with this one, can book their place at Worlds. Gambit can lose it all, basically. If they lose this one, they're not going to go to Worlds. If they win this one, they've still got a long way to go with another game to play.
And I was actually just thinking back to those tiebreaker matches that we had last week. EG had the higher seed versus Gambit in their first playoff game, or tiebreaker game, and they chose red side. They were the higher seed in this game, and they chose the blue side this time. And they said earlier when they chose red because they want to be able to counter Gambit a little bit, let those two quote-unquote OP champions get through so they can pick them up. And this time they went for a little bit different. And I'm really curious to see if that's because they're more prepared for the blue side this time. Because right now, they're not having as strong as a start as they've had previously.
Well, it's probably because all Froggen's champions were going to be banned out anyway, so he's going to have to pick that mid lane up fairly early. Let's see. Their gold sticking very much even with 13 minutes 20 in this one. A slower pace game than last time. Tell exactly what's on the line between these two teams as well, but we do have the dragon coming up here in 40 seconds. That's going to be a big objective that is going to swing the goal finally to one of these two teams.
Yeah, and I really want to see, are we going to see some fights break out with their Snoopy? He's actually going to be able to, oh, he misses the band shots on the Voidal that potentially would have been able to pick up a kill. You also have to remember, Alex, he's a lot more on the line than just going to Worlds. He might not be able to go home if he loses. His wife won't let him back in the house.
Yeah, that's another motivational factor. We saw it in the video earlier. He basically said, my wife's not going to let me home. He's homeless after this. Possibly. Let's put that disclaimer in there because we never quite know. But that just kind of amplifies, obviously, what's going on. I'm pretty sure his wife will let him home even if they were to lose. But you get the point there. Pride on the line for these guys as much as anything else as well. Right now, are they going to be able to get in towards Genja? Snoopy.
He's committed a lot of time down here bottom, and he was spotted obviously earlier on, but he stuck around to go for that game, not to mention to go for the dragon that comes up, but Wicked getting caught here.
Yeah, Darian actually going to go heavily onto him from this one. We do see the jump away, the dark flat was interrupted, but look at that life steal back there for Wicked. The minion taking away on him, and he actually is able to walk away now. Froggen getting himself caught out. There go the strangle thorns, here come the rest of the team. Froggen flashes away, brilliant play. Are they going to get now on towards Alex? Box goes down, Voidal coming from the side. There's a flash away from Crepo. He's in no man's land right now. He's in the enemy jungle. There is the Requiem coming down. Froggen not able to survive that one. Crepo almost died to it as well. He will possibly be able to recall. Let's get down there to him because we are going to see Sona coming in towards the jungle, and he does. Just about
just
get back.
Barely in.
Just about.
And you see the burst potential coming out of that right there. Froggen, fantastic job to kill Diamond. And I think with Snoopy, he was able to keep his ultimate alive. As we're going to check out that replay real quickly, as Froggen, I mean, he kind of really gets caught here. He gets those plants down, he gets ultimate off, and he keeps the ultimate in range of his plants, so they get powered up even more. And Alex even takes a huge chunk of damage from that. Alex was even forced to commit that exhaust right there, just to kind of keep Crepo off of his back. And Alex feeling safe, even flashes to go for his ultimate right there, just to get out of range of Snoopy for a bandage toss, picking up the kill, picking up that blue buff, and really keeping Gambit even.
Froggen was actually really close to get out of that one, but as I said, caught with the plants down. So here we go then, Dragon is going to go over towards Gambit. Easy pick up for them, nothing that Evil Genius is able to do. That starts to build a lead in their favour as Genja takes a big hit of damage, but is he going to be able to finish off Yellow Pete? And actually not quite, as they start fighting outside the Dragon Pit here again. There is the curse of the sad moment. Diamond goes low. Crepo thrashing him down there. Darian also falling pretty low from this. And now Froggen is joining the fight. He doesn't have a flash available. Will he make the jump over? No. I'm just going to back off. And they're happy with the kill there.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be able to push middle down as well with their 4 men grouped up here. Not very healthy, but right now Alex really isn't in position. And they could easily go, I don't want to say easily, but they could go for a dive on him. It won't be that easy, especially with Darian sticking around. But great job, Ichi, at least pick up a kill right there. And hopefully for them, a turret.
Well done. Wow, Darian diving in there, wicked. Having his passive on that one, he's going to have to fly away from that. And again, struggling here underneath the turret. But we start to see now that Froggen building up some good AP. On the other side, Alex already got that Catalyst and Protector in with that tier stacking for quite a while now. 80 carries, Bloodthirster, Pickaxe, Yellow Pete once again going for that build that we've seen from time and time again. Yellow Thirster, Bloodthirster into Last Whisper on the other side. The Blade of the Rune King for Genja.
And currently Alex, he's sitting on about 2,800 gold to back with, so he's already doing quite a bit of damage. That power spike's gonna come through even more when he finishes that Rod of Ages. And that Blade of the Rune King on Genja, I mean, it's a pretty common item on Twitch because you do get the extra proc from that on your spray and pray through all those champions. And Yellow Pete. So let's go for that Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo. So his ultimate does a lot of damage. He can deal with anyone that jumps into him, which Darian and Diamond are going for, and helps give him that extra survivability with the Bloodthirster.
So one thing that is most definitely different this game around is that Darian is having a much better time of things, and you see that in his play, how much more confident he's feeling, how much more focused he is on the game. Last time around, obviously playing that Shen, he's kind of all over the place, getting caught out left and right. This time though, he's been starting off a lot of fights and has been dominating Wicked in some there. You can see the CS difference, but really being visible in the fights up there. Wicked's not really had his passive available much of the time.
Crepo getting caught here, actually ultimate coming out Jarvan.
Yeah, he's actually probably going to die here from this one. We did see Crescendo come down. Genja is able to come in and mop up that one. Now we'll leave him at 2-0. Pink Ward's going down as well. They want to try and steal blue. No, not quite. Well, actually, they are. They're going to stick around for this one. But Snoopy and Froggen are on the back side here, so they need to be careful. By careful, I mean just fast. Take it away before they can do anything.
Great job by Gamma just to catch Crepo out of position. That minion's still alive right there, so the blue hasn't been reset just yet. We do see, though, on your minimap, Diamond still sticking around and really trying to put the pressure on a Snoopy. They're really trying to control that jungle, which Diamond is so well known for.
And they may go for something new on this mid turret. Dangerous to dive the likes of Mumu and Azira, but Darian, he doesn't care. He's going straight in onto this one. They managed to get the first kill. Snoopy pops his ulti, but he's going to go down as well. Requiem did come in. LOP actually been hit there. And spray and pray, and Crepo, he's not safe here. Puts the box down, but they're going to get the kill anyway. Genja flashes from the turret. Can they get onto Yellow Pete? Not quite, he's out of range. Wicked wasn't obviously there. He's pushed down a turret in reply, but they're losing this mid-outer turret.
So they lose 3 deaths, they lose 1 turret for 1. Overall, just a poor engage by Evil Geniuses, or I guess you could say a fantastic engage out of Gambit. As we're going to catch the replay of that, and Froggen, Zara, a very squishy champion, just gets right on top of them, and they even lock them down in that whole Amuma ultimate mixed in with the Zara ulti, but Genja not being hit the whole time. Yellow Pete and Crepo weren't really there, and as we saw, Wicked was just in that top side, and Crepo, I'm not really sure why he went for that pull, because he just got locked down. Maybe he's hoping the box would keep them under the turret long enough that Yellow Pete would be able to pick up the kill, but as we saw there, it fortunately didn't work for him.
So a definitely different Gambit here in game number 2 than we saw in game number 1. Let's probably say the same for Evil Genius as well, running a different type of combination from this. After the ban stayed the same, but Darian took away Snoopy's Zac, which he would have picked again if that Zac was available to him. And
they're gonna
performance. They're gonna
go for it. They do have the plans down. Oh, we do see word coming from Darian, though. He's gonna be able to stop this right here. They committed at Pink Ward to kind of go for something like that, as we mentioned in the picks and bans. But great job again to stop that and turn it around. And right now, look at Alex. He is just walking all over at Froggen in terms of CS, pretty much 50 up at this point, 2-0 and 2. Not to mention almost a 2,000 gold lead currently.
This layway starting to really sting They land on two people. One of Aegis. Okay, the stuff got blasting one as well. They are going to hook Darian in there, but it's Darian. He's going to bounce around the team. There's a 3-man crescendo. Here come the rest of Gambit. They're going to lock them up there with the Cataclysm, and they managed to pick up 2 kills from that one. Can they go any further? I said 2 kills. I just made that up. I don't know. There weren't 2 kills at all. Darian died, and that was it.
He died twice though, at least, Joe. Maybe that's where you got the 2 from.
That's it. 2 kills on Darian.
Well, we do see Gambit. They're still being aggressive here. They want to push this turret. We do have the Crystal Side Moment coming up in just a second, though, so we could see potentially engage, but Froggen, he was back at base. Snoopy was back at base, and a great job by Gambit just to realize where they were and pick up that free turret.
The thing about Gambit is, if you give them a small lead, they will make it so much bigger, so much quicker than a lot of the teams around, you know? They capitalize on mistakes and any kind of advantage that you give them so often, as we see once again Crepo out of position. He's going to possibly go down from this one. Will be finished off there by Alex Hitch, but they're going to get the kill back on towards Alex, and as I say that, somehow manages to walk away there. He gets himself a double kill, and he's still alive, just walking away from this one. Yellow Pete tries to chase him, but 3 men going down instantly there, and they still weren't able to finish off the Carthus.
I don't think it's over just yet. Froggen quickly got here. He doesn't have flash to get away.
Yeah, and the Requiem is available now as well. There is the slow coming down from him. Tonya's going to be used here by Froggen, but that means he's vulnerable then to that Requiem. They're not even going to need it. It's a kill for Genja. He's now unstoppable at 5-0-4.
I don't know why EG went in for that engage, because the whole point of their composition is to have their ultimate stacked on top of each other. As you're going to see, Snoopy, he goes in, but Froggen, he's not really here in this fight. He doesn't have his ultimate available, because that was a perfect ultimate coming out of Snoopy right there, but then they just get spread out. They don't have that sustained damage that Gambit has with that Carthus, with Genja not even being hit, and they take that fight pretty easy out of Gambit, able to turn that around considering EG was the one to force the fight.
And right now Gambit headed down towards Dragon. No EG challenge from this one. And look at Darian. He is feeling so confident here as he dives in towards Yellow Pete. Genja comes out of stealth, not escaping that one. It's another kill coming down for Genja. 6-0-4, probably a turret as well.
And that Twitch is working out so well for him. And I feel kind of bad because in the matchup we talked about them not having a huge overlapping champion pool. As we've seen, Yellow Pete play Twitch quite a few times. I believe it was 6. And he's doing fantastic. Like you said, 6-0-4, has that Blade of the Rune King, has the money for Infinity Edge when he does go back. And to mention Alex, he's 4-0-3. Death Cup almost done. Gambit pushing this inhibitor turret. It looks like they want to finish the game soon.
Well, they are going to be able to take down that inhibitor. They're going on towards Snoopy. He will go across to the lantern there. But that pretty much leaves this inhibitor completely open for things. Are they going to be able to take that one down? Waves coming in up from Crembo, won't quite land onto its target. And that will mean that Gambit back away from this one with close to a 10,000 gold lead.
And we got to take a second here to look at what's happening. Gambit, when they take an inhibitor, they need to close out the game. Between these two teams facing off, the team that got the first inhibitor finished the game in 54 seconds. And that kind of shows that one team's gonna pick up Baron, they're gonna rush that inhibitor, and they're gonna rush for the win. And I really want to see Gambit. Are they gonna go for that Baron here?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say your stat means nothing in this game, because they're not gonna do it in 54 seconds. It's gonna take a little bit longer.
Well, the inhibitor hasn't gone down yet. EG was able to defend it.
Technicalities, I suppose. That may happen, but we're only 24 minutes into this one. So far been a very, very quick game between these two teams. Still, things could change around, but Gambit, they're not a team that really like to give up leads. I say that in all respect to EG, who have come back from an incredible deficit against Gambit before, obviously. Now Gambit actually setting things up here. Darian, is he going to slingshot in there? No. Realizes that Froggen decided to actually walk away from that one wisely enough, because Darian has not been scared to get down and dirty with that Let's Bounce.
Thing is, right now, with them having sword control, with the Oracle on board, as you see the gift coming out of EG.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's the right one here. Snoopy obviously going to be able to get his ulti down. There is a crescendo to stop them. Snoopy not actually ulted right now, and they're focusing on Wicked down on that backside. He's going to get that Bloodwell pop, but he's not going to be able to walk away from it. Darian picks up that kill. Yellow Pete goes down on the backside. Double kill in the end for Alex Hitch. And right now we see Darian diving over towards Froggen. He's in no man's land here. It's a case of time, a case of when he goes down from this. Snoopy did manage to get away. Froggen's Sonya's up. Diamond just slams down his sword, and that will be 4 deaths here from Evil Geniuses. Gambit not losing a single man.
Yeah, as we're seeing this replay, like Voido, he gets caught, but he flashes out of it. And you see Snoopy, he doesn't have a good position for an ultimate. He cannot lock down multiple members of Gambit, and because of that, because of Gambit's so spread out, they're able to pick them off one by one. And see on this top side, Alex just not being stopped at all. He's just able to hammer away. You see those lateways. We talked about them doing a lot of damage. You see it right there, and they're able to push them out. Of course, Froggen wouldn't be able to survive on that top side, but as you just saw, Gambit did pick up that Baron right there.
Baron picked up. That leaves them now 12,000 gold in the lead. And with the inhibitor about to go surely down, it's an open inhibitor there for the taking. That whole statistic of 54 seconds might not be so far away from reality at this point, with how far ahead they are with that Baron buff running.
And the thing is about Gambit is, over the regular season of the Summer Split, they've taken 14 Barons. That's the 7th lowest in the split. And that kind of means that they don't need Baron to finish. And if they do take it, they're just going to win on you. Like, they plan to win from it. They don't need to pick up multiple Barons to finish a game. And with that inhibitor open, with Gambit backing away with a lot of gold to spend, it's going to be very dangerous. I mean, Alex, he has a death cap done and another New Large Rod on top of that.
I think it's safe to say that Froggen's not playing Zyra anymore after this game. He's not had a good time of things. 1-4-1. Darian charging up here. Is he going to dive in? Yes, he is. Team's nowhere near him, but he's going in there. Let's Bounce coming down. He's going to get hooked up in the air as the ace in the hole comes through. Not really doing too much damage. That didn't get used at all. Froggen's going to die. Sonya's came out for him in the end, but that is Gambit picking up the first inhibitor of the game. Are they going to go down to the bottom, or are they going to try for the win?
I think they might go for the win here. I mean, they have the tankiest to do it. They have the Baron regen as Genji's just hitting it for fun. And they're going to be able to take this game back. Joe, we're going to see a third game.
We are going to be seeing a third game here. Alex finishing off that turret. He's actually got right into the middle of the team. They're going for more kills as the Curse of the Sand Mummy comes out. Crescendo comes back there. Diamond now on a killing spree as he picks off Wicked. Nice block from that one. I think Alex would have actually gone down from that one. Genji finishing off the second Nexus turret. They're going to finish off the Nexus itself, and we are going to game number 3 to decide our first and final team in from Europe to go to the World Championships.
Joe, you said Gambit, when they're in that high pressure situation, when their backs are against the wall, they come out swinging, and they really showed it right there, able to pull that game back in a very one-sided fashion. We finished off 17-4 for them, 49,000 gold to 34,000, and not to mention Alex, 6-0-7, we had Genji go 6-0-7, just ridiculous scores across the board.
You have to wonder now what this means for EG. Very confident, very solid win in game number 1. But see how hard it is for them in this. Look at Krepler, completely, I'd like to say chilled, but I don't think that's his chilled face right now. I think that's
a little frustrating.
That's his worried face at this point. I mean, winning game number 1 so convincingly, let's be fair, losing game number 2 so convincingly, it's really hard to call, isn't it? We've seen 2 games, they've both gone one-sided to one team. How do you possibly call game number 3?
I don't think you can. I think the only way you can go about it is play what you enjoy playing. I mean, EG, they did really well on the blue side. Gambit did really well on the blue side, but now EG's going to have blue side yet again for this third game. I don't want to say it's a big difference because statistically wise, there's not really a difference between who wins more on what side, but I mean, in the whole mentality though, I mean, just being on blue, you might think about it differently, and you might have a more confidence going into the game.
Well, both teams are going to have a bit of time to talk over things. They're definitely going to have a big plan going into game number 3 to decide who goes to Worlds. But for now, we're going to go over to Quickshot and Kobe to break down the key plays of Gambit's Game 2 win.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. It was a stark contrast, night and day from game 1 to game 2. All of a sudden, Gambit, they find the gear that they were missing and stalling on in game 1. Before we talk about the game, picks and bans. Zach and Aatrox this time around, we do see them in 2 teams' hands. Once again, EU sticking to the tried and true. But mid lane Zyra, did you see anything else that you liked or disliked from these comps?
So these comps were really Gambit. They stuck with the exact same bans, and they made their adjustment in their first pick. It seems like EG sort of reminded Gambit of the playstyle that they like to do, and going for those dives after they get ahead a little bit. First picking Zach meant the world to them. It changed everything. That took it away from Snoopy. That was his very comfortable jungler that he wanted to use. And with EG going with Aatrox after that, Wicked didn't even get to have his strong top lane Aatrox because Zach is so strong, and with just a little bit of attention from Diamond, Darian was able to own that one.
So we've seen another game where it was more about the tower dives and the in-your-face fighting that led to objectives. This time around, it was Gambit that was making it work for them. Were they doing anything exceptional, or was it just really that revive passive and diving in?
No, it was really Darian. After that little help from Diamond, he won his lane, and then he went to go dive. As soon as he got his Sunfire Cape, let's bring up the clip that we're going to show here. This is really an example of Gambit showing EG how they like to do the tower dives when they're the ones with the revive passive. All right, let's roll this clip. Here's going to come Darian in from the top. Not only does he get right onto Bragan, but he can finish off Bragan before the rest of the dive even gets there. And Snoopy trying to help him is just another casualty. Now Krepo even gets too close here. Genja's getting part of this, gets off his Blade of the Rune King, and that's enough to lock down another one. It's pretty much just a role reversals from the last game here. This was EG out of place. They had Wicked up top. Gambit were the ones with the map control. They shoved in early, went for the tower dive with the revive passive, took him down.
And you've got to give props to Alex Carthus as well. In that little clip, 19 minutes on the board, 240 CS to his name. His Requiems were really hitting hard.
So this is kind of why Gambit would have a hard time throwing this game away. Once they got their early lead, they had the Karthus and the Twitch in there for the end game. And EG, again, went with their AoE combo build, where they got the Zyra after they already had a support Thresh, because they tried to take away Thresh from Gambit, being one of their most favorite first picks. It didn't really come together. They, again, tried to have those two very big AoE ultimates, and they got spread out, weren't able to do the combo once again.
Well, we'll have to see in Game 3 whoever gets ahead in the early game, because both teams have the ability to just roll through their opponents. We do need to take yet another short break, but when we return, it is time for the third and final match between EG and Gambit. With a trip to the World Playoffs on the line. European LCS Regionals live from Gamescom Germany. We'll be right back.
I don't think it really matters too much whether we won or lost that match last year. It's really far in the past. Sure, we have those memories, but it's not really gonna influence the outcome of the game in any sense.
Regionals live from the lovely Cologne, Germany. It's time for the epic conclusion of this third place matchup between EG and Gambit, with a trip to Los Angeles for the Season 3 World Playoffs on the line. Now, Gambit was able to shake off their Game 1 beatdown and turn the tables on EG in that rematch.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit, they completely, I don't want to say for lack of a better word, but destroyed Evil Geniuses. I mean, overall, they went 17-4 and 55, only giving up those 4 deaths through the entire game. And that was just a great play for them overall. And part of the reason why was they got that first pick and broke up EG's dive comp by taking Zach and giving it over to Darren. He won his lane and dove all over lanes. As you heard Kobe and Quickshot talking about it, he was just, once he won his lane, once he got the turret, he was around the map, he was picking up those kills, and was really helping the rest of his team get a good, strong start. Another reason why was that Alexic was able to turn around his poor performance from Game 1 and show why he's Europe's all-star mid laner. He went 6-0 and 7 on his Karthus, with just amazing scores. Like, his ultimates in the first game wouldn't really put fear in the eyes of Evil Geniuses, but that time, him being able to get into the back line of EG and then still be able to flash away because of the control his team had, gave him the ability to go for that. And then Genja, his Twitch, was really able to clean up those team fights. He went 6-0 and 7 himself, and that just kind of shows that, you know, Gambit backs up against the walls. They're going to put out as much as they can. They're going to give it their all, and hopefully for them, come out for a victory.
So one thing that I do have to admit, Jason, I hate you a little bit for being so right about all this statistical stuff, because Gambit did take down the first inhibitor at 27 and 26 seconds into the game, and they ended it at 28 minutes and 6 seconds. So all those stats that you brought out there actually proven once again to be correct. And we said it often that Gambit aren't a team that really rely on Baron. Yeah. If they feel they've got an advantage, they'll quite happily win the game without it and leave the risky play of taking Baron to, and just win the game without it. This time around they pick Baron. You can guarantee that when they do have a Baron, they want to win right there.
And yeah, I think it's 11 games we've had in the summer split in the normal season where Baron wasn't taken. Gambit was 3 of those games, and that kind of shows they don't need it, and that's what makes them so scary. Like, if they get an early lead, like you said before, if they take a finger, they take your whole arm, they don't give up on their aggression. If they get that strong early lead, they're going to keep making it grow throughout the entire game, and that's where teams have a hard time shutting them down. Think back to week 2 with Alternate versus Gambit. Alternate was known for being hyper aggressive and teams not being able to deal with it, but Gambit, they out-aggressed them. They were able to put out that pressure that Alternate couldn't deal with back then, and they were able to take those games. And it seems like the boot camp they had in Kiev kind of refreshed their memories of like, oh yeah, that's what makes us such a good team. We should probably start doing that again.
So what do we think to EG's comp in that second game? Because they almost went halfway towards, the curse of the bullet time. Like,
yeah, I don't see, to me.
Then they pick Caitlyn. Like, I didn't really understand why they went halfway there, picking an AP Zyra mid with an Amumu, and then picking up the Caitlyn and a Thresh in there as well. Like, it was a little bit strange, the whole thing.
It definitely was. I was really curious to see why Misfortune wasn't picked as well. And I don't know, to me, in that game alone, I mean, just that game, not looking at how the comps were going to work, it didn't really matter for them because they got set so far, behind in the early game. It doesn't matter if you have a late game team composition if you can't make it to that late game, and that's what both teams really had, but Gambit were able to get the gold early on, just to get the items they needed to really force these fights. And I don't know, I think it goes back to the fact that Yellow Pete likes Caitlyn so much, and he's done so well, and I mean, the numbers prove it, and fortunately, obviously didn't help out that game.
Well, let's talk about bans here, because we've seen constantly that both games that we've already had, the bans were identical. Fizz, Ari, Twisted Fate banned both games by Gambit against, I was going to say EG, but against Froggen, basically. We saw him in game number 1 playing this Orianna. Was amazing. His Orianna was amazing.
Yeah, and then
picked Zyra second, and that wasn't quite as amazing. You can see they're N-rated, just sat there in the crowd like, chilling behind people. He's obviously in the middle of the fans right now, but watching with bated breath, no doubt, because there's no way that, at least this is my thinking, I might be totally wrong with this, of course, that they've practiced this Zyra, otherwise Froggen wouldn't have brought that to the table in game 2 of a best of 3 to go to a World, but it just didn't work for them.
Yeah, I don't think N-Rated would let that one slide through, and I mean, he's got to be just as nervous as they are, just like you're saying, because it's his livelihood as well. He wants to be there at Worlds. He's the analyst of the team, and to be able to analyze the top teams of the world coming together for this, it gives him so much work to do and so much pride to see his team win because of what he's been able to do, all the work he's been able to really accomplish. And right now, Evil Geniuses, I mean, the bans, like you said, Evil Geniuses banned out Zed, Evelyn, Cassie in every single game. Zach is one to me, though, that might see banned out of Gambit, though, instead. Maybe take Twisted Fate out of that and put Zach in instead, or maybe, you can't let Froggen have Fizz or Ari, and you can't let him have Twisted Fate either, but that champion has been so dominant in both games we've seen today.
So the question is then, if you leave Twisted Fate up, do you leave Fizz open as well for yourself? Since Gambit are going to be on the red side here, since they're going to have the final pick of the game, there's so many mind games in this one. Like, you have 3 bans, and we've seen how difficult it is to put those bans wisely against your opponents. Like, where do they go? Where do you put those bans realistically?
I like how you said the mind games there too, because that's the whole point of them. We talked to teams so many times where you leave one really strong champion open, then the blue side gets to first pick them. So to counter that, you leave 3 really overpowered champions open, and then they only get 1 and you get 2 of them. So it's like the whole back and forth kind of thing. And I don't know, I really would imagine bans would stay generally the same, but if EG gets Zach, the Gambit has to pull something out to counter completely, or they're going to get just rolled over. And remember, what's at stake? World Finals. Last game for both these teams to be able to get into Season 3 World Finals, where they were both there in Season 2, finishing 3rd and 4th place. I don't think it's an option to really lose this game.
Well, it's not an option, is it? I mean, you've almost lost an entire year of your work. Obviously, they're going to be, it doesn't matter what happens in terms of who wins and loses for next season. For the spring split of Season 4, these teams are all safe right now. So it's not that. We're talking about the World Championships here. We're talking about the opportunity to become the best player, or the best team, and with the 5 best players with that in the world. And that is a lot of pressure on these guys. Like, they're in front of a lot of people here. We're into game number 3. Like, the stakes don't really get higher until you go Worlds, in this moment right here.
I really can't imagine, after putting in a year of work in CLSS for these teams, for them to not go to Worlds, like how disappointed they must be or something like that, because like you said, this is their livelihood. I mean, obviously they're qualified for Season 4, so it's not as bad, but you want to show the world that, we've been working for a year, we're one of the best teams here, we are one of the best teams in Europe, and they want to win the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, and the fact is that with that work that they've put in there, that's a lot of time invested. That is a lot of work that they've gone down into that one. And it all comes down to game number 3 right here. We are in Champions Select, so or we were slightly, for a little while, in Champions Select. We're going to be going back in there in just a moment, which again gives us time to kind of theorize when it comes to the bans. I expect Gambit maybe not even to bother changing again. I mean, they've already done it 2 games in a row. They got stomped in game number 1, and they still went with the same bans in game 2.
I think the real question is, so let's forget about Zach. Obviously, he was really strong in those 2 games, but Genja, look at his turnaround from game 1 to 2. He played Varus game 1, got shut down. He got destroyed. Game 2, his Twitch was fantastic. Does he go for that Twitch again? Does he go back to Varus? Does he maybe go back to Misfortune? And we talked in the featured matchup, because it was between these 2 AD carries, that both of them, if they want to win the game, if their team wants to get into the Worlds, they have to step up.
So there he goes. Direction like Ashe. We've seen Genja is the most prolific Ashe player here over in Europe, so
I think Candy Panda might be a little sad by that. A little bit.
So many questions coming into this game, and only 3 bans to really answer them with. But I think you're right with the Zach pick. That's like number 1 at this point. Both teams have played it in their victory games in this best of 3. It's gonna feature in game 3 in some way, whether that's a ban or a very early pick. It's not. If it goes through the bans, it's either in the first pick for EG or the first 2 picks for Gambit.
And what's funny is that it was in different roles for both teams. Game 1 it was in the jungle on Snoopy, who did amazing on it. Game 2 was on Darien, and the thing is, we talked about Darien so many times that if he goes on tilt, he seems to just kind of stay on tilt, and he kind of just seems to push lanes out, ends up dying over and over again, and teams can take advantage of that. I mean, what do you do with him? And I guess only time's going to really tell us here what team wants to take it, or are we going to see it banned?
Well, just to recap for you, in case you're just joining us, this of course is the 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker game. The winner is going to Worlds. The loser is watching from home, and it all comes down to this third and final game. We are now into World Champions League, so let's have a look what's going to go through. Well, seems like it's going to be a similar thing.
This is the key thing,
Evelyn, Zed, Fizz, Ari, Twisted Fate, or Zach.
That is I think that's what Gambit's asking themselves. They're not even sure. I mean, we saw the bans come in very quickly over those first two games. They do take it away, so we will have Twisted Fate left open for Evil Geniuses, and it looks like they want to pick that up.
Yeah, and that Fizz was banned out, which again, I said that before, like, if you're going to leave the TF in there, you're going to leave the Fizz in there as well.
I think Froggen's more deadly on Fizz than he is on Twisted Fate.
And that's the thing, if they'd have kind of called their bluff on the Fizz first, they'd be like, well, I can't go Twisted Fate now, can I? Just counter myself with that one. But obviously it leaves the Aatrox open, it leaves the Shen open for them here. And Gambit may secure two, right now, very strong picks.
And Darren, I mean, like we said before, his first game that he played where he didn't die was on a Shen. Obviously, we really didn't see much of that in the first game, but Shen just a strong champion. And also, you kind of match the global presence that Twisted Fate can put out. So if he ults somewhere on the map, follow that up with the Shen ult to counter that, and it pretty much makes it like a 3-on-3 fight when it previously was a 2-on-2.
So Twisted Fate has obviously featured a lot in bans and picks. Like, he's up there in the 90% range in terms of the amount of games that he's been banned and picked. His win ratio is nowhere near the 90% range though.
Yeah, I remember it actually dropped really heavily. After the first, I think it was 4 weeks coming into the summer split, it was banned out every game.
Yeah.
And then it would start to let through, and people forgot how to play him necessarily because of that. They were losing game after game after game, and only, I think, one of the few teams that still was able to play Twisted Fate really well is Lemon Dogs and I think Gambit. And Froggen, I mean, he's an amazing player, so I'm not going to doubt that he's been working on his Twisted Fate, but it's going to show here. I mean, he's going to have to come up big for his team.
Another thing that I'm interested in is we are going to see Jarvan locked down for Snoopy, and I'm guessing his Thresh may stay as well for Crepo. What is Wicked going to bring to the table? What is Wicked going to play? Because the Zac is out of there, the Aatrox is gone, the Shen is gone. It's
played
Renekton, Malphite are the two that obviously then come into mind as to what Wicked can actually play this kind of crunch situation.
Maybe Rumble.
A Rumble.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm thinking back to the whole Jarvan Rumble ultimate combo that works really well with the Cataclysm coming down, and he's never had a bad Rumble. I mean, that was pretty much his three, was that Rumble, Shen, and Malphite, and why not pick it up here? I mean, you can do really well in lane, you can be so strong in the team fights, and with EG right now, they're kind of working towards that.
Well, we have seen the Karthus locked in here for Alex Hitch. 3 out of 3 is going to go with that Karthus, and mixed results obviously that he's had with that one, but I'll be hoping that this one is a positive for them, as Zyra was taken away here as well for Voidal. So, funnily enough, we talked about, you know, leaving the mid laners till last, the ability to counter. They actually come in very early because of that first pick, Twisted Fate.
Kennen, how did we forget about Kennen?
Kennen.
Oh, wow. I mean, he had so many good games on that against Alternate in the 2 that they won. I completely forgot about that champion, but...
Yeah, now I feel silly because, you know, we look towards the Malphite, which, by the way, against Alternate was not very strong for them. The Kennen, though, he played in both games that they won in there, so... This is most likely going to be that Kennen coming out. Caitlyn for Yellow Peak, well, that's no surprise whatsoever. As we've already talked about in the earlier games, he's playing loads of Caitlyn and doing really well on it right now. On the other side, that Zyra coming out there, will we see that Ashe coming in for Genja as well?
That's what I want to know. I think it's going to be Ashe or Twitch. As far as, like I said before, it wasn't that strong, but Varus actually might work out really well just because of the control with the Zyra ultimate, but the Ashe Initiate, you can never underestimate that, and you don't want EG engaging upon you with the whole Jarvan Cataclysm. Mix that in with Kennen's ultimate, and not even the box coming out of Crepo. Like, that means Yellow Pete's going to be very safe, that means Froggen's going to be very safe, we're going to be able to put out so much damage against Gambit, and if Alex's flash isn't up, you zone him from the fight completely.
Well, it seems like Varus or Ashe is not quite on the mark for this one. It's going to be Misfortune locked in for Genja. Again, another champion which he's very familiar with, starting to really bring her back a little bit more over the past couple of weeks.
And I remember he played it so much in the spring split. He stopped playing it in summer, but when he finally did pick it up, he had some fantastic games on her. So it's definitely it's not a bad move on his part, and I guarantee he's feeling very confident. And Misfortune, actually, yeah, it was in the Super Week in week 9 when they came back from the boot camp. We saw his Misfortune where we used to previously see it farming off by herself, you know, not really participating in the team fights, to finally push up the lane, go to the team right away, and force these fights. So maybe we're going to see that come into play. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be either one of these teams with what's at stake still.
No, it's times like this where you're glad for, you know, being able to watch this game without that pressure, because I don't want to know what they're feeling right now. All, as we said, a year's work gone into getting towards those Worlds Finals. They are the end goal every single season, and for one of these teams, both of which were at Worlds last year, EG obviously finishing third at CLG EU back then, one of them is not going to be there. That's a huge deal.
It really is, and it kind of shows like the new blood that's come into Europe. Lemon Dogs surprising pretty much everyone, even us, at how dominating they were throughout the entire split. Well, minus the first couple of weeks, but I mean, yeah, if these old guard teams want to stay in here and stay the best, they have to keep working on everything. They can't let their skills slide at all. And right now, we're going to find our final team going into Worlds from Europe.
Yeah, all down to this one last game. I expect a pretty passive start to things just because of that, just because of everything that's on the line. That we've seen two games that have not been close, if we're honest. A very stompy game for EG in game number 1, the same for Gambit then in game number 2. Hopefully that balances itself out, which means game 3 is going to be awesome.
I'm definitely hoping so. I know everyone at home is hoping for the same thing. I mean, stomps, they're kind of fun to watch, but you want to see that back and forth action, one team taking the advantage, other team taking it back. But Joe, we're finally moving in.
Here we go then, game number 3, Evil Geniuses versus Gambit. This game to decide who goes to LA, who watches it from home. And which team that's going to be is anyone's guess, I think, right now. After two very one-sided games, we come into this one to decide who is going. The fans definitely behind EG. Wait, are they seeing Gambit?
I think so.
Oh no, it's EG. Okay. How could I be fooled by that one? This crowd has been behind EG the whole week. We shouldn't. We can't, you know, beat around the bush on that one. We have a lot of Evil Geniuses fans in the house. And, well, if you guys here in the crowd are loud enough, it certainly plays a big part onto the whole momentum thing and the whole adrenaline factor, I think we can say, on stage here. Level 1, I would be very, very, very surprised to see any kind of action.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right on that one. You see just both teams lining up across the middle. They don't want to lose the game off level 1. You don't want to look back and realize all your hard work throughout that year was gone off of just one fight, just off one misplay in the beginning of the game. And it looks like we will see lane swaps come in for Evil Geniuses. They're sending Yellow Pete and Krempo top lane, while Genja and Boyle are going to be bottom here against Wicked. And I think that's kind of Gambit expecting that and wanting to shut down Wicked, who's just done phenomenally well on this Kennen over these past couple of days.
Yeah, it really has. And again, apologies to Wicked really for forgetting about his Kennen, because you know, we were thinking the Malphite Renekton routes, but his Kennen was sublime against Alternate. And my bad for missing that one out there, because he has been great so far with that champion. We'll see what he can bring to the table here today in our final match against Gambit. But these 2v1 lanes, while we're on that topic of the Kennen, who's going to have the better time of these?
Well, Wicked obviously has the range. He has the ability to farm away from the turret. He also lasts his under turret really well with that Doran's Blade, so he's going to be able to farm quite well. But Darien, he should have quite a huge amount of sustain with that Doran's shield, with his Q, which heals him if he hits that target. But as you see right now, because of the range difference that Yellow Pete has versus the range difference that Genja has, it's kind of giving away in favor of EG.
So, let's see how that one all develops in there. Yellow Pete got off to a strong start in terms of the farm. Looking down some of these starting items here, Froggen actually going for the boot streak hot start here on that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, he wants to be very aggressive against Alex. He wants to be able to hit those gold cards, and Alex has to be very careful. He's going to have to invest quite a bit into Wall of Pain multiple times if he doesn't want to be ganked. And remember, Snoopy, he made so many phenomenal ganks versus Alternate with this Jarvan. He needs to make plays like that happen yet again, and he's already sent it towards the bottom.
Let's see if he can get into this one, sneaking in towards that brush and leaving Kennen Jarvan versus Misfortune and Zyra, and, well, in the end, shows himself there with the flag toss coming out, and that should mean that Gambit don't have any troubles down on this bottom lane. But look at that already, a 10 CS lead coming out for Yellow Pete. That's strong early on, and it is, of course, very early, so that can really change around very quickly. It's Diamond coming down towards that bottom lane. Half health, but because of the Bloodwell, can be a little bit more aggressive with that Aatrox at lower health.
Not to mention the damage he puts out just early on in the game, and You know, one thing EG did very smart is the fact that they did pull that lane swap in. And one thing that makes Shen so strong in these 1v2s is the fact that he can taunt you under tower, make you take a couple of hits, and you're going to have to flash away to get away from it. And when that's down, he does the same thing over again and can pick up kills. Not to mention, he's very hard to gank in a 3v1 with that taunt available, and that's why Stupid is really committing his time down towards his bottom lane.
Froggen in this mid. Having a bit of free time there as Karth has left out on that lane. Down in the bottom, Diamond has actually come through the brush onto the bottom side, and pretty sure he's spotted him there as Crepo and Darian going to face off on that top side of the map as well. But exactly as we thought here, a game which could probably see a very delayed first blood. I suppose could also get very explosive very quickly from on the same token from that one, when one team really sees an opportunity and puts everything in there to seize it.
I really want to know, if one team does get a big lead, are they going to do it tutorial style, taking down all those inhibitors, or are they going to be very aggressive and try to go for some big plays? And obviously with high risk comes high reward, and we're going to see as the game obviously does develop on. But, you know, Froggen on this Twisted Fate, when he hits at level 6, as well as I would say in level 6, that's where we're going to start to see how this game's going to go. Are they going to interact with these other lanes? Are they going to try to pull up ganks? And I think Froggen might try to gank bottom as his like first real chance.
Well, he's actually headed back home right now. Almost 40 CS under his belt, and will come back into the lane with 2 Doran's rings and an Ant Tome. So it's a decent amount of power early on for Froggen's Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to rush that Sheen for some extra auto attack damage. Diamond doing what he did earlier on, trying to counter jungle Stoopy as much as possible, but Stoopy's heading up towards him. They actually could potentially close out on him. The Dark Flight's going to get away, and Pete and Crepo doing a great job in this top lane, farming up quite a bit. And I believe they actually have some decent damage down onto that turret.
Yeah, really nicely mobile, the Aatrox to get away from any possible danger. Alex actually headed home here as well. Didn't quite hit level 6 before he went back. Froggen, though, has now got level 6. Without Alex in the lane, this could actually be dangerous.
I think with these sword boots that Alex just picked up, he's looking to go for some ganks on the side, or not him ganking, but Diamond coming around into these lanes and ganking. But we do see Froggen already head up towards his top side. But remember what I said earlier, Shen is really hard to die 3v1. If anything, I think he's just coming up here to take this turret down.
And EG have got some experience diving to Shen in the 3v1 scenario, but it looks like they are going to go for it. Froggen there, got to get the stun up. He's actually tanking the turret there as he switches up to the minions. They're doing this one nicely. Darian down to below half HP, but they're taking too much damage. Here comes a Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Crepo going very low. Diamond actually going to go back from this one as he jumps in. Flayback, but first blood goes to Diamond. And again, a 3-man dive for EG, going pear-shaped and giving up first blood.
I'm trying to think, how many times has that happened for them? Unfortunately, Alex, I mean, he had the money to go for the Catalyst, and I said a little bit earlier, with those sword boots, he wants to be able to ult into these side lanes with that penetration. Right now, Diamond able to make his way up towards that top side to turn that around, where Darian, he tanked them for so long under that turret, able to survive, and even still has his flash available if he wanted to use it. So great job again, a fantastic start.
Yeah, and that's the start that Diamond has been looking for these, it seems like in a lot of games recently. You know, he's talked about him being a little bit more quieter recently, not quite being the beast that we all remember Diamond for, but you know, this time around getting off to that good start is certainly going to help him to play out a lot. So he's got boots on that Doran's Blade in there, other items coming down. Shen adding that Giant's Belt in there, double Doran's Blade as well for a Wicked's Cannon.
And we do have lane swaps coming back in yet again, as we're going to see Pink Cripple head down towards bottom to go against Genja and Voidal. And with that not the Sunfire Cape, the Giant Spell that Diamond is able to pick up, that just makes it so hard for him to die in this lane. And Wicked, he invested into those double Doran's Blade to really provide some harass and make it a lot easier to last hit, but I'm not really sure he has the damage yet at all to really combo Darian down. So, if anything, I think Ichi's just going to leave him alone in this top lane.
And there are the stats for Wicked as well. A lot of assists on those 2 wins versus Alternate. 19 assists with his 6 kills and 6 deaths coming in. And that's the kind of statistics that he's looking to reproduce here against Gambit.
Froggen hasn't used his ultimate just yet, but he does have that Sheen now. And we've always seen Twisted Fates, as we do see a hook land on the Boyle here, but I don't know if they're going to commit to it as no one else is here, but we've seen Twisted Fates, you know. If they can be aggressive early on, if they can get rolling, if they can get like a couple or a kill or 2 early, then they can really become a nuisance. But the thing is with Froggen, he doesn't do that too much from what I remember on him playing Twisted Fate. He likes to play the late game on him where he just split pushes you all day, and he has a Lich Bane coming, so you might see that come into play.
Now, with that Sheen in there, there is an opportunity for him to get in there. It's very, very strong at this point already. The question is, where do the opportunities really arise from? Gambit obviously going to be playing a little bit more defensive naturally just because of that Twisted Fate in there and the possibility that he can offer up. This bottom lane being fairly quiet, and as I say that, the hook landing in towards Boyle, Snoopy coming around, and Boyle actually flashing away completely from that one. Diamond was there to back things up, but that could have turned into a messy 3-on-3.
I'm really surprised Voidal flashed. Yeah, he obviously had to flash to get away, but he was trying to bait them in. Diamond knew that Snoopy was bottom because of that ward in that second bush, and they wanted to be able to turn that around, but unfortunately for them, they were able to escape. Still, just only one kill coming in. Pretty much 500 gold difference between these two teams 10 minutes in.
So pressure now on towards this bottom turret. Ward's going down in there. When Snoopy around, they know that going under the tower here could be very dangerous. Is Genji actually going to get home? They're going to go for the fight. Here's a Requiem comes down. Stranglethorn's going to knock them up, and the bullet time goes through. That's two kills for nothing down in that bottom lane. We did see Shen die on the top side. And, well, they picked up the kill there as well. I mean, that was just fantastic for Gambit.
Yeah, you cannot forget about these ultimates, these global ultimates that they have. Alex is just sitting in middle lane, picking up these assists left and right, as we're going to see the replay come in, and Diamond just jumping straight into the back line with that Shen ult on top of him. And the thing was, look at Snoopy and Crepo. Because they got knocked up by Voidal, they could not drop the Cataclysm. Snoopy died, and it kept Froggen in there, so he was able to be picked up. And sort of picture-perfect dive out of Gambit right there.
That went pretty much as wrong as it could have gone right there in that one. And that will end at 4-for-1 for Gambit, and look where they were spread over as well.
And the thing is, it's not usually Gambit in this game so far that's really made the aggression. It's EG that's been kind of going for the aggression, at least with the first blood, and Gambit taking a complete advantage of that. And with what they've been able to build up, I mean, they have assists across the board on everyone. They have kills across the board except onto Alex, who's been able to get those 4 assists, but able to sit middle and just keep farming as much as possible. And if EG want to be able to have hopes of taking this win, taking a chance at going into World Final or into the Worlds, they need to pull something back here very soon.
Well, pressure coming down into that bottom lane by EG. Alex Hitchens has come back towards mid to alleviate any push on that side of things. Got his Catalyst now, the Sorcerer Shoes from earlier on, and that tier already stacking up. On the other side, Lich Bane coming close to completion here for Froggen. It's where it becomes very dangerous, and also, no real surprise, Wicked headed up towards that Sonya's Hourglass as early as he possibly can. Already got the Seeker's Arm Guard in.
Even considering that he wasn't a 1v2, he's still doing relatively well. He's sitting at 65 CS as Froggen cut towards his top side, and they already have that turret down. They want to kind of gank Darien when he overextends, when he overcommits, and they're not really able to just yet, as Snoopy's still sticking around bottom, but I believe he was spotted by that plant, so he's going to have to be back, or he's going to have to back out, and considering how well he did against Alternate, he's been shut down so well by Gambit this game.
Certainly has, and probably needs to step things up, honestly. This is the kind of game where everyone needs to hit a certain level. So far it's Gambit with that brilliantly executed push and dive on that bottom turret that come out front 4-1 winners in kills. They're almost 2,000 gold ahead as well, which, considering it's been a slow start, a slow 12 minutes here at the start of this one, that is a big amount of gold.
And the thing is, they got kills bottom, you know, as we just saw earlier on, and they took Dragon right after that. So they get kills, they take objectives, and that's what makes a good team really great, your ability to do that. And Froggen still has yet to ultimate during this game. Looks like he might be heading down bottom though, because he's kind of prepared for it, he's kind of moving towards it. And with Snoopy down there, that could be exactly what they need to really turn this game around.
And that Snoopy just waiting off in the wings. Wondering if he can actually get something going. There we go, Lantern Guy coming down. The flash came out as well there from Crepo. They're going out towards Genja. Is he going to be able to escape this one? Froggen's coming down. Yellow P picks up the 1 kill. Voidal now, he's going to fall as well. It's a double kill for Yellow P.
That is exactly what they needed to get back that game is Yoki getting the 2 kills onto him, particularly as we've seen him be able to carry games earlier on in these playoffs with that Caitlyn alone. That's fantastic play to them. We're going to catch a little bit of replay of that in Crepo. That flash play, wow, out of him was phenomenal. We just see a fight breaking out.
Chasing down, barrier comes out there. Darian not done, he's going to flash into this one. Puts Eve9 down, they might get 2. The slow comes down to Crepo. Exhaust under the turret. Diamond's trying to get onto him, but the box has completely got him. There we are going to see that blood well being popped. Diamond will be able to walk away from that one. Gambit turn around another 2 kills.
So 2 for 2 trade there in the end, and Wicked was able to get a lot of damage onto that top turret, however. Was able to kind of counter that as best as he could, but Darien, again, ultimate down, kills picked up. And if he keeps on that pace, he's going to become so tanky that no one can deal with him on an EG, and he's going to have to keep, or he'll be able to split push, which he didn't get to do in that first game.
So EG now gathering up middle. Lich Bait is done for Froggen, and that means turrets don't last very long, or certainly won't when he actually gets the opportunity to put down some damage onto them. Alex and Boyle coming toward this mid lane to try and cover that one. You see chunks of damage coming out. Wicked not too bad himself with that double Doran's Blade in there. I see his auto attacks might be doing a decent amount of damage as well. So this turret's certainly not safe here for Gambit, but that 6-3 kill lead that they have currently puts them 2,500 gold up.
And right now, I really don't expect too many fights to break out. I'm really looking to this next Dragon to be the big contest for both of these teams, where you pick up a couple of kills, as we saw Gambit do earlier on, you can get a nice, huge gold lead. And it looks like, with that pink ward on Snoopy, that's exactly what they're planning to do. Maybe they want to push this turret down, they go for a Dragon relatively soon right after that.
So this turret, bullet time coming across, delay EG a little bit there, as we are going to see a battle in middle. Boydle burning here from the Ignite, is it enough? No, not quite. But it's enough to secure the turret down that bottom lane. Bullet time coming out from Genja wasn't enough. Snoopy just tanked it straight up.
Yeah, he doesn't do too much damage yet. He went for that triple Doran's Blade yet again. It's like patented triple Doran's Blade build. Dragon will be up in about a minute though, and Froggen, he's been holding down this top side, but because of that, Gambit's like, alright, we'll get your middle turret.
And they're going to take it. Nothing that Ken and Wicked can do about that one. Nice bit of counterplay there coming out from Gambit. That will level us up then on the turrets. And different turrets that have gone down as well. Both outer bottom turrets down. The mid outer there for EG is down, and the top outer turret from Gambit fell earlier on to Wicked. Plus that inner turret took a lot of damage as well during that last fight.
And that might be exactly why Froggen's top lane, or at least sticking towards that side. Maybe he wants to apply that pressure, get those turrets down while they can. And I wouldn't be surprised if EG now concede the Dragon, but apply pressure while Froggen does split push that top lane. But Darren doesn't have his ultimate up just yet. He can't really get down into this Dragon fight, so they, in the end, could potentially have a 5-on-4 if Froggen does come.
Yeah, literally nobody there at this point. They're going to kick that one off. They've got no vision of it either. There is a ping going down, so they know that Dragon is actually there. As Snoopy slide through, Alex just sidestepped it there. Didn't get knocked up. And the Dragon is going to go over to Gambit Gaming. That's going to increase their lead significantly.
And we have to keep in mind, he's looking for a fight here. All this would be very bad. Well, they're able to escape. But because they took that Dragon very early, after that kill bottom, EG didn't really have a 100% for sure time on it. Obviously, they knew it was going to be done. And because of that, Gambit was able to take advantage of it, able to pick it up for free, and extend their gold lead to now 3,500.
3.5k. Not masses, but still a gold lead nonetheless. Leaves Gambit in a prime position as we are going to see Darren here, possibly in a little bit of trouble. Going to get the taunt down on towards Wicked. He's pretty tanky by now because of that 2 kills, 3 deaths, 3 assists that he's got. No deaths up until now. But Gambit are going to be making a play on this inner turret in the mid lane. Big chunk of damage in there as a hook.
They can take it.
Gonna hit a minion. They can take it.
Little Peak's not in position to stop this. Wicked's coming down still from that top side, and Gambit, they can take this and force a fight right off the back with it if they want.
Well, very, very close there, but being defended nonetheless. So EG actually going to keep that alive. You can see that they start to push out that mid lane a little bit, try and force those minions further back up the lane. You don't want Gambit to be able to just waltz on in there and finish off that turret. Other items coming out now as well. Needlessly large rod picked up by Froggen. So that's added to his power. That Rod of Ages on the other side for Alex Itch's Karthus is now finished.
And you saw right there in that top lane just previously that Wicked and Darien, the dual potential out of both of them, where Darien really shuts them down with that tanking he has. And you see Snoopy sticking towards the side, but they don't really have the damage to kill him. And Frog, and he's heading towards the top as well. But they're kind of trying to split them up. They're trying to go for a middle turret here.
Oh, hook coming through there from Crepo. Royal able to just step back from it, get out of range, and avoid the danger from that one. So it's still, you know, despite the 9 kills that we've had up to now, which is actually more than I was expecting, to be honest, at this point of the game, we've gone to a bit more of a passive stage again, but we know how those kind of games can turn extremely explosive very quickly. Now, Diamond and Gambit are all grouped up in this mid lane. There are 4 of them there. Shen, of course, doesn't really need to be there. He could just join in later on with that Stan United. And with that middle turret so low, that's obviously a very big lure for Gambit right now. That's a juicy target for them.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about the strength of taking down that middle turret. You see the pressure it's been able to apply to EG right now because with Gambit just grouped up middle, they force all of EG to sit middle and defend against it with the turret already very low, and that allows Darien to split push right now. He's already doing some damage onto that top turret. He's getting even tankier, even more farm, and EG, I mean, with Yellow Pete trying to split push every once in a while just to try to catch up, he's not really able to pick up as many items as he'd like to.
So Frogner just pushed him away from that one, but at the end of the day, it's the Shen. He's going to be able to join straight into that fight. Obviously, Twist of Fate has to be really the one that stops him in this composition. There's no one with a teleport or anything for Evil Geniuses here, so they know that Twist of Fate and his Destiny Ultimate are really all they've got to stop that one happening, as the red buff was just taken away there by Diamond. So nice little invade coming out of Gambit, and that's what happens to you slowly when you start to lose those mid turrets, that your jungle becomes a lot more vulnerable then.
Oh, Snoopy might get caught here, it does get slowed.
Yeah, slowed down, but he'll be able to slide away. He's Jarvan, no problem.
Yeah, and I mean, we've always talked about Gambit being very aggressive, doing a lot of counter jungling. They're showing their strength right now. They have that middle turret down, and they're trying to take away everything possible. They're taking away the red, they're taking away as many camps, and they're still trying to, I say, catch up in their top lane and their AD carry in terms of CS, but all these assisted kills under their belts, they've been able to surpass them here. Alex, with that blue, they have great siege potential, great wave clear.
So we talk about Shen and, you know, his split push potential, but despite the fact that Darien has spent so much time up there, he's actually behind in CS, and if you look at that lane, just from the minimap, you see that he's, at this point, not been that effective in what he's trying to do.
Well, look what you have on EG's side. I mean, you have Wicked who can wave clear extremely quickly. Froggen can do the same. Because of that, they can shove a lane a lot quicker than he can shove back. And Wicked get a little bit low right there. He does have his Zonya's Hourglass done as well as Froggen, so we could see an engage coming for them where they have that ability to be untargetable. But Froggen right now, he's pushing that bottom lane. He wants to get some damage onto that bottom turret.
Yeah, but the fact is, if they manage to take the cannon out of the game and that incredible damage that comes out of his ultimate, surely that's a win-win situation for him. Froggen is pushing down onto that bottom inner turret. Middle inner turret has already gone down. You can see the hook landing there on towards Gambit, but that Bloodload not really the target that EG are looking for. And Gambit actually sticking around for this one, but they've sent Shen down to that bottom lane to counteract Froggen. And the thing is, at this position of the map right now, if Gambit were to fight, it will be a 5v4 because of the fact that that Twisted Fate is not going to be able to get over there.
And Froggen, he has to be very aware of that. But I mean, they could get engaged upon, but you don't, just like I said, you don't want to fight when you know it's going to be a 4-on-5 for you. It's like an advantageous fight. And they're able to push Gambit away as Gambit going to take away the blue. So they're already able to take away the red previously. Now they're taking away the blue, so now Froggen won't even have the ability to pick that one up. Oh, actually, they moved back away because the fight is kind of breaking out here.
Yeah, fight breaking out. We are going to see Destiny being activated here. Snoopy going to jump on towards Alex with that Cataclysm. Here comes Wicked from the side, but he's not doing anything with it. We are going to see the Requiem coming down. A lot of damage coming in. Snoopy somehow manages to survive that one. Wicked actually Zonya through all the damage. And that will actually end with a 1-0 for EG.
Well, that's exactly what they need to do to kind of catch back up. Darien didn't even bother ulting on the Voidal either to save his life, which I think he would have been able to. But now EG should be able to get a free turret off of this, and they're closing that goal difference very, very well.
Yep, that brings us back to 3-3 in towers. Dragon is available, and this is an Evil Geniuses Dragon.
We've got first in the game.
Darien off to the side, but obviously not the smite or anything to really go for that one. And that will be the pickup. So, nice one again. That brings the goal back now to 2,000.
Now it's a matter of I think about a minute right there too with that gold swing that ended up happening. But we do see a lot of items still come in. I mean, Diamond, he isn't really building any damage besides that Doran's Blade and the Razor, but he has that Spirit Visage, so he's gonna have the extra cooldown reduction, the extra healing off of his W. And Darren is getting close to finishing his as well. He's sitting on 1,400 gold right now in the back with, and when he gets that item, his cooldown reduction is gonna be so low that he's gonna have his ultimate up pretty much every single team fight.
And also have that extra magic resist in there, which obviously against a double AP team is something that you are going to be needing. Service Embrace is also done for Alex Itch, who's up at almost 270 CS after 24 minutes this one. Not quite the level of the last game, but still pretty damn close and phenomenal farming as you would come to expect from him. Froggen doing a similarly impressive job over the other side. Between the two AD carries, Bloodthirst Last Whisper is done for Yellow Peaks. Caitlyn along with the Home Guard Berserkers, and on the other side,
we might see a fight break out.
Froggen's in trouble here. Wow, he's dead. That was really quickly done there, Jake. Not quite landing on towards Diamond. And those kind of catches when this game's this close are so bad.
And the thing is, we talked about pressure so many times for this game, for this whole series, but we forgot to mention Voidal. Came into the team pretty much midway through. He's never been in the situation of having the opportunity to go to these World Finals, and he's been kind of caught out in these last two little mini fights that we've seen, and right now we do see Ichi going in.
Yeah, they've got Alex Itch here, who's going to get stunned up, finished off by Wicked, and absolutely destroyed. He's got Requiem, but what's he going to do with it? Everyone full HP pretty much from that one. He's going to be finished off, and he's got a 40-second spawn timer at this point in the game. Are EG going to try and make a play towards Baron? No, they're not. They're going to go in towards Darian, who will shadow dash away. But there is a Cataclysm coming down. Here comes Froggen as well. Using the Destiny to get in, but the bullet time ripping back onto them. And they have to back away. Well done by Gambit to force them back from that.
And EG, they wanted to pick up more kills. It seems to me they wanted to be a little greedy. Remember, that top lane second tier 2 is very low. They could have taken that for free, but they wanted to get a little more, maybe a little bit greedy, but still they're going to take those 2 kills they were able to pick up without any deaths, go home happy, buy up a couple more items, as we do see that Last Whisper Bloodthirster combo come in for Yellow Peak. And we do see Wicked actually going for an Abyssal Scepter, so he's going to amplify Froggen's damage on top of his own.
And he has 3-0-0 right now. Wicked, again, seemingly continuing that trend that he started against Alternate in the quarter-final games where, well, both games that they won, he played that Kenneth and played it amazingly well as well. A multitude of assists by the end, was level on kills and deaths as well. So down in his bottom side thing, and I'm quite surprised that EG have just not finished off this top turret, I have to say. But that's it's a nice little chunk of gold to get things going right now, but at the same time, it's a nice chunk of gold later as well. So we'll see what they decide to go with. Actually, Wicked is now pushing that one out, and I think it's just 2, maybe 3 auto attacks coming out from that cannon to get that one finished off. Gambit still holding on to this one. I say holding on, they've obviously got the lead. It's 1,500 gold that they're actually holding on to right now, but these fights have been so very close.
Remember, they had a 5,000 gold lead, I believe it was, or 3,000 gold lead at 16 minutes in, so over these past 10 minutes, it's only shrunken. EG's been able to close the gap a little bit, and it seems like both teams being very hesitant. We do see EG gripped up his 5 though, and Darren's still split pushing right now. 187 CS, so we talked about him, even though he was able to split push, not being able to catch up to Wicked in CS, he's been able to do it, able to surpass him here. Again, with all these pinks down, they're looking to bait in Evil Geniuses.
Oh, Wall of Pain going down there. They've got a pink ward in position as well, and EG not really falling too heavily for that one. Playing very carefully. We can almost forget what happened in the last 2 games because they were both very one-sided, and well, they don't matter technically at this point anymore because it all comes down to this one, which currently tied on turrets, tied on kills. The goal is as good as tied as well.
Darren, he does have home guard boots, so he's trying to get back to the lanes as quick as possible. So maybe expecting him to do like a home guard teleport in and maybe go for a nice shadow dash across multiple targets, but just going back to farming, able to pick up another giant spell. It's going to be very tanky. It's going to be very hard to do if he's sitting at 3,300 or 3,400 life, 147 armor, 126 magic resist, and there's not a whole lot of penetration built up for the AP carries of Evil Geniuses.
And you see how slowly this game is building up there. Snoopy able to take his hands off his mouse and keyboard and just have a good drink there as he talks to the rest of his teammates through things. And it is moving a little bit slower, but what would we really expect from a game of this caliber? And traditionally, Gambit versus EG games have been a little bit slower, have been more drawn out as well. We have seen games that have lasted over an hour between these two teams in the past. And it really wouldn't shock me if we were to have that here again today.
We do see a lot of farm though funneled into those mid laners, which you would honestly expect with Froggen and Alex. 321 CS to 315. The AD carry is kind of trailing behind, but that's I guess due to Froggen. He's trying to push up the waves as much as possible. Alex is trying to do the same here, but it's like we're gonna have a death cap coming in for Alex, and this might be the time for Gambit to fight. They have a lot of good items. They could probably force something here relatively soon, and Froggen, he might get caught by Darren here. We do have Voidal coming down from middle. This could be very bad.
So, Froggen, what's he gonna do? Puts a stun card down on towards Darien. Grasping Root's actually missing. Gonna use his Zhonya's here, and that's gonna avoid him all the damage there on the knockup from those Stranglethorns. And now Darien finds himself in trouble. He's gonna go low. Surely gonna be finished off. Gets a slow. Wild card's missing, but that won't matter. They're gonna get the kill there. Wicked notes in Gambit going in from the top. Darien going a little bit too deep. Gets his Bloodwell pump. Can they hold him down? A nice bullet time will actually force EG to back away from that. In the end, it's just a 1-for-0 for EG.
Oh, Wicked coming up very big for his team right there. He zoned out the rest of Gambit who are flanking in from behind them, making it so they can kill Darren without any worries. And that bullet time and then the threat of that Cardless ultimate coming in was enough to dissuade EG from continuing to fight. But Dragon has been started right now. Froggen's middle. And if Gambit's not careful, they can lose a lot more.
Oh, the hook from Crepo very close to grabbing Diamond. Froggen waiting off towards the side. He's going to take the Lantern into the team. Dragon still underway here. Gambit not going to give this one up. Yellow Pete got rooted down there, and EG decide against the Dragon. They start to back up. Alex is just going to flash in there. He's going to have Shen coming down as well. Wicked decides to use his onion. They dive straight on top of him, but the Lantern brings him back to safety. The playback. Well, here comes Requiem. There's a shutdown. Crepo going very, very low. Already, EG losing one man. There's the ace in the hole, and all of a sudden, Gambit are falling low as well. Crepo flashes in there, able to pick up the kills, but look at Alex. Triple kill for him on Carthus, and that will be 3 for 1 in the end. Froggen is now trying to run away desperately. But what a play out of Gambit once again, Jason. The flash in from Alex with the Stan United coming down, setting up the play.
Well, we're going to look at it again here. Just like you said, that flash over the wall with that Shen Stan United. Wicked kind of gets out of position a little bit. He does obviously get Sage right there, but the Cardless ultimate coming in, they, I guess, didn't really count for that one. As the thing was, Genji, he came into the fight a little bit late, and yet they were able to survive long enough to turn this one around, and Froggen, he ended up ulting out there in the nick of time as Crepo and flashing and killing Diamond. He kind of actually got flayed out of his jump right there. I didn't even notice that the first time, but a fantastic job by Gambit. 3 kills going over to Alex. That only made him more of a threat. And look at his items that he has, Joe. That is crazy.
9 to 8 in kills. Less than 3,000 goals still separating these two teams. We've already passed the half-an-hour mark. We've seen that both of them willing to fight with this one. Gambit in particular there, with Alex making that split-second decision to really jump over the top. And we've seen so many teams utilizing the Shen to set up that 2-man kill team. Obviously, NIP is one of the other teams that really come to mind with that.
Also, the yellow submarine thing that we kept talking about, which EG did use in the Super Week. That whole Twitch stealth, you don't even see Shen coming in. Then again, flashing over a wall like that, you don't really see him coming in either. So, and now Darien, who ended up dying right there, looks like he's building towards a Warmog, so he wants to get even tankier for his team. And EG, they're kind of setting up towards Baron. Are they trying to bait in a fight here?
Well, they're going to clear out wards. Darien is once again waiting for Froggen. This time decides, you know what, I'm going to put down a ward just in case Darien is camping me once again. Fortune shining there for Froggen. He's going to actually pick that one up. Staying alive, all good.
I think EG's definitely trying to draw the rest of Gambit over towards Baron right now, but Froggen is able to get a nice power spike with that death cap, so can't do a lot of damage to Darien. Just seen right there, he's just regenerating it all up, but he can still apply pressure to these lanes. He can still do insane damage to these turrets if he has the ability to go for it. EG kind of looking a little flustered on what their next move's going to be.
I feel like I'm almost playing the parrot role here as well, about talking about how important this game is and the reason why it is obviously a lot slower than we'd probably expect. Say that in a lightest of way with the EG Gambit game after all. We're used to them lasting quite a long time, but this one in particular is everything. It's the entire year for both of these teams. You lose this one and you can call your time wasted almost.
That's why we're seeing so much hesitation come out from both these teams. It seems like they've gone back to their roots where, you know, Froggen, you split push while the rest of us stays group. Same with Gambit, have Darien split push out, make sure he had an easy laning phase so he can survive and do the exact same, but right now it's just they're butting heads in this bottom lane. No one's really getting further in a situation if the split push. Froggen can wait there a lot faster, but he's backing out. He's gonna buy here. And EG, could they be looking for an engage?
I think we're going to be waiting until everyone's got 6 items at this point. But rightly so. Can't begrudge these guys have been ultra careful about how they're going about this one. So let's have a look down the items here. That'll get us through some of this time where both teams are weighing things up. Look at the top laners. Ken, Zonya's Hourglass, Abyssal Scepter, the Sorcerer's Shoot plus the Doran's Blades from the very start of the game. On the other side, tanky as hell Shen with a Warmogs, Spirit Visage, and the Sunfire Cage in there. That is a very tanky Shen. We are going to see them going in here. Diamond actually focusing down Crepon. He's caught out here. EG are going to give him up. They're going to sacrifice him for this one. But that leads them to a 5 versus 4. How are they going to react to this? Froggen is up in the top lane. That turret has been very low for a long time as Diamond fails to jump over the wall there, but they're going to kick off the Baron. The turret on that top side goes down. Either way, this is a 5v4.
We do have Froggen teleporting in, going for Genji here as the Ace in the Hole comes out, but they're trying to delay as much as possible, and they're in a perfect position for Wicked to get an ultimate off here.
Oh, this could be super dangerous. That Baron going decently low as they are going to go in towards Wicked. He's going to pop his ultimate. There is the Zonya's coming out. Now Diamond, the one calls out. He's going to have his passive up, and they manage to kill off Wicked. Can they get any more? Snoopy Cataclysm, but with Alex Hitch, that's surely going to be the death of him. The taunt comes over. Here comes the Requiem. It's a double kill coming down. Actually, not quite, because Darien stole the one onto Jarvan in the end. But that is enough here. Gambit have done enough to secure themselves a Baron. Look at Froggen on the top side. He is going to keep pushing here, but try and get something out of this for EG.
He's actually stopping to push right there. He could have kept going, but obviously didn't know where anyone was on the other team. He's just going to back out. Fantastic job by Gambit to just turn around, go for the straight fight. Don't bother trying to finish off that Baron. You're going to watch it one more time. As Wicked, he gets blown up, he gets caught. He needs to be into the back where Alex is to lock him down, as Alex just walked away completely. Froggen even committed towards Genji right there. And I think Snoopy might have been able to save him if he just hit Diamond one more time or two, but honestly that's hindsight. And they just fall off one by one, and they forget about the Alex Hitch ultimate. That thing is so deadly when he's sitting on these items. He's right now at 704 ability power.
That stings.
I think that does more than sting.
Requiem's painful right now. That's what we learned from those stats. And he puts Alex up to 5-1-7. Darien, who looks like a different man playing Shen this time around. Obviously in game number 1 he played Shen. Seemed a little bit out of position. He did the typical Darien thing of him falling behind and then getting caught out even more to almost make matters worse. But this time around, farmed brilliantly, split push brilliantly, stopped the split pushes to a decent level as well. Obviously top lane did get knocked down in the end, but he's incredibly tanky, and I can't see how they're going to get through this one. We saw Wicked there. Pretty much it was Diamond that took him out of the fight, and Diamond will take that fight because he's, with that Bloodwell, got that built-in Guardian Angel almost, that means that he can afford to die that one time.
That Wicked is unfortunately, I think that's the second time he's kind of been in a bad position for that fight. He's actually pushing that top lane all alone. No one again, it's really there to defend against it. And he's actually going to end up meeting the brick wall that is Darien, who has another Giants belt for good measure. Of course, why not?
There's another Dragon as well for Gambit. So let's take stock of the situation. 13-8 in kills, 4-3 in turrets to Evil Geniuses. But look at that gold now. 6,000 is the difference. We've seen it approaching that level a little bit earlier on. Then it was brought back somewhat with EG, who managed to farm themselves back into the game. But after that last bunch of kills, plus the Baron, plus the Dragon, it's looking good for Gambit here. But certainly not over. If there's any team that can stall out games, it's EG.
And pretty much the ball's in Gambit's court where they want to go. They have that 6,000 gold lead, like you said, but they also have pretty much 8,000 gold worth of statistics added on from that Baron. And you even see 2 GAs coming in for Gambit. They're confident enough in their damage. They just want to be able to survive what EG can put out. And right now, Wick is not in position. Neither is Froggen, right? And they could take potentially this inhibitor turret.
So you've got to kill Diamond 3 times for him to actually die right now, which is just a massive pain in itself. Froggen is going to bring a turret back in this bottom lane, but Gambit reacting to it perfectly. They're just going straight through. They're going to have an inhibitor away from this, which means those super minions going to start streaming down. Froggen actually starts to back off as Gambit do leave that EG base. But are they going to let him come back from it? We did see Darian already getting in there, so he's going to stop those minions pushing any further. And this is an opportunity for Gambit to take out the entire jungle.
That is really strained Evil Geniuses. I mean, we're starting to get to the point where Gambit has almost 1 full item ahead of their opponent in the respective lanes. And EG's still sticking to their cards. They're still sticking to trying to split push as much as possible. Froggen, I think without that DFG, it doesn't really have the burst to kill, obviously not kill Darren, but to even one-shot anyone right now, as Alex does have that Ceres Embrace. That actually might be his next big pickup, and maybe that's what they're stalling for. Make sure he can have that item so they can burst someone down, get him out of the fight right away, and then mitigate all the damage that would come in off the back of that, and then survive, hopefully, the ultimate coming out of Alex.
It's just being cleared up once again. We can see that Gambit are starting to gather somewhat onto this top side. Alex wants to steal himself a blue buff away, and will have the pleasure of doing so. And they're going to go towards this top lane where finally the outer turret is actually going to go down. Froggen is still pushing though here.
And you see how little damage he does to Darien. I mean, just could not do too much. So if anything, he's to focus on that turret. And Darien, I think, can even duel him 1v1 here.
I think so as well. I mean, we've just seen that help with the turret. Have that taunt coming in under it. To be honest, Gambit can probably just force their way through onto this.
Yeah.
See, Froggen's trying to get back, but Darian's not going to let him.
They're going to get their inhibitor off of this. An inhibitor turret. I mean, you see Snoopy going in. Here's the fight.
Here we go. Big fight going to come for this one. Good strangle. Thorn's going to knock them in the air. Crepo actually falling to half HP and has to back away from the fight as Alex Hitch now dominating with that kill onto Wicked. Here comes the Requiem out once again. Crepo goes low. Yellow Pete down at half HP, but it's another double for Alex in the end. And that's a 2 for 0. Gambit pretty low on health, but they're going to get inhibitor number 2 nonetheless.
I don't think they're going to go for the finish here. I mean, oh, we see Froggen coming in!
Yeah, flashing in for that one. Diamond
gets a double
towards Yellow Pete from this one. Can he get the finisher? Yes, he can. They're acing the hole going through. But can they kill off Diamond once again? He jumps away from it. Now Darian is there. Genja off to the side, but Darian, you know, he's strong. His damage not massive, but he's still taking big chunks out there. And EG have held on to that inhibitor. They've held on to it, crucially.
And this is the really important part. We're going to see a replay of that. Froggen ended up coming in from the back. We'll see that a little bit later. But you see the engage. EG wanted to go for the fight here, even though Darien did have his ultimate available. And you're going to see him come in. Froggen actually does. Oh, he actually stopped him here, so he didn't even get to the middle of that fight. And that was a great job by him to stop, I guess, the bleeding that EG was going through. You can see Yellow Pete trying to lifesteal off of these minions here. And Froggen with the home guard boots completely catches Gambit off guard, which it really does. And the thing is, his wild cards, it killed Alex, but it also killed Voidal because he ran into one on accident.
Happens to me a lot. Try and dodge it, just run into it even further. So let's have a look down some of the other important factors. We're going to see Alex Hitch, Froggen hit 500 CS here shortly, up to 497, 314 in kills he currently is. Picking up that Fiendish Codex here at the end, so is he going DFG just to have that dueling potential? Probably needs it if he's going to continue split pushing against a Darien who's so tanky that right now he can't take him out. And there is a DFG finished.
Yeah, I mean, even though Alex has the Zonias, if Froggen like flashes in, hits him with a stun card, with the DFG, the wild cards, and the auto attack with the Lich Bane, they're gonna die, or he's gonna die. And that means the Zonias won't really mean anything, so I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a G8 come out of him a little bit later on. EG have the potential. I mean, like you said, they held on to the top inhibitor. They're pushing out middle. They have great wave clear. Baron will be up in about 10 seconds here.
Could see a bit of a dance for Baron. Good man, kid. We're gonna see a dance for Baron. That's coming up in just a second. Is Darien gonna go in there first? Takes it. Oh, he's gonna drop. Is he gonna have time? No, he doesn't manage picks up on the Zhonya's. That is bad news for EG. Wicked going down without even being able to do it. That taunt just locked up basically with all that CC coming through. That is him down now for almost a minute. Oh, Gambit gonna risk it though here for a Baron.
This is exactly what kicked off the Baron for Gambit last time. Wicked getting caught out of position, down for another 45 seconds. Gambit, I think they very well could. I mean, the bottom lane is still pushing. They have a huge wave there. Froggen's starting to deal with these super minions middle. And Gambit, with that move up, and Alex looks like they're going to go for Baron.
They're going for Baron. What are EG going to do? They're actually pushing up middle here. They're going to try and force Gambit to back away or lose turrets as the price for taking down the Baron. And in the end, they will pick up Baron. But will Froggen keep going from this one? He needs to be a little bit careful. Does have that Destiny available if he wants to try and get away. So the EG all headed down towards the Dragon. Froggen here using those stun cards as he pops a Destiny. Is he going to leave? He is going to try and leave, but he gets taunted up. He's going to be a dead man here, gets a slowdown. Pops his onions as well, but it's just a matter of time as he comes up. Diamond slams down the sword, and that is another kill. Plus the Dragon coming out now for Gambit.
I was trying to check if that was actually a blind taunt coming out of Danner there, because it almost looked like it, but what a fantastic play out of him. Now, 2 inhibitors naked for Gambit to take. This is a very crazy point in the game where EG, they're going to have to fight to save something here. It's just a matter of, will Froggen be up in time before Gambit gets there and forces these objectives?
Well, Diamond is going to be pushing that mid lane out. The rest of the team pretty much here in this bottom side of things. And look how fast that turret goes down. Alex actually going to get hooked into this one. We're going to see Shen get involved. Stranglethorns go down as well. Alex falling low. He will use his onions. There's the bullet time, which doesn't do what they would have wanted there in the end. But Darian forcing him there towards the back. Snoopy goes low. There is a Requiem to finish off one. And Gambit with that, going to take the inhib. They're going to try and finish.
I think they can too. They have so much time on Yodi being down. They get the first one and Joe, they're going to do it.
They are going to do it. It's Gambit gaming here. One last fight. It's only Wicked that stands between them here and the World Playoffs. Can they do that one? Wicked gonna fall and Gambit focus the Nexus. A 2-1 thrilling best of 3. Gambit gaming, the third team to represent Europe over in Los Angeles. Brilliant game.
Being down 1 game in this series, with how hard they got stopped in the first one, stopping the second game, coming up huge in this game. Amazing job, and you just see EG, they are just so disappointed with the results from that. Looking to come out into the World Finals, they were there last year, they had their place, but they couldn't get to it this time.
Yeah, we can see what it means to Gambit as well. Very emotional after that one.
Alex is like, I can go home. My wife will let me in the door.
He's gonna let him in from this one. Amazing stuff. Again, a best of 3 going right down to the wire. A chance to represent his organization, his friends, his family, his fans, their country as well here. A brilliant scene to behold as Gambit, third team going through right down to the wire. EG putting up a very, very big fight in that one, but in the end it's not enough, and they're the team that have to watch from the sidelines this year.
But they can still hold their heads high for at least one thing. They know they're in Season 4. There was always the opportunity for them to drop out of it. They will have that to look forward to next year. They'll have a lot of time to practice to get to that point. But now, Joe, we finally have our 3 European representatives going to Worlds.
We do, and I think it's going to be scary for the rest of the world going up against these guys. Obviously, we've not quite got a Summer Split champion just yet. That's going to be coming up in just a little while. But Gambit taking that 3rd spot, taking that 3rd position, going to World, which is a massive disappointment for Evil Geniuses, there's no doubt about that, but I think we need Gambit there, don't we? We probably need EG there. It'd be nice if we had, 8 spots, but that's obviously not the reality from this one. And it's harsh, it's brutal, but that's the LCS for you. You've got to give your best, not only in week 1 of the Summer Split, but right up until this final game of a best of 3 in the playoffs.
Gambit, they really showed it right there. I mean, that boot camp they did, it got them into these playoffs. It got them into the World Finals. I think everyone in Europe can agree right now. Gambit, start boot camping until World Finals begin, because if they have more than the 2 weeks they had, how unstoppable could they really be?
I'm pretty sure Gambit are headed straight back towards that boot camp now that they've qualified for the World Championships, because it was a different Gambit team that came out. They were looking very, very ropey. The addition of Voidal after Darker was brought into the team and then left. It's been a rocky split for Gambit, a very rocky season, but in the end, this is what really matters here. This best of 3 victory, going to send them over to the World Championships, and couldn't be happy for them right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling good for Worlds. We have 3 great teams coming from Europe. Lemon Dogs, we have Fnatic, we have Gambit. If these teams prepare well, they're going to do extraordinarily well at the finals. And not to mention, we do have Reckless, I believe, coming in for Fnatic. I'm not sure how many games we'll be playing, so don't quote me on any of that, but Europe, it's looking bright, the future.
Well, we're going to see if Fnatic can obviously claim a second split in a row as they take on the Lemon Dogs a little bit later on. But for now, we're heading over to Kobe and Quickshot to break down all the best moments from Gambit's brilliant Game 3 victory.
Thank you very much, Joe, and congratulations to Gambit. A very hard-fought win in that 3rd and final game.
Yeah.
They kept a lead for most of it. They were just a little bit ahead of Evil Geniuses at basically all stages of the game. Starting right from the very, very beginning, we've seen a 2 versus 3 as EG were trying to deal with the duo lane of Gambit, and it actually almost backfired and didn't really work out the way EG was hoping.
Yeah, so there were a couple things that EG got off on the wrong foot with. One of them was the 2 versus 1 lane swaps here, and EG did see Darien up top before minions had spawned. The 2 versus 3 thing that happened bottom because Snoopy went to help Wicked lane really didn't turn out in their favor because Genja was doing his normal thing of freezing the lane, and Wicked got behind in experience early, and so did Snoopy. He was very low farm for the first half of this game and wasn't able to have a very big impact with that Jarvan roaming around. He got mobility boots to try and make up for it and get into position for more ganks, but he couldn't make the plays here. And the early plays were made by the globals of Gambit. That was really why Crepo before the games was talking about strategy's going to revolve around the globals.
Before we actually even talk about the globals, there was also some decision making from EG that also really backfired. They tried that 3v1 dive on the top lane on Shen.
Yeah.
It didn't work out for them. They were caught out a number of times during the mid game and just not really seeming to be entirely on the same page.
So that's part of the globals thing is Froggen was first picking the TF, but he failed that dive top. That was a walking dive. He just went up there. They tried to dive Shen, couldn't pull it off in time, and the Requiem again from Alex on his Karthus, the globals, they were able to finish off Crepo there. And then when he did use his Destiny on TF, soon after that, to go down bottom, also not successful once again. So.
Well, that is actually going to be the first replay of the game. So let's pull that replay up onto your screen. And it was a massive, massive fight down in this bottom lane on the tower. And basically everybody came to join in on this one. Talk me through what happened, Kobe.
Okay, so this is going to be both the Requiem back up now and Darien going to be using his Stand United. Gambit have a very strong dive comp specifically for the bottom lane because both their top and mid lanes can add to this fight, whereas their jungle comes in with the revive passive in Aatrox. He's going to start it off. So let's roll this clip and we'll see Diamond not hesitate to jump right in here on EG. There's a good hook onto Genja and watch how they focus, but the flash from Genja immediately as soon as Snoopy jumps into the air, Genja flashes out of that Cataclysm and starts to channel the bullet time, adding that huge zone of damage over the entire turret. Too many factors here from Gambit coming in the bottom lane.
The game was still very, very close for the next very long period of time, and there was a couple of pretty big game-changing moments. One of them was a team fight in and around the Baron pit, and initially it kind of looked pretty good for EG. They got a pick, it peeled away, but then Alex just man modes up and he flashes over the wall. It's going to take us to our second replay.
Oh, so that's Dragon Pit.
Dragon Pit. Yeah, so did I say Baron? My bad. Let's pull up the replay on your screen as we're talking about, and this is just Alex just really turning the tides of this battle.
Now, this game, the mid game, was all about picks for really both sides here. There were a lot on each team, and that was actually why this game was so close in the middle. Several different members getting caught off of position. This one started out, though, from an earlier pick. Froggen was down bottom, if you remember. Darien tried to collapse on him. They thought they had Froggen in a bad spot, but he Zhonya's and bought himself enough time that the EG team turned it around and killed Darien. That's why Darien's dead right now. But he's Shen, and he has Stand United. EG wait around this dragon way too long. The full death timer of Darien comes back up, and then Gambit go in. All right, let's roll this clip, and we'll see Alex. This is the Alex man mode flash you're talking about. They prep this aggression with the Shen Stand United. He's able to get right where Karthus wants to be, in the middle of the team, to split them to two sides of this block of bottom lane, and that means EG cannot escape, because Froggen and Yellow Pete are cut off from the rest. that spurs the whole team to go in, try and make the best of a bad situation here. And though Crepo is able to get in with that last flash play to pick up 1 kill, that's not nearly enough for EG. That also meant a Dragon for Gambit.
So Gambit Gaming secured that 3rd and final spot from Europe at the World Championships, the World Playoffs next month. And it was hard fought. We've seen game 1 go one way, game 2 go the other, but at the end of the day, Gambit, they made it count when they needed to.
The reactions after this game, this is why we were talking about this matchup so much yesterday. You can tell how much emotion is going through both of the teams here.
Yeah.
Crying on both sides, winners and losers.
The one thing I do have to call out is the fact that both teams shaking hands, hugging it out towards the end there. And you know Evil Geniuses, they're going to go back to the drawing board. They'll bounce back from this one. Fortunately, they're not going to be at the playoffs. Guys, we do need to take another short break, but when we return, Shox will be joined on stage by the World Championship bound Alex Sich. Then it is time for our European LCS finals between Lemondogs and Fnatic. Don't go anywhere. The LCS live from Gamescom. We'll be right back.
Gamescom, and I'm happy to be joined by Gambit's Alex Each. Now, Alex, the sheer emotion coming out of you when you destroyed that Nexus, was anything going through your head or was it just blank happiness?
I don't know, it's like, the only thought was, it's like, we did it.
You absolutely did it, and tell me about that game 3 and why you went for Karthus 3 times. They were surprised they let me have it again.
So, like in the first game, that didn't go really well. We didn't expect them to first pick Zac, and Zac is just broken. So in the second game, we first picked Zac ourselves, and like Darien dominating card, they could see that all like I didn't die that much.
You thought, oh no, all over?
I don't know, like after the first game I was crushed, and I'm feeling a bit sick, so like I had to just like relax and think about the further games, but I knew that like we can do it, we can win, and they didn't show anything special, only that Zac is broken, and like they play really good, like their strategy was really good, and for the second game their strat was OP, like the sneaky Nasher strategy, but we thought about it after Zyra has built their jungle item, that they want to focus on something like Drakes and Nashers, and I don't know if it's luck or, but Darien checked and they were doing it, so we prevented it, and after that we got huge advantage in second game, and I think like the third game was the main game, like, I don't know.
You're very analytical about this is the way we won, but can you put into words how important this was, this final victory here?
I think it is as important for us as it was important for them. Like, both of our teams are like the, well, maybe it can be already the legends of League of Legends. So it's like the one will go through and the one will be out. So we go through.
Yes, you do. You seem very cool under all of this. Is there anything you want to say to your fans or the home front? You made it.
I want to say thanks to all of our fans here and all over the world rooting for us. I want to say special thanks to my wife and my baby that is at home watching me. And I want to thank our sponsors, Benki, Still Serious, Sprinkles, and Twitch. Thank you guys, thank you all!
Thank you for a great interview and great games. All right, now let's send it over to Joe and Jason.
Thanks a lot, Sharks. Now, let's take a look at our nearly completed playoff bracket. And right from the very start of things, we have Team Alternate taking 5th and guaranteeing themselves a seat in the Season 4 Spring Split.
And as you just saw, Alex Itch and Gambit took 3rd place and earned a spot in the Season 3 World Championship.
And because of their win in that 3rd place match, they will be joining our 2 championship competitors, Fnatic and Lemon Dogs, in the quest for that Summoners Cup.
And the World Championship kicks off on September 15th in Los Angeles, California, where the European teams join 11 other squads from around the world to battle it out for the Season 3 title.
Okay, guys, so earlier on in the day, we asked you on Twitter, who do you think was the MVP of the European LCS Summer Split and why? And here's what you guys had to say about that one. Starting off with, all the best names fall to me, I knew that was coming. Make Morian, sorry. In my opinion, Mithy is the EU LCS MVP. His addition to Lemon Dogs made them dominant in the league and very consistent.
I don't think there's anyone out there that can really deny that fact. He really did. The analysis he brought into the team, the calmness, the the mood he brought to the team as well. I mean, just keep them calm, very humble, really helped them become the champions.
So from Z-Talk, he says, I think Diamond deserves MVP. He's always innovative and constantly effective for his team.
I mean, you see it across every champion he plays. I mean, anything he picks up, you see everyone else playing it. Look at his Volibear, look at his Nasus back in the spring split. He tried out his Karma, his Evelyn is pretty much unstoppable. I could definitely agree with that one too.
So next one, at Chulol says the EU LCS MVP is Xpeke because with his split pushing, he's managed to take Fnatic to the finals twice in a row.
Yeah, Xpeke, I mean, if you just look throughout both splits again, I mean, the pressure's put on, the amount of kills he's put up for his team, he had the most kills in the regular season of the summer split. It's really shown that he's helped carry Fnatic into the World Finals now.
And then at RPR Zombie, who says, Nuke Duck of the Lemon Dogs. In a region known for phenomenal mid-lane players, he's quietly but dominantly made his mark.
He really has. I mean, we talked to a lot of teams about him, and they were like, yeah, he's easily one of the best mid laners here in Europe. Yeah. And to come out of from nowhere, to do that, and to be able to go against the best in Europe, it really shows everything about him.
And then finally, at Adam 2000AD says, doesn't matter who you give the MVP to, Crepo, doesn't matter who you give the MVP to, Crepo will secure it. Crepo equals best support carry EU LCS.
He always has done a very phenomenal job through both splits, just for the whole EG lineup, and what he brings to the team in terms of outside of that, the mentality, the fun factor he brings to them makes them all very calm, very at ease. I mean, any one of these five we just heard can easily be an MVP of the European Summer Split of LPS.
Well, congratulations to the winners of those Logitech Gaming Mice. Will be contacted over on Twitter later on. And those are awesome, but we still want to hear more from you guys about who you think is the Summer Split MVP. Don't forget to tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag LCS. And once you're done sending us your MVP selections, head over to bit.ly/LCS Gamescom. Answer a few simple questions like, what part of the World Championship are you most excited to see? And help us level up the LCS. All right then, we're halfway through the final day of the European LCS regional playoffs. And with so much on the line for these players and the pressure that goes along with it, it's nice to have some support from the very special fans here in this amazing crowd.
So my parents are here at Gamescom. I haven't seen them for like months now, so actually seeing them live come cheer for me is a big deal.
Well, she asked if she can come and support me for the grand final because it's like really important to her. She was really overwhelmed with the situation because like there were so many people, and I guess she didn't expect it when she entered the hall.
My parents came over to Gamescom for the first time ever. They always watch online, but they were really surprised about how big it really gets.
I didn't thought it was so many people. We just enjoyed it.
When my mom is here, she motivates a lot, like she cheers a lot for me, and she doesn't know a lot about the game, but she still knows like the basics to know who's winning, how's it going and stuff.
I get very scared when they play and hide my face behind my hands, and I don't really know what I'm scared of because they won't get hurt in real life, but I just want them so much to not get killed and be the one that's killing the other team.
My stepdad pretty much had no idea what was going on, but he was still cheering for us whenever the crowd was cheering.
You feel the movement of the audience, and then you go with him.
Well, we got a feeling when it's good and when it's bad, when we see how many tourists are lost or won or kills and gold.
It's really, really fun for me to show them like this is esports, this is why I dropped my studies.
It's always nice to show them what I work with at events and how I work, and like all the fans, showing them what's actually real here. It's not just pictures I'm taking and saying, okay, these guys are my fans.
She saw me doing the photos and autographs, and she was like super happy and was just smiling.
Because for her it was like, I was famous in a different world, not an actor, not a so important person on the TV or anything, but in this world I was famous, and she was kind of impressed.
Like it's not only my mother, like my entire family is like watching every game of me and cheer for me.
I hope he wins, but it doesn't matter. I hope he enjoyed it too, and I think so.
Absolutely incredible to hear the reaction, and best support comes from your family.
Yeah, there's nothing more important than that. I mean, even Snoopy woke up before this whole tournament began. He was tweeting or texting his mother. She was wishing him a very good luck coming into this, and I know that really means a lot to him because some players are not so lucky. I think in particular Doublet over in North America, where his family didn't really support what he wanted to do.
Well, keep being awesome, mums and dads. We really appreciate it all. We're going to be taking a quick break here, but guys, when we come back, we've got the main event, the best of 5 championship match between Fnatic and the Lemon Dogs. Game 1 is coming up in just 3.5 minutes, so stick around.
During the summer split, we were struggling, and now it seems to be way better.
Last year was a huge disappointment. This year I knew we had good chances.
We are going to the World Finals finally.
In the start of the season, we were just a bunch of guys like doing our best to prove ourselves in the league.
My goal was basically to like finish 6th and like make it into next season.
After we saw that we have the potential to beat every team, we were like pretty sure that we want to go to Worlds and could go.
Now we're fighting for the first seed for Worlds.
Maybe we will play even better because we are not nervous.
We're just gonna play our game and see where it takes us.
Beating Lemon Dogs is just about prestige maybe.
We managed to 2-0 one of the best known teams in the world.
I thought that they were going to do well, but not that well.
After today, more people will know who the Lemon Dogs are.
Welcome back to the final matchup of the 2013 European LCS Regionals live from Gamescom. Now I know you're as anxious as I am to see Fnatic and Lemon Dogs take to the Rift, so let's get right to it. It's time to send it over to D-Man and Jad for the play-by-play of this best of 5 championship series.
Thank you very much, Socks. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me for this final will be Joshua Jack Leesman, as always. And of course, we have the pleasure of bringing you the final matchup of the playoffs, the championship series between Fnatic and the #1 seed, Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, and with Lemon Dogs, in a season that was up and down for most European LCS teams, the Lemon Dogs have been the only team that's been consistently good. They don't necessarily go into fights recklessly or play recklessly. They play smart and slow, and they put the pressure on exactly when necessary and pull back when it matters.
Indeed, and another big reason, of course, for the Lemon Dogs' success this summer is their support, Mithy. Since he's joined the team, the Lemon Dogs have won 80% of their matches, including both of their games against Gambit in yesterday's semi-final.
Yeah, the Lemon Dogs dominated both of those games. They were measured and a little bit slow, honestly. Those games were slow, but Lemon Dogs was never once in danger of losing control at any points during in the game because none of them were making mistakes. They won or split every lane. They never tried a risky Baron, and then they just chose a couple team fights. Plus, Nuke Duck just blew up the game yesterday against Europe's all-star Alex Each. 86% kill participation as Twisted Fate in the first game, and then he nearly matched the entire kill count of Gambit in the next game when he played Zed.
Yeah, and of course, while Lemon Dogs, they did finish the summer as the league's #1 team, now they face the spring split champions, Fnatic, in this pressure-packed finals. And Fnatic, well, they tend to thrive under pressure.
Yeah, they've actually won 6 games in a row. 2 to get into the tiebreaker during the Super Week, then another 2 to get second, and of course, they're 2-0 in the playoffs right here. So they are definitely on a hot streak heading into this game.
So, while Fnatic didn't exactly dominate their semi-final series the same way Lemon Dogs did, they do have the player with the most dominant KDA in the playoffs.
It's always these junglers, it seems, nowadays, and Cyanide for Fnatic. 27 assists and 9 kills while only dying once this entire time.
And if Fnatic wants to keep their high-pressure wins coming, they're going to need Cyanide, that man right there, and everyone else on their team to have some pretty damn big performances today. Fnatic has struggled against the Lemon Dogs, losing 3 of the 4 games this summer.
Yeah, the last time they met was actually just last week during Super Week. The Lemon Dogs played another one of those methodical control games and then just dominated Fnatic in the process.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the players are heading into the game lobby, so let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side today, starting out in the first game, this is a best of 5, remember, will be the Lemon Dogs, and then in the top lane, it is Zorro Zero. Jungler is Dexter. Nuke Duck's the man in the middle. Tabs, of course, the AD carry, and support will be, of course, Mithy.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is Fnatic here. So as in the top lane, the KDA Master this weekend, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke, the kill leader in the European LCS in mid lane, Hushu on AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And of course, our featured matchup for this European LCS playoff final is the battle in that mid lane. It is going to be Lemon Dogs, Nuke Duck versus Fnatic's Xpeke.
Yeah, and of course we're in Europe, so it's a mid lane matchup. And Nuke Duck is kind of just a slightly more patient Xpeke. They both like to split push, and they're not going to shy away from a fight. Nuke Duck, 12-4-17 this weekend, and 24-13-26 this season against Fnatic, so good success against him. Also, Nuke Duck loves his Twisted Fate. He's played them more than anyone else here.
And of course, Nuke Duck, he is up against the deadliest player in the European LCS. Xpeke, he has led the league with 156 kills. He also led the league in minions, total gold, and was the 4th in kill participation.
You could say he does a pretty good job for Fnatic, doing a lot of work there. He put up some pretty good numbers yesterday as well. 13 kills, 8 deaths, and 20 assists in the 2 games for their 2-0 victory. And he's also had success against the Lemon Dogs. Even though Nuke Duck's been good against him, Peke's been good as well. 30, 14, and 17 in their 4 matches.
And of course, spectators telling him that he's on camera, so he pulls a beautiful face for us. Always the exhibition is. But finally, before we get into the match, let's see who you guys at home think is going to win the summer playoff title. According to LolEsports.com, well, who else is it going to be? It's going to be Fnatic. They are leading by 60%. And it's funny because I remember casting a game where Lemon Dogs, it was 96% to Fnatic in that game against the Lemon Dogs. Sure as hell, Lemon Dogs came back and won. They don't care about the odds.
Yeah, and the odds right here, as far as the fan votes, aren't a huge surprise. I mean, the Lemon Dogs, they're used to being the underdogs in the votes. They've actually only been picked to win 5 times this summer, which is a little strange for the #1 team in Europe, but that's just the way it goes because these guys have been underestimated the entire season.
And just to make that clear, that's 23 times they've been voted. People think they're not going to win.
Yeah.
And they've got to win top of the league.
All of their games this weekend so far in the European playoffs. Yesterday it was 66-33 against them. Yet they don't care. They don't pay attention to that stuff. They just pay attention.
Well, I mean, is it the arrogance of youth as well, maybe? Because they are a very young team. You know, when they qualified for this, some of them were still 16. Obviously, they turned 17 by the time the LCS started in the summer. So these guys really are a young team.
And I wonder how this impacts them as they're moving, you know, obviously into this game. How much they recognize the position they're in. They have a chance here to beat Fnatic, who was the Season 1 champions, who was the champions of the last split in Europe, and then Lemon Dogs can become, you know, only the 2nd team to win a split in Europe, and it means a lot. I mean, they're all so young, 17, pretty much across the board.
Yeah, imagine how casting this game. It's got a bunch of youngsters. Cassidy and Shen are the first bans for the Lemon Dogs. Zach and Zed being taken away. We just heard some interesting views from Alex about Zach.
Alex thinks he's probably a little on the strong side.
I believe that's what he was aiming at there, of course. But there's a couple of bans coming out, and it's interesting. So the Twisted Fate, that could be used by Nuke Duck and Peke. Both these people love to play as champions, and you know we're talking about the mid laners. Both of them actually have a very similar champion pool.
We've been seeing an absurd amount of mid lane bans. In these playoffs, especially the games against EG and Gamma was close to 5. Here we already have 3 mid lane bans, and of course Zach and Shen. They're just getting rid of the very common stuff and then the mid lane things. And I really wonder if that Twisted Fate you brought up is going to be banned, because during these playoffs, even though he had such a high priority through most of the season, he hasn't been picked that frequently or at that high of a priority.
Well, he wasn't used as the first pick. He's out there. He's definitely one to think of. And actually thinking about it, I'm pretty sure in this match, this may have been the one where Twisted Fate was picked and Nuke Duck used Talon to counter it. Nuke Duck definitely played Talon somewhere in that last week. I have to double check that one. I know it was in there somewhere, but look at that though. Jarvan being used as the first pick. Dexter has gone for Jarvan quite a lot this season.
And it's because he's been dominating with it. He was actually, I was checking some of his stats. Of all the junglers he's played, he's actually lost with every jungler that he's played. But he's won 8 times during the regular season with Jarvan. 8-1, so an absurd win rate with that champion. And honestly, being able to get that away from Cyanide as well, both of these guys love Jarvan. Getting a first pick is worth it.
Well, they went for that Twisted Fate. They left it open. We'll see what Peke can do with it. Everybody's seen his highlight videos, and Fizz has been heavily banned this weekend. Sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, Lemon Dogs has never lost with Fizz, and they're open to pick it if they choose to at any point here. It would be smart if they don't pick it right away because they don't have to, especially if they consider Caitlyn a priority pick here for Tabs. He's had a huge amount of success with Caitlyn, and they're going to be able to get it out of Pushu's hands as well. So that's smart picking it now because, honestly, Peke showed his hand with Twisted Fate, and at this point it's all about denying more picks from Fnatic.
Big stretches there by Nuke Duck in that mid lane, so the pressure, of course.
Well, you can wait till last pick. You can be like, oh yeah,
I got this. I got this, don't worry. Lee Sin, that could be selected by Cyanide. Cyanide, of course, using, was it Lee Sin he got the Baron steal with yesterday, or was it Jarvan? It may have been Jarvan, actually. Now,
there were so many Baron steals yesterday. I think it was Jarvan.
Nobody's been able to secure them Barons, have they?
It's a bad idea.
I mean, is that bad jungling or good jungling? I mean, that's the question. So bad for one side, for sure.
I mean, I've talked about that so many times about smiting Baron. It's a 50. I feel like it's a 50-50.
Yeah.
Every jungler's like, well, I can smite. It's like, you're just hitting at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean.
Wow, okay, they've gone for the Ashe Zyra lane in Fnatic, so they're going to pull that in. So we're expecting a tank to come in that mid-top lane.
I'm actually not sure what the way Fnatic plays if they're going to run a tank. Almost any other team for Fnatic's last pick, and I'd say absolutely they have to pick a primary tank because they're a team of squishies. But when Fnatic is kind of at their best, especially back in the spring split, they don't team fight. They just run around the map, catch skirmishes, specifically with Soaz and Peke together, and just go for odd man fights and never set up proper lines. So they might just pick yet another assassin or high damage dealer.
Well, it is going to be the Sona Caitlyn lane. Kennen will be that side lane. Of course, Kennen with long range, if it is going to be a bruiser, it's going to have a hard time against Kennen or, to be honest, Caitlyn and Sona.
Yeah, none of those lanes are beneficial right now. Lemondogs has picked such strong lanes across the board, like they usually do.
Ooh.
That's an interesting hold on. That's a less interesting hold on.
That's a definite change. Oh, from Vayne to Yorick, how the size are of the casters. But
this is weird, actually, the Yorick, because you typically pair Yorick with a hyper carry type, or even a couple of them. A lot of times you'll see it with like Ryze and Vayne, or Ryze and Tristana, or Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia, something like that. Whoever he revives isn't going to be able to come up and just dish a bunch of damage in the next 10 seconds. At this point, Soaz is basically picking Yorick for his own laning phase and a little bit of almost stalling while the other team tries to come in, because in a sense it's a revive, which will make odd man tower dives for Lemondogs a little bit more difficult.
So those are the team comps. We'll see how it works out. Liverpool's also being locked in there. So Lemondogs versus Fnatic. This is for a place as the #1 seed, or you could just say we are the champions of Europe as they head in towards the World Finals. Of course, the places are already locked. These two teams know that they're going to Season 3 World Finals, and they've still seen Gambit joining them there, which is interesting in itself. I mean, the Gambit EG thing was a whole different ballgame.
That game was amazing, the set this morning, and the emotion that both of those guys displayed is something these guys in this game haven't had to go through because they haven't been up for elimination yet. This game, they're just they're playing with house money. They've made one of their goals, and now they just want to get the European Championship.
And you can see it is packed house here in Gamescom. Sold out actually on the Sunday, the first time it's ever sold out apparently on a Sunday at Gamescom. And as you can see,
how deep the fans go.
Yeah,
is the one thing that I noticed. It's obviously standing room only. I don't know how people move around during the games. I think they'll just watch.
And also thanks to all the other stands, because there's a lot of stands around here that actually have it on stream as well. They're not stupid. They know how to pull the crowds in. It's like, guys, we've got it on our stand as well. If you want to come and look at it and maybe
it's all the way to the back wall.
It does go all the way out there, and there it is, our beautiful stage here. Big thanks to the crew for setting that up, because that's a bit of an epic stage to set up throughout the days. And of course, we switched from Super Week on the Saturday and straight here on the Tuesday. It's been a busy few weeks.
Everyone gets to head over to North America for the
you guys get to jump on a plane tomorrow, don't you? Woo. Straight to PAX.
Yep.
It's gonna be some interesting times for you guys. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the finals of the European playoffs. Lemondogs in the blue team versus Fnatic as the red team. I know I spoke to these teams and they said, we're going to have some fun with this match. They want to go aggressive. But we'll see how it is, because Lemondogs yesterday, they were the epitome of passiveness.
Yeah, I wonder if, I really think Lemondogs is going to play their game. They're one of those teams that seems like they know how to play, and they're going to prepare in this game for World Finals themselves. They've never been on this stage, so they don't necessarily know how to handle it. They've been the only consistent team. I don't expect them to just turn inconsistent while there's first place on the line.
Well, Fnatic are laying in wait, seeing if they can get a trap there, and they'd be foolish to run into that because they'd be simple grasping route and nobody would escape it.
Thing is, I'm actually very happy Fnatic decided to group up as 5 in a brush early game with Zyra, where teams are very likely to invade. How many times have we seen in these playoffs a team just walking through and trying to get a ward on that red buff? If Zyra just roots them as they walk by, they would surely get kills. And I feel like almost every team with Zyra can do that. It just didn't pay off for them this time.
And it's interesting because we said right at the top of the show how Lemondogs do play clever. They play with their brains. They don't run into things blindly. And that just right there showed exactly that. It's like they knew there's a Zyra on the opposition, there's an Ashe with a critical hit, there's a Twisted Fate with a potential stun. There's a hell of a lot to absolutely ruin us in the jungle. We have no way of fighting this.
Absolutely. So that's why we see very rarely Lemondogs has no wards in opponent territory at the start of the game, because there was that much of a risk, and Lemondogs didn't want to take it because they are confident that they can win regardless. of having vision of the enemy jungle.
So this mid lane, the battle of the mid laners, it was our featured matchup, Nukeduck versus Peke, but it's Fizz versus Twisted Fate. There's no doubt about it. If Nukeduck can get on top of Peke, there will be problems. He should be able to get the kill as they hit to level 6. Peke, of course, he's going to be doing what he does best. He's going to be doing a Peke. He's going to be backdooring. He's going to be trying to take those advantages away from the Lemon Dogs and split pushing. So I guess it's then going to be down to Zoro or Nukeduck to try and deal with that.
And with the most recent patch for Twisted Fate, it actually swings the matchup substantially more in favor of Fizz, because previously, Twisted Fate would try to lock a gold card as quickly as possible to kind of ward off a Fizz jumping on him, and then he'd hold it for 8 or 10 seconds. But now, once Twisted Fate locks a card, he only has 4 seconds to throw it. So it basically means Xpeke cannot have as much persistent threat in lane against Fizz, where he needs that persistent threat. Otherwise, Nukeduck's just going to jump on him.
He just managed to throw out that blue mana card and the wild cards and hit both of them on towards Nukeduck. So starting off well. This top lane though, Soaz on Yorick. We did see a couple of Yoricks this weekend from Mima.
It was not
exactly going well, but he's up against Zoro Zero on Kennen, and Zoro Zero is one of those players that actually has been criticized by his own teammates by having a weak champion pool. So I'm interested to see how he's going to do on this Kennen.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Zoro Zero is one of the stronger top laners in EU, and against Yorick, we haven't seen Yorick do well this weekend whatsoever. Soaz still pulling him up because he's the type who has so much confidence in himself. I mean, Soaz, he's very quietly confident. He'll never talk himself up. He's always like, well, it's always everyone else trying to create the drama with me. But there's a reason for that, because everyone wants to beat Soaz because they know how good he is.
Well, I mean, you just think back to Taipei Assassins, Stanley, top lane. He shouted, he called out Soaz, like in his interviews at the World Finals. He's like, I'd love to play against players like him. So it's, you know, when he's been drawn talent from the champions of Season 2, of course, him himself wasn't a champion of Season 1, like Fnatic were, of course. Don't forget they were at DreamHack back in 2011 when they won Season 1, of course. And also, actually, Melisan, the support player, is actually on the community stand. So one of those, so there is actually 3 members of that Season 1 World Championship team in this hall right now. Of course, 2 others being Cyanide and Peke. But this bottom lane, it is going to be a 2v2. It's Tabs and Mithy, who have had a very good weekend, a very good season, to be honest, a very good sum up against Pushu and Yellowstar, who arguably had those changes in Fnatic and have done very well.
And oh my gosh, how much Zyra Ashe have we seen lately? It's the control lane. You just keep people at bay, and specifically when you hit level 6, you have very high kill potential, as well as it opens up the rest of your team to run lower utility if you choose so in that bottom lane. See how they can lane against Tabs later.
Well, Dex is going to go on towards Soaz. He has that red buff, manages to get the slowdown stun. Has not come out just yet, but he will do in a moment just before he gets to the tower. Isn't going to buy him enough time though. Cyanide comes in, one more Shuriken should do it, but Soaz couldn't land it there. So it's only 0. And it does mean that Soaz survives by the skin of his teeth.
And Lemon Dogs used everything to get in on that one. That's not really that huge of an impact and gank for that lane. It'll give Zoro Zero a little bit of extra time to farm, but being able to escape it is great by Soaz.
See pressure from Mithy in this bottom lane. Tabs took a big trade though with Pushu. Yellowstar focused on that AD carry, so no barriers burnt in that bottom lane. Of course, level 6 is about to be approached by both Nukeduck and Peke, so we'll keep an eye on whether that Destiny goes flying out or whether Nukeduck decides to teleport, whether he uses that teleport to follow him or to engage himself.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting thing to track, is how Xpeke can run around and avoid Nukeduck when Nukeduck's going to kill him, because it's obviously a teleport Fizz. He's going to be trying to dump a bunch of damage on Xpeke to stop him from going in the first place, or he's able to just out-duel him when he gets there. It's all a matter of timing for him.
Peke just hits level 6, he has Destiny. And in terms of farm between the mid lane, Peke's been doing a fantastic job. He's starting to build up a pretty heavy lead over Nukeduck.
And that's the thing that Peke is able to do as a ranged champion right now. Only sometimes can Fizz keep farm even with any type of ranged champion. It's not usually likely, but once he gets level 6 or so, and the kill threat really starts becoming larger, Peke has to back off more. He has to give the CS back to Nukeduck, and I feel like Nukeduck's going to be making a bit of a recovery.
Speaking of that CS advantage, we talked about it.
It was just a big wave, and they're even the whole time.
Well, Zoro Zero is what I'm looking at. The fact that he'd got almost double. He has just gone back to buy, so instead he's got himself an Amptome and a Ward to go with that double Doran's Lady cat. Tear of the Goddess was picked up by Soaz, but Soaz had fell behind quite heavily. Of course, he just took out that giant wave, which has pulled the numbers back by 10, but it was a 20+ CS lead at one point.
Yeah, and that had a bit to do with the large gank Dexter put on Soaz as the lane was shoved. So naturally, the lane is going to come back the other way. I think Soaz is surviving quite well in that lane, but honestly, Yorick, when you're picking him, you should be a lane bully. It's just a matter that Kennen is a fantastic laning champion in his own right, so they're going close to even. Considering the gank, I'd say Soaz is holding his own.
Well, we were talking about the Zyra Ashe lane, how strong it is, but look at Tams. He's having a really good time right down here at the moment. He's built himself up a 15+ CS advantage over him on the Caitlyn, and you just saw that stat a moment ago. He has been fantastic, and from the very first week, we were talking about the Caitlyn bans that were required for Tams because it seemed to be his only AD carry.
I even remember back when they were qualifying against All Authority, he was just running Caitlyn, and he was one of the first people I saw just always go for the Bloodthirster Last Whisper build on Caitlyn, which has just had so much popularity since then. Makes the ace in the hole hit for so much damage, and it really kind of changes the playstyle in the sense you want to use your Piltover Peacemaker much more and his ultimate, and just keep his distance, absolutely.
Look at Peke's build. He's gone for a needlessly large rod as the first item.
A little aggressive.
Yeah.
At this point, because you gotta keep in mind, if Nuke Duck lands a shark on him, Peke will basically die. He does have the exhaust as well, which is kind of allowing him to go with a slightly more offensive build. What this is kind of telling me is he's going for Zhonya's as quickly as possible, and he's trying to survive the laning phase without Dorans.
Look at that. That is just so controlled right there. So Lemon Dogs have the 3 members down the bottom. Nuke Duck sat by the dragon. He just waited. He's like, am I needed? I've got a good push here. I've got teleport available, but I'm just going to stand away. I'm not going to run around and waste my time getting into that tri-bush. Perfectly tactical precision play, and that's the bottom 3 gain. So Lemon Dogs take the lead.
And what a lot of people don't realize with plays like that from Nuke Duck is people don't think that if they ran all the way to the lane to give support, that could be a bad thing, because I would just be closer in case something happens. But it actually could be, because it means the more ground you cover, the more likely you are to be spotted. So he's denying information to Fnatic by making plays like that.
He sits around and waits. Fnatic going to try and take advantage of this one. Just to the side, though, is Dexter. Lying in wait. He's looking at maybe trying to slide in. Not. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be dangerous. And you can see Fnatic, they try and pull away from that one. They will pick up the Dragon, so that's going to balance out the gold. Dragon for the 1 tower down the bottom so far. Let's have a look at this mid lane. You can see very close between them. Zoro Zero in the top lane as well. Also pretty close with Soaz, who is stacking out that Tear of the Goddess. BF Sword was the first item Pushu bought. Meanwhile, Tabs, he goes back and gets himself that BF Sword and the boots as well, because he's built up that CS advantage, and he took that tower early.
So far, Fnatic is really going for the big ticket items as opposed to the small little runs. I mean, we've seen Genta with Thorns and things like that. As Yellowstar, that might be it.
That's
wow.
Ace in the hole landed, and nobody there to block it. So first blood does come out, and Tabs, well, he went for that ace in the hole, got that BF Sword, does the damage.
Yeah, and that was kind of typical Lemon Dogs. 10 minutes of slow play, and then the opportunity kind of happened for them. The reason that Yellowstar died there was because he was taking a slightly shorter way around as he was trying to rotate lanes, but there was actually a ward over top of the river where Yellowstar was moving, and it allowed Lemon Dogs to get all of the damage and have knowledge of where he was going, and it honestly just surprised Yellowstar. Obviously, the ward was there because they wanted to check for Peke going top lane, and if you put the ward there, you're more likely to spot him. It's just something Yellowstar wasn't thinking of.
So we're seeing the developments of Lemon Dog's tactics. The split push from Nuke Duck had already begun. Push that big wave down there, Peke reacts. So it's going to be those two facing off against each other. No surprise there. Of course, the destiny for Peke is going to make him maneuverable. And of course, the teleport for Nuke Duck. They honestly actually play fairly similar tactics, but Lemon Dogs just are more reserved. We were talking about this at the start. Fnatic do tend to have, and this is why it surprised me that Yorick came out for Soaz, that double team of Soaz and Peke that will just either bully out and push your lane, and simply to the point where the opposition have to pull 3 to 4 members to deal with it.
Which is kind of weird that they picked Yorick, because Yorick's not the type of guy who you think buddies up and goes and assassinates a person. He really just sits back, which puts even more pressure on Peke to make a play.
The pressure on the lanes is going to be Tabs going down.
they're going in.
Mirrored up nicely. Good action with the crowd control, but it's still not going to be enough. Teleport from Nuke. He's going to come down the side there. Switches up to Pushu. Manages to land the playful trickster on towards him. Gets across, throws out the big Earth on towards him. Pushu is going to get covered out. Great work from Cyanide there. Iron safeguards in and kicks Dexter away from his AD carry.
They're just making some big plays for no deaths. Amazing amount of tactical or mechanical skill displayed in that last fight just to keep people alive. Specifically, Cyanide coming in right at the timing for which it would have saved him.
And they're going to come on the side there. Dexter slides in once again, but he gets caught out. Grasping roots, that's going to be the kill. Cyanide gets in there. Playful trickster. Cyanide will go down. Nuke going to turn this one. Flash crescendo from Mythy. He's going to get a yellow card on towards Peke. Peke has to defend and flash away. Yellowstar using that Stranglethorns to just save his bacon.
They just had to go back in. They realized everyone used all their stuff. If they go back again, they're going to get some kills, and the junglers ended up trading their lives. But Fnatic was taken even lower in that fight, which is allowing for a potential push from Lemon Dogs in mid lane.
And Zora Zero, he's going to get punished a little bit off the side there. Pushu is back in lane. 40 hit points. Almost got himself that Bloodthirster ready. So as getting stunned out by Zora Zero and everybody backing away. Talking about those big items, Zora Zero is now gone for that needless large rod as well.
Yeah, he's going to be rushing the Zhonya's. Of course, that's the thing that Kennen does. Against this team, it's not as necessary, actually, because there's not a whole bunch of persistent damage that he's going to be having to dodge when he goes in on the fight. He's just buying it because why not? He doesn't necessarily want to Rylai's or anything foolish at the start. Going for the Needless Large Rod and the Zhonya's is helpful to play.
So blue buff invade coming out from Lemon Dogs here. Controlled invade as well because Fnatic not anywhere near that one. That is going to get still or stolen away. Dexter using that smite to confirm it. And they just rotate around while this is all happening. Nuke, he's in that top lane. Teleport was used already, of course, for that mid lane. There's going to be an arrow coming down the mid lane. It's not going to find its target. Zora Zero using that lightning surge to get out of the way.
Yeah, the thing that happened with that arrow is it passed a minion, which gave Lemon Dogs earlier knowledge of how to dodge it. You have to be very careful as an Ashe not to give your tells of where the arrow is going to be and not shoot it past any vision.
And I love the way you say it gives them the early hours because I would say probably 99% of the player base of League of Legends wouldn't have spotted that in time.
No.
No.
I mean, these are professionals, so you got to be a little sneakier with the Ashe arrows.
So, Pushu is off the side. He is in his own land. He's actually fell quite heavily behind in CS. 28 CS, you can see, coming behind. Infinity Edge being rushed by Tabs. Meanwhile, it's going to be Bloodthirster for Pushu. Mid lane, well, Peke, he's got the workings of a Rabadon's Death Gap in there already.
He's going to be going rather quick for that. It's kind of strange. Maybe Xpeke is just going full ability power. It seemed like maybe with the Ninja Large Rod, he wanted to go for his Zhonya's to kind of go in and make some very aggressive plays. But knowing Peke, he's probably going for the split push. So the fastest or highest damage split push build he could go would be straight Rabadon's Lich Bane, which is what he has the components for right now.
We'll see which way he decides to stack it out. Of course, Cyanide and Dexter. We haven't really talked about these two junglers and the impact they've had. We've just seen Cyanide making a great impact, simply defending off his Pushu. Dexter's been trying to make the plays as well. We saw him create that first blood opportunity on Yellowstar. So how do we work about these junglers? Because both kind of go about their job the same way.
Yeah, but in this game in particular, they have much different roles. Dexter is going to be trying to lock down and finish off members of Fnatic while Fnatic is split pushing, and Cyanide's basically going to be playing defense and trying to create a bunch of chaos. He's going to be trying to kick away people or kick in initiations when Lemon Dogs isn't ready for Fnatic's scatter tactics.
So it looks like Fnatic are going to try and push that mid lane. You can see they've forced him off. Dragon is available, which is why Lemon Dogs were starting to position themselves off the side. That's going to be the mid lane to Fnatic. That's the first one of the game. They will get it, but Lemon Dogs, they're continuing to try and push out. They throw out the great Earth. It's going to get on towards Yellowstar. A lot of damage done, but that was a good arrow onto Lemon Dogs. Actually stunned up and slowed both Zora Zero and Nuke Dog.
And that's what Fnatic's going to be doing a lot of this game, is just disengaging. They're going to try and take objectives, hit and run, and then avoid being initiated upon. That's what most of their picks are completely targeted around.
So Lemon Dogs back off, they go back towards that Dragon. Do Fnatic want to engage for this one? They have just used that arrow, of course. Hawkshot comes across, gives them full vision. They know that the Lemon Dogs are on it. They're going to try and get it. He gets the steal. Cyanide. Are they going to try and make them pay for this? That's the question. They're going to see a great Stranglethorns going down. Lemon Dogs getting caught out here. Cyanide will go down as well. Mithy's very low. It's going to be a great engage by Zoro Zero. Zoro Zero gets on towards him. So as Nuknuk's going to get focused down as well. Tabs is the last man standing. This could be an ace coming off a disastrous dragon there. He's walking in towards Fnatic territory. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. The stun card comes out. There's the Ash Arrow. Sorry, that's going to be the catch. And that is the ace and the dragon for Fnatic.
Could not have been better for them. And let's take a look at how this happened. How many Dragon Steals have we seen during these playoffs? There's another one. It's usually been at Baron, but this is why the fight was so good for Fnatic. This corridor with Zyra is a disaster to fight for Lemondogs. Once that Stranglethorns went down, it meant Lemondogs couldn't get the clean initiation. You can see Zoro Zero only got a couple with his ultimate. Cyanide came back to finish it off when Soaz used the ultimate, and Lemondogs was scattered because they started that fight from within the Dragon Pit and just couldn't make it out through the Zyra and through the corridor. Top it all off, they did lose the Dragon at the start as well. Gives Fnatic a huge edge.
Big turnaround, and it actually made Pushu switch his build. Going for the Bloodthirster? You know what? Might as well get Infinity Edge. I've just got a lot of gold.
It's a smart move. Also, I'm going to go out on the limb and say he was going Infinity Edge the whole time. You don't see Ashes go Bloodthirster, necessarily. They try to benefit from the passive crit that Ashe generates from her passive just to get those first hit jumps on people. Specifically just because Fnatic is going to be picking their fights so carefully. It's just, that's the thing you do on Ashe.
Interesting the way the Lemondogs went about that one. Actually, they've just pinged on Nuke. They know that he's there. There is two members. Well, I'm not sure they've got the damage to control him there. Soaz and Cyanide coming in. Soaz, of course, trying to build up that mana Munate towards his Mura mana. We do see both Lich Banes picked up by the mid laners, Nukduk and Peke. Of course, Peke still with that needlessly large rod, which he can transfer into that Rabadon's Death Cap, probably the next item. Zhonya's Hourglass was also picked up by Zoro Zero. So the top laners right now, it's been a little bit split between them. They've been off doing their own thing. How do we see these right developing? Zoro Zero obviously with that CS advantage, got the 2 kills. Did have the death, of course, in that last ace that just happened, but Soaz, he is the man that's going to be supporting, and I didn't actually see where he used his Omen of Death in that last fight, actually. I'm not sure which target he went for.
On Cyanide, because Cyanide got so low from the initial Dragon Steal that when he re-engaged, he was actually low. And to get back to that matchup, I think Zoro Zero definitely won the laning phase against Soaz. You can see the turrets down, superior farm. But Soaz is actually positioning himself to have a pretty damn strong game. Already 1-0-4. And if he gets that Spirit Visage going quickly, he's going to be able to turn himself into 1, maybe even 2 kind of slow dive buddies into the team of Lemondogs, which might give Fnatic enough heat in team fights to be able to actually take him on once they have a bit of a lead.
Interesting, Zoro Zero chasing down Peke there. Peke pulling the yellow card out in a much needed timing there. But he got a bit of damage on him, so Zoro Zero now switching up. And it's actually a double split push coming out from Lemondogs. They are shoving both with Zoro Zero in the bottom lane and Nuke. He's continuing to keep pushing out top lane.
Lemondogs and Fnatic both love running kind of what we call a 3-1-1 just lineup in most games, where they have a core team of 3 and then 2 just rogues that just do their own thing off on the side. That's what both of these teams do, so they'll be very familiar with it. And in that type of game, Peke and Pushu are the stars for Fnatic, because the arrows can catch people, the 1s, or the 3s if your whole team is there, and Peke gets to go wherever he wants. Whereas Lemondogs really just has Fizz who can participate in that game.
Yeah, both teams have actual great vision as well. Although saying that, Lemondogs are lacking in the top lane, which is why we see that ward going down in the river from Nukduk. Bottom lane is heavily covered out there from Zoro Zero, so as trying to turn a little bit of aggression on him with those ghouls and does get forced back away. Going to go for the ward. The mid lane though looks like there may be an action hotspot here. We do see Miffy just off to the side. I'm thinking maybe they're going to come across Flash Crescendo here. No, it's going to be quickly interrupted. Yellowstar throws down those plants, keeps them well at bay.
Yeah, with all 5 members of Lemondogs near, it's dangerous for Fnatic to go in for a full-on fight on top of the turret, so they might hold the arrow for a little while longer.
He just makes his way safely across. Nukduk is just holding out in the wolves, actually. Biding his time to come in on towards Fnatic. The rest of Fnatic are now all here. It's a straight up 5v5 in that mid lane. We have Dexter just off the side in the Wraiths as well. Mithy was over there. Making sure they keep that protected. So standoff. Nukduk is going to go up the river back towards Peke. Peke turns straight back around and heads back from it.
Yeah, and Fnatic is in a pretty comfortable situation right here. They're maybe just trying to draw out this portion of the game because they recognize that they are stronger. When you think of the matchup between Twisted Fate and Fizz, actually with these pings going down, it looks like Fnatic's looking for some type of arrow fight, knowing that Fizz isn't there. They baited out the teleport by faking that invasion. Or Nukeduck's just going in from the back.
Nukeduck goes in around the side, the Crescendo only gets on towards Soaz. Cyanide taking very low, but Soaz is deep. Sorry, Zero's going to get dropped. Didn't get a chance to use the Zony's Hourglass there. Herb comes out. Tabs does manage to get the kill on towards Cyanide, but look at Nukeduck, he's running for his life. He's managed to take down the support, but that is all. Mid is going to get dropped as well. It's a great fight for the Fnatic so far. They've managed to get the 3-for-1. There's going to be Peke coming in. Stun card on towards Dexter. Wildcard follows through, and that's a double for Peke. It's a 4-for-1 trade.
And that was exactly what Fnatic wanted, 4-for-2 as you hold up the 2 fingers afterwards. That fight itself was something Lemondogs forced because Fnatic was sitting there for so long. Lemondogs wanted to make this a reality, but you can see the Crescendo didn't land on enough. Only Cyanide, who can then just go wherever he wants afterwards. And Nukeduck only managed to get the support, which allowed Fnatic a bunch of freedom throughout the rest of the fight to then come and finish off. You can see Peke finished off, then came all the way back to go mid, and now they might be going for a ridiculously fast 23-minute Baron.
And that was interesting, the flat-out aggression from Pushu. Realized he had full control of Nukeduck and actually flashed to make sure he got that kill. Went aggressive onto a Fizz. That's not something you'd already see. He had the barrier, of course, up there, and that will be Baron for Fnatic. 10-6 up in kills, 6,000 gold advantage. You can see they're still actually behind in turrets. They haven't taken too many objectives across the map. But now that they have that Baron on, they're going to be so much stronger. They were already trying to push the Lemondogs, and Lemondogs, well, normally play very conservatively, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. Remember, this is their first big final.
I know, and we don't know how they're going to perform on these stages. We knew before this playoffs even happened, they said, oh, we're happy that we made it into Season 4. Anything else is just a bonus. Whereas Fnatic have been champions before, so they can definitely push on in full force. And right now, they're just taking absolutely every advantage possible. They recognize how much stronger they are than Lemondogs at this moment. Pushu has that Ash Arrow. Really, Fnatic only has 2 people on their team that have even died this game because the other 3, Soaz, Peke, and Pushu, have just been playing so smartly in these fights. And they're allowing Cyanide and Yellowstar to kind of take the hits for them. They're playing this very well.
Yeah, it seems to be Cyanide, like you mentioned, that he's going to be the Omen of Death magnet, it seems, for Soaz. He's having to use it on him because he's simply that frontline tank, and you can see now he's got that Aegis Legion in there as well. The Iron Locket will follow through. Had to go for that Sightstone early on to do the funky tricks that can pull with Lee Sin. Has got Home Guard boots as well, so going to be running straight back out and defending. I expect to see those Home Guard boots stacking up on everyone. More importantly, it seems to be Lemondogs. They're going to be the ones that are pressured. The mid lane now is where the pressure is coming, though. Fnatic starts to stack there.
Yeah, and there is no teleport up for Nukeduck right now, so all the split push he is trying to create might just backfire. Fnatic decides to go in whenever they want. Peke is in range to teleport in. If they led with an Ash Arrow, they'd be risking giving up a bit of a turret, but they'd be trying to make a quick game.
There's the arrow, lands on towards Tabs. You can see quickly Peke's going to jump into this one. Cyanide goes in towards him. Dexter's caught out the side. Sorry, Zero having to use that on his Hourglass. Slicing Maelstrom doing work though. Pushu goes down to Tabs. Fnatic not in exactly a great position. The top turret has gone down. That's going to be Fizz continuing to split push. He's still going on towards the inhibitor turret. He hasn't backed away yet. That's going to be the ghost, the Omen of Death of Pushu. But it will be Fnatic pushing on towards the inhibitor turret. Have they got enough to try and take it?
It's still such a risky push. They lost that fight 1-for-0 in a 4v5, and now, even though they have the Baron, after taking the turret down, there is a fish behind them trying to get a kill.
Nukeduck heading straight towards them. You can see the Cataclysm's going to be used. They're trying to lock him up. Soaz does already have his ultimate down, remember, but where's he going? So, of course, you can't chase down a slippery little sucker like Lee Sin. Simply slides away. They're only going to get the 1 kill at best out of this one. Then it is going to be Soaz. That's not a great return. It was an inner turret and a bunch of kills for an inner turret and an inhibitor turret.
Well, that was one of those high-risk, high-reward plays by Fnatic, which we don't necessarily see too much of usually. Way back in the spring split, I remember I was talking to a lot of EG players, and they were talking about Fnatic's playstyle. They do medium risk, high reward plays, where your response to them is risky, but they're only taking a medium risk going into it. That was actually fairly unlike Fnatic, because if that dive went horribly wrong, Nuke Duck could have taken an inhibitor themselves, and it almost did, but Fnatic gets away with a slight advantage. They're still going in.
Flat out aggression. There's Tabs that gets kicked out by Cyanide. Remember, the Ashes go, it's going to catch. That is going to be Tabs going down. Pushu extracts revenge there. Nuke Duck's well out of position here.
They might just be trying to go back in here because the Baron is still on a couple people, and there's the TF ball.
Zoro is going to get taken low. He gets dropped. His on his Hourglass wasn't available, and that is going to be a double kill. We do see Dexter going down as well. Mythi's going to get locked up. That's another kill for Peke. This is a whitewash of Fnatic. They're going to push straight through the mid lane.
Yeah, they have 4 people dead on Lemon Dogs right now. Nuke Duck was the only person to make an escape, and Fnatic still, with Baron on Peke and Yellowstar, are taking the inhibitor that they tried to get a couple minutes ago.
Big plays by Fnatic. They will take down the inhibitor. That is the first one of the game. They are now, what, 8,000 gold in the lead. It's a big advantage.
Yeah, and it's because of this. Cyanide goes in and gets the kick this time onto Tabs. In the previous fight, he'd actually gotten it onto Jarvan. It allows Pushu just hit him in the face with a crystal arrow, and then they chase the rest of it down because Peke is so fast with that Lich Bane right now, and obviously his ultimate allows him to go pretty much wherever he wants. Once they make the corner, he cuts them off. You can't run into an Ashe, you can't run away from an Ashe, and clearly you can't run away from Peke, which is why they cleared up that 4-0.
Well, Twisted Fate was left available. Lemon Dogs could have taken it as their first pick, but instead they chose to go with Jarvan. Dexter, who is 0-4-7 right now. Should they have gone for that Twisted Fate? Twisted Fate, Peke, 4-0-7. It's a dangerous thing to allow Peke to have.
Peke's trying to make them regret this, but you throw so many bans at the mid laners already, you're pretty much just throwing it back and forth. Lemon Dogs haven't lost with Fizz all year, and Fizz is generally pretty good against Twisted Fate, so I don't think this is a pick they necessarily regret. It's just Fnatic is playing this game so well, and Peke in particular.
There's a farm between Zoro and Soaz, and has developed into a bit of a duel, but simply put, they're not in that lane phase, and they haven't been for a while because Fnatic are grouping up as one and creating advantages. This is not normal Fnatic play. We don't ordinarily see them stacking up as a 5 and just piling in there. But 28 minutes going into this game, we're going to see that monster thrown out. Earth pops out, unsuccessful. They're just trying to create plays now. It seems Lemon Dogs, under pressure, are starting to struggle. Peke's going to try and get caught out here. Dexter slides in, Ace in the hole will come through. Gets
the rest of the team has to come here.
Hourglass. They are going to see front shut down on towards Peke. The bonus gold going to Nuke Duck. Fnatic going to back away.
Well, Fnatic's trying to play aggressive. Lemon Dogs sniffs an opportunity, but they get flashed away. And I believe Lemon Dogs is not able to finish this push. This is Fnatic, in my opinion, just experimenting a little bit because they've already qualified for the World Championships right now. Yet this game still means a lot for them. So they're in a unique situation where they can play slightly differently with good rewards, but without having the maximum punishments against them. They're almost never in this situation as professionals.
We saw both of these teams also running a double AD comp in the Super Week because, well, Fnatic felt they were safe, I feel, in the first game, or maybe they pulled out something fancy. It didn't work for them. Lemon Dogs themselves also pulled out a double AD comp. Didn't work for them either.
So I haven't really seen double AD comps work, as long as we're on this topic. They see, like, it's a beautiful idea, and you think, man, if we only had 2 AD carries, wouldn't that be great? And you're like, that would be great, man, awesome. And you're like, wait a minute, I think we're missing something in this big competition.
I just think it's the mid lane that's going, I can play as well. I can do that.
It feels really fun.
It's fun.
Winning is also fun.
Winning is a much better feeling. So, okay, with that blue buff Lich Bane stacking out got that Rabadon's Death Cap. Now there's Zonya's Hourglass on him as well. He is pretty much a complete Twisted Fate right now. But you could almost say the same for Nuke Duck. With that Zonya's, with that Lich Bane in there. Yes, Rabadon's Death Cap will follow as well.
Yeah, and it's actually, Fizz follows this really weird power curve, actually, where he's strong early, actually dips for a while, and then when Fizz hits 4, 5, or 6 items, he just starts killing absolutely everyone. And I don't think Nuke Duck's actually quite there yet. He's pretty strong, but until he actually gets a death cap, he's not going to really blow people up who aren't a support like Yellowstar.
And Zoro's gone full mage tank as well, like absolutely trying to blitz people. Rabadon's Death Cap was just completed by him, along with that Zonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, he's going to need to be doing a bunch of damage, and it's kind of smart of him to be building slightly more aggressive right now, since Lemon Dogs isn't necessarily the ones looking to dive, so they don't have to worry about the turret aggro or the damage he'll take coming in. They're mainly going to be trying to play reactively to what Fnatic is doing, and Fnatic is trying to make a bunch of plays as they go for this Baron.
Trying to get that Baron down, trying to use the ghouls actually to take that new Advantage. Dexter's going to get locked up. He's going to be able to slide away, but the arrow does manage to land. Is it going to be enough to get away from this one? He should walk away. That's the Ash Arrow burn.
And really didn't get much for that. I thought Cyanide might be able to go back in, and here's the counter again.
They're going to try and get in towards it. Cataclysm was used. He's locked up Soaz, but there's not a great deal of damage to him. Vicky tries to get close, but is he in danger of getting caught out? Oh, has to flash away. Cyanide caught him. That was split precision flashing as well, because Cyanide could have powered through that.
They're just going to keep going.
Soaz is getting caught out as well. There's a lot of pressure on him, but he's so tanky. He's just healing it all back up.
And how aggressive is Fnatic willing to be here? Because Cyanide is incredibly low, healed up a little bit. They have no Ash Arrow, but they know 0-0 has been back in base. And in this game in particular, Fnatic has been pressing harder than usual. They might look to stick around.
This is a dangerous start for Baron. They can't go for it. Lemondogs have all backed off. We've seen the mid lane. Actually, the inhibitor is under pressure from minions, so we can see the 0-0 is there, and it is going to be the inhibitor doing the damage at the moment. But that is going to be a... Where was that tower that went down? It's got to be the bottom lane tower that just went down. There we go. Just trying to see where that what happened there. The minions taking something out, but nevertheless, Fnatic did back away from that. Baron, no surprise there. Would have been dangerous play. Lemondogs themselves having to deal with this massive wave push of minions, but look how many wards are out there. Lemondogs actually have much better vision of that Baron area than the Fnatic do.
Yeah, specifically Lemondogs, since they were moving around in that jungle for so long, are very protective against a counter initiation, and it's brilliant of them to spend this much on wards early on, because all Fnatic wants to do is fire an Ash Arrow through the jungle while Lemondogs is coming up and initiate a fight. But since they have advanced vision of these Ash Arrows, it's going to be much easier for them to reactively avoid them.
Just waiting to see. Look at this. Nukeduck. He's got that teleport available, remember, so he can join the party. He's going to back off to base. Doesn't want to use it as actively. Fnatic trying to bait out Lemondogs into coming into here. 3 of them lying in wait. Yellowstar simply playing possum with that Oracle to clear out those wards and hoping someone engages them.
Yeah, Nukeduck's not even close right now. Teleport is up for Fizz, and see, this is just Fnatic being more aggressive than usual. They're at very real danger of getting initiated on by Kennen. That Baron is getting very low though, 4,000 health.
Ooh, the arrow is going to miss. Actually, Teleport comes in straight onto Stranglethorns. Will it be enough to go and control them? It's a great crescendo coming out there. Lemondogs could turn this fight. They're going to get in there. That's going to be enough from 0-0, but the damage is not quite there. Miffy takes a big chunk. Nukeduck has yet to engage. Now comes in, gets the shutdown on towards Pushu. Fnatic have to disengage this one. Lemondogs, they're going to try and turn a push mid.
And that fight could have been a lot worse for Fnatic, because 0-0 never really got in for his cannon ult. Fnatic could have gotten wrecked, and we talked before how Fnatic doesn't have a team fighting composition. So to corner themselves as 5 near the Baron is extremely dangerous. They only lost that fight 1-0, but Lemondogs is definitely roaring a bit back in this game.
Lemondogs using their standard control passive play, making it plain clever play as well. Where is Peke going to go? Oh, he didn't get away from that one. Actually, he was engaged. Dexter slid in and interrupted him. Peke does just walk away, though. Fizz was close by, so Nukeduck was looking to maybe try and pick up some kills there. But again, like I was just saying, they took that middle turret, then just swung around for Dragon. They didn't wait around too long. They didn't try and push that mid lane.
No, and I feel like this advantage that Fnatic has gained from the inhibitor is kind of lost. And like Lemondogs does, they play low risk, so they won that Baron fight, and the risk play would have been going for a turret, but knowing how aggressively Fnatic has been trying to take down Baron, Lemondogs needed to make sure that they were prepared for this upcoming fight, and they also needed to make sure they could refresh the wards in their own jungle, because if Pushu lands one of those Ash Arrows, it's going to be trouble. And this is not... Pushu's been playing amazingly this entire game and split. The reason he's not landing his Ash Arrows isn't because he's firing them wrong, it's because Lemondogs knows how to play against Ash so well.
They know how to avoid a big stun that comes out. So as of course with that Manamune completed into his Muramana. Now seeing Peke, he needs that blue buff, he needs to keep that Destiny on cooldown as long as possible. He's going to go and clear out that bottom wave while the rest of Fnatic, they go for that shove down that mid lane. There's only 3 of them there right now. Yellowstar's going to try and join them, and Lemondogs thinking of creating something. Again, they've put a lot of ping wards down, a lot of ward coverage at that Baron. I don't think either team really want to go for it now though.
No, not quite, because it's at a point where Lemondogs is behind in overall gold, but very even in actual team fights. So if they initiate the wrong way and get caught by Yellow Star's Stranglethorns, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, whereas Fnatic wants to maneuver around the map and kind of catch Lemondogs in a weird spot, which is why Fnatic's forcing all these awkward-looking initiations and movements.
Yeah, of course, the inhibitor is exposed in that mid lane, so Fnatic can just walk straight up and take it down. They've got to be careful they don't get engaged upon, though. This plant's doing great work from Yellow Star, shutting out effectively all of Lemondogs.
And this is just a great play by Fnatic. It could backfire if they're not careful, though. Soaz is in the base. If they all come in for the inhibitor, Lemondogs can get them. At the most part, Fnatic wants to peel away and slowly take Lemondogs into a tight space. That's why Lemondogs does not immediately follow.
Nukeduck desperately trying to get into either Pushu or Peke. They're going to be the targets. The fact is, he's still behind them, while the rest of the team have got in position to defend out that inhibitor.
Oh, the fish!
Does get spotted out. He's going to go onto a Soaz. Nearly pulled it into towards Pushu there. That's not the target he wanted, though. That was blocked off by Soaz to prevent Pushu from getting hit by that earth.
That was a close one. Nukeduck had done so much to be able to get around behind Fnatic. He knows how difficult it is to plow through all of the defenses they have there. If Nukeduck tries to approach a fight up front, he's got to get past Cyanide's kickback, Pushu's Ash Arrows, Xpeke's stuns, and all of Yellow Star's roots. That's why it was good for him to get around the back. And then the fact that the fish landed on exactly the wrong target, all that work for nothing.
All that work for nothing. And Fnatic return back in towards that Baron pit with that Oracle, clear out everything that Lemondogs worked hard to get back in there. And we are back to absolutely the same position they were 5 minutes ago. But the difference is Fnatic, he is down, Peke, sorry, down that bottom lane, pushing out for Fnatic, keeping the pressure on towards that bottom turret. And that's going to force Nukeduck to have to react to this one. Teleport not yet available, but it probably will be by the time Fnatic are in position to maybe try and pressure on the Baron.
Yeah, he's only got 40 seconds left on that teleport, and knowing that Peke and Yellow Star just went back to base for Fnatic, he's safely able to farm out that lane a little bit. Nukeduck's getting dangerous, by the way. He's just picking up another needlessly large rod, and this is the fizz that can start blowing anyone up, which means Fnatic has to be extremely cautious. But speaking of blowing people up, a Deathfire Grasp, Lichbane Twisted Fate can basically just pop someone if he gets the combo off properly. Much like Alex Each's Kale did a couple days back, this TF build can actually do a very similar thing.
We'll keep our eye on that one. I'm wondering whether Pushu's maybe going to go for a defensive item towards the end. He's up to his 5-item building there. You can see that Phantom bounce along with the IE Bloodthirst, that last Whisper. Yet to go for that final item. Meanwhile, Taps looks like he's going towards a Blade of the Rune King as his 4th item.
Seems like a smart call for Tabs right now because he needs to cut through Pushu. Was that arrow going to land? No. Well, once again, you could see the forward ward in the mid lane. Let everyone know that that arrow was coming down, and it allowed everyone to move to the left.
They all just sidestepped off there. It's a pretty short cooldown. It's going to be about 40 seconds before that's back available. Lemondogs are going to realize that. You can see they tried to create a play straight off of Yellow Star. Almost got caught out by Dexter, but he didn't engage because the vision wasn't great around that river area. And Fnatic keep control. Cautious play from both teams right now.
Yeah, they're both playing a little bit low risk right now. And if we know who the riskier team is here, it's going to be Fnatic who actually forces something. Lemondogs feels very confident in their ability to team fight. So they're just going to react to Fnatic and basically try and dare them to come in for a battle.
Yeah, you can see they're pushing up that mid lane. Fnatic are reacting to this one. They're coming around the side, coming around both sides, in fact. Soaz is looking at coming around the backside, trying to shut them down, slow them so the rest of the team can get in there. Pushu also putting those volleys across. We do see Peke just off the side. The great lot of lockup from Fnatic here. If they land it right, we do see the plants coming through. Dexter almost getting caught. Lemondogs trying to back away from this one. But he's been caught. He's going to have to get away from this one. He's taken very low. That means Flash Crescendo won't be really available. Fnatic have done a great job at separating and forcing Lemondogs well away from lane.
And now Fnatic can just run right down the middle lane, and Lemondogs is basically going to have to bound right back for it, despite how low mid he is. So if they ever take a wrong turn, knowing Lemondogs is starting this fight from low health, Fnatic may have an edge. This could be a fight they're willing to take.
That's the inhibitor going down though. Fnatic are going to get on towards it. Lemondogs backing off. Nukeduck stays at the side, but Fnatic aren't interested. They've got in, they've got their objective, and they back out.
That was Soaz making a play on Yorick. Not the playmaking type champion you're normally used to, but he has actually accumulated a very scary Yorick build. He's an incredibly tanky man, but because he's got that Muramana transform, he's able to get squishies down quite quickly, as we saw in that last fight. So he's actually now quite a nuisance for Lemondogs to deal with.
Peke uses Destiny, wipes out the entire wave with a singular red card, but that does mean Destiny is not available. Lemondogs tried to quickly take advantage of that, went in towards that Baron. The rest of Fnatic are close by, so Lemondogs choose to think it was a bit too risky a play.
It was a risky play, but at the same time, that was a bit of an opportunity, because once XPK used that Destiny, Lemondogs could have noted that Peke's mana was incredibly low, so you knew either Peke was going back to base or he was stopping at blue, and he didn't have an ultimate to come in immediately. Lemondogs would have had a fair amount of time for 4v5, but then you factor in Cyanide and how Lemondogs had already lost Dragon to them earlier. It makes it, like usual, the smart move of Lemondogs to backplay.
There's nothing worse than losing out that Baron and tanking the lot, and by the time they would have done it, Peke could have been back there. So, yeah. Fnatic, they are in the driving seat. We are hitting the 42nd minute of this game. We're already seeing 400 CS on Peke, highest in the game, and no surprise there. Nukduk actually quite a long way out of position, and Fnatic quite close by to him, choose not to push across, and again, it's ward clearance, ladies and gentlemen, around that Baron pit. I feel I've been in this situation many times in my casting career.
But right now, Lemondogs actually kind of ran out of wards near the Baron area, so they have to be very cautious in this approach, which gives Fnatic a lot more control and power over where this next fight happens. If any of the Ash arrows land, it could be one for Pushu in this fight.
Well, Lemondogs are pretty separated here. The ace in the hole will come across, but look at that, he barely dead Soaz. And now Mithy's actually in trouble. The arrow's going to land. Mithy just gets dropped. Stranglebolts uses the great disengage by Yellowstar, but now Fnatic want to chase on towards it. Soaz is going to get taken low. Uses the ultimate on himself. Gets bursted by Zoro, Zero. And now Caitlyn is going to get dropped. Tabs is in trouble. Nukduk's not going to be able to get out of this. Sonya's Hourglass gets locked up. Tries to play for Trickster away, but gets double killed by Peke. That was a 3-for-1. And Fnatic now looking to take a big advantage.
It was the slow play ward game there by Fnatic, and Peke got his combo off. At this point, Dexter's just trying to run around. There's only one possible defender of the base for Lemondogs right now, where there are 4 strong members of Fnatic pushing in. They might go for Nexus turrets here.
They should be able to do it. Of course, Peke in there has got a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, look at that. My word, he just drops that turret in a singular card nearly. Of course, Pushu in there. He's got almost his full build. Ash, this is going to be Fnatic taking game 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the finals against the Lemondogs. We are going to see the ultimate coming out from Zoro Zero, but that's simply going to get him locked up. It's only buying time for Fnatic, and they will get the kill on him. Got 2 kills, not bad there for Zoro Zero, but it will be the Nexus going down. Fnatic take game 1 in this final best of 5.
That puts them 1 game closer to winning 2 Season 3 splits in a row here over in Europe. And even though Fnatic played the start of that game rather aggressive, they hit a snag in the middle of the game before they could eventually finish it off.
So, 1 down, 4 to go maybe, or just 2 for Fnatic, that's all they need.
If they play well enough.
Lemondogs have got to think about that one. They've got to think about the picks and bans. They've got to think about the plays they used. Because you think back to that Dragon, the first Dragon fight. They lost the Dragon through a smite from Cyanide, and they got aced.
Yeah, that was very well played around objectives for Fnatic, and that's the team comp they specifically picked. All the extra mobility they gained from having the Twisted Fate, as he was able to survive most of the laning phase against Fizz, being able to pick Ashe and then deal with the Caitlyn lane, having Zyra never getting initiated on in the wrong way by what was a very strong initiation team from Lemondogs. The dive potential that was Jarvan Kennen could have caught them in bad spots, but Fnatic was 1 step ahead that entire time.
All right, guys, that was a fantastic match by Fnatic. Let's go over to Quickshot and Kobe to break down how they won the match.
Thank you very much, team, and congratulations to Fnatic for picking up a victory. It was a game that was pretty hard fought, but it was basically Fnatic making all the moves. They seem to have all the answers to everything that Lemondogs was throwing at them. Let's go right back to the beginning, talk about the picks and bans. We've seen the Ashe-Zyra combo, once again. We've seen a Yorick pick thrown in there as well. What did you think of the Fnatic comp?
So again, this is, when people always talk about the style of Fnatic and their split pushing style and their skirmishing style, this is why you can't give them the Ashe-Zyra. That's why when they were playing EG, I kept saying you simply can't give them that much control. The engage, the disengage, the only thing they have to give up with that lane to take Ashe-Zyra is their bottom turret because they're up against a Caitlyn. But a Caitlyn lane is going to take that in just a matter of time anyway. They're willing to make that sacrifice to have their control over the team fights for the entire mid and late game. And the Yorick pick, now, that fits into their skirmish style. Yes, he's not a tank early, because 95% of people build Yorick with the tier into the Manamune, into the Muramana first, but he becomes a beastly tank later, and for the mid game, when he's not a tank, he can just ult whatever person does get caught and targeted in their skirmishes. So they're okay with that person going down, they'll just get back up.
Yeah, we actually seen that a couple of times throughout the course of the game, that it was Cyanide very early on, later on it was whoever got crescendoed up and got bursted down. It's going to actually lead us quite naturally to our very first replay, which was in and around the Dragon Pit. Let's pull that replay up on your screen. It actually starts with the Lemon Dogs sitting on the Dragon, but Cyanide does what Cyanide has been doing for a very long time.
So I had to pull this clip because this is just jungle power right here. Cyanide pulls a beautiful Dragon Steel to start this one off, and he escapes. It's Lemon Dogs trying to catch him that makes them overcommit in the river and allows Yellowstar to make use of that giant amount of control that Zyra has in the river. She can actually block off the entire river with her ultimate here. So let's see. First, we'll start out with the steal from Cyanide. Just beautiful timing right here. And he's even going to be able to get out scot-free. They try and do a chase over here, which immediately Fnatic turn the tables on them. The roots into the Stranglethorns, and Mithy is going to get caught here. He is able to get off his crescendo, though, before he does get 100%ed. So this is going to allow a little answer from Lemon Dogs as Zorazio flashes in with his ulti to finish off the Caitlyn. But that's just not enough to answer here, because Soaz had ulted Cyanide. That was their fill-in for a tank instead, and they were able to catch this one out, finish off an ace and a Dragon Steel. So they got everything, and that was at 17 minutes. Usually we don't see aces plus objectives till much later in the game.
Yeah, and this is actually something that, you know, continued to trend throughout the course of the game. Every time these very big team fights did take place, Fnatic would win quite clearly, quite dominantly, but Lemon Dogs would be able to get some scraps, would be able to get some kills in place. And, you know, because we didn't really have that traditional tank from Fnatic, the onus was on them to make these fights work, which does lead us to our second replay. Let's pull this one up on your screen. It is going to be another fight, this time in the mid lane, and this really highlights the skirmishing power that Fnatic has under their belt.
Yeah, so this one I just wanted to show a clip where we can actually explain how Fnatic fight as a team if they ever are forced to. They would much rather split push and skirmish, but this is a point where they actually do get caught because of the teleport that Nukeduck goes into the river here, and they just happen to be in the perfect terrain for splitting up here. They all spread out, so their Lemon Dogs cannot corner them in, and then they use Zyra's ultimate to gain control of the center of the battlefield and open up a perfect arrow combo here. So let's roll this clip and we'll see how they shut down Zoro by directing the focus. Here, they spread out here, so the crescendo only hits their two semi-tanks, and then that Zyra ultimate opened the window for the arrow to go down the middle of the battlefield, and they take out Zorazio before he can Zhonya's, before he can ultimate. From this point, it is the exact skirmishes that Fnatic want. Everyone spread out because of that giant Stranglethorns that went down in the middle of the map, and Nukeduck, he's on Fizz, who's very tricky, but he has to use all of his abilities to get in and make the assassination successful because he had to take teleport to deal with Twisted Fate. Whereas Peke comes in, able to chase down another one.
So the one thing that I do want to talk about, just as far as the individual players were concerned, Nukeduck never really got to nuke anybody with that Fizz. He got himself into a fairly good position, but he couldn't really take out the Ashe. He didn't really have that overpowering lane matchup against Twisted Fate. And in general, that sort of trended for most of the Lemon Dogs players. You know, Zorazio and Kennen, he didn't really get off the best slicing maelstroms. There were a few, but it just felt like they couldn't really get the most out of their compositions and their champions.
Well, they did their best to. It was because of the control that Fnatic got with their picks, and Lemon Dogs actually played it really well, stalling out the game expertly when they were behind. They were able to pull that amazing Baron stop where they got a kill, and that was when Nukeduck actually did go back in on Ashe and was able to burst him down once, but all the stall in the world wasn't able to get them the gold lead back, and they never got that one team fight ace to turn it around.
If you can't take control back from the team that's controlling you, you're not going to win the game. So we do have to take a very quick break, and when we return, we're going to be joined by EG, Snoopy, and Crepo. Then it is time for game 2 in this best of 5 championship showdown between the Lemon Dogs and Fnatic. Do not touch that mouse. The LCS live from Gamescom is going to be right back.
We're going to Los Angeles for the season 3 World Championship, and we're really excited. At least I am.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013. Before we go into our next match, I'm very happy to be joined by Crepo and Snoopy of Evil Geniuses, and I gotta say thank you so much for coming out and saying a couple of words. It'll mean tons to the fans. Let me ask you about the experience, of course. It's just fresh in the memory, dominating that first game, but then it just all fell apart.
Gamescom's been a fantastic experience for us. It's great to come out here, and the support that we have from the fans is absolutely phenomenal. I had to take a good 30 minutes after the game just to gather myself, but I went out there and seen the fans backstage, and I was there for a good hour and a half, and there was actually more there just waiting for us. We really, really appreciate the support. We're sorry to disappoint you guys, but we'll be back in Season 4.
Crepo, is there anything you want to say about the game you had specific, or do you just want to forget it as fast as possible?
I mean, losing is not fun. We just gotta take the lessons we can out of the game, and then just know that even though we lost, so many people were still supporting us. Like, the crowd was, whenever we did something well, the crowd was going mental. We went backstage, they opened the door a few times. We couldn't go out. We just had to get a few minutes, gather our senses, and then we just out, and everyone was nice. Everybody was welcoming. Everybody said cheer up, chin up, keep smiling, and we'll keep supporting you no matter what. And that's what I love about our fans.
Yeah, because they've been supporting you guys for a long time. And Snoopy, tell me, what do you take from this? Because for you, it's been an eventful time, but you must be proud of the great performance you've been able to put down here.
I'm definitely proud of the achievement that we made. The start of the season, and then the second split as well, was not the greatest for us. At the end of it, we finished quite strong, but our expectations got higher and higher towards the end of the split, and we really, really wanted to get to Worlds. And we tried our damnedest to get there, and unfortunately, we couldn't pull through in the end. And I want to say full credit to Gambit. They're really, really worthy opponents. We've fought with those guys for 2 years now, and if anyone deserves it, it's definitely them. They're great guys.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys about that. When the game was over, you guys were crushed, and still, when you were near Gambit, you guys just hugged them, because somewhere inside, there must have been a little, okay, we're kind of happy for them as well.
I mean, they're going to Worlds. You have to be happy for them. You can cry all you want off stage and backstage, but if you see how much it means to them as well, everybody wants to go there. And if there's any team that can represent Europe, Gambit has to be part of it. Aside with Lemondogs and Fnatic as well, I think we have 3 really strong teams going there. It really hurts not being one of those teams, but all you can do is congratulate them and hope they represent Europe really well.
Yeah, but finally, you guys are in Season 4. You guys are going to be back, and what's in the future?
The future is quite a while away. That's the only thing. It's quite a while till the future. We have a 5 months downtime. We're probably going to lay back a little bit. A couple of us are going to go to Worlds and check out Worlds as spectators, sadly, but we're going to lay back a little bit, and then we have to step it up again for Season 4. What I want the fans to do, though, is I want you guys to support the 3 teams that are there. I know we're one of the most popular teams in Europe, but get behind the 3 teams that are there. They need all the help they can get. The Koreans are a bit harsh right now, but you guys have to support them, please.
Thank you very much for coming out, you guys, and good luck in Season 4. We're looking forward to that. All right, it's time for us to go back to the desk to D-Man and Jat for the next game.
Thank you very much, Shox. A great interview there with Snoopy and Crepo. So coming into the game 2 of this best of 5 series between Fnatic and Lemondogs, Soaz and his crew have now won 7 games in a row. That's a pretty big deal. And now just 2 more wins to take them their 2nd straight European split championships.
Yeah, and our feature matchup here, Peke, I'd say he won round 1 there against Nuke Duck. 8-1 and 8 as Twisted Fate, and he was the facilitator and creator of most of the action for Fnatic. Another thing was Soaz. He played the best Yorick we've seen in the playoffs so far. Even though he didn't seem to dominate the laning phase, he actually made plays as Yorick, which is not something many players can do.
No, it's definitely not something you do too often. Of course, Cyanide was the omen of death that he used it many, many times, because Cyanide was also creating the plays. He was diving in there, just knowing full well that Soaz had his back.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty good synergy that they were able to pull off with those 2. Not expected from Pix and Bans. They'd obviously had it at least mapped out in their minds how it was going to go, and they executed it quite well.
So game 2 going to be starting shortly. What are we thinking from Pix and Bans? Is that Twisted Fate going to get taken away? This time, of course, Fnatic will be on the blue side, Lemondogs on the red side. Is it effectively down to Lemondogs to have to force that ban?
I don't know, actually. This is the tricky one, because I feel like the Fizz is a plan that Lemondogs should be comfortable with. We're going to find out very quickly how much respect they're giving Xpeke here if they do decide to ban in the way, because knowing how early Peke picked it in the last one means Peke is fully confident in his ability to play Twisted Fate and doesn't necessarily respect Nuke Duck's ability to counter. But if you do that, you leave up all the other stuff. Zed, as well as Kassadin, are the things you always have to
Ari as well.
Ari,
We've seen some strong Aris this weekend as well. I mean, think back to Pharrell Nord, of course, for alternate. He was absolutely dominated on Ari, and no surprise that actually, I think the EG Gambit game, Ari is banned in every single matchup there. Nobody wanted to let Froggen have it, or Alex H hasn't run it too often, to be fair, but Froggen definitely has. And the same you could say for Fnatic, because we've seen Peke running Ari a lot. If Twisted Fate's taken away, that's like his default champion, falls back to.
Absolutely. These guys are such almost established assassin-type players, and they're so good at the in-and-out gameplay. Any of the champions that can exhibit those types of talents, where they can kill a person and then still escape, are what these guys are all about. Twisted Fate doesn't necessarily fit into that. He generally goes in and kills a person, and let's hope he killed enough people, because otherwise he's going to die in that situation.
So, looks like the picks and bans are underway. Zed being taken away, no surprise there. Nuguk not being allowed that. Or technically Peke as well, banning it away from himself. Thresh being used as a ban. I am not sure about that as a ban against Mithy. I don't feel he's that strong as Thresh player, but of course Kassadin and Shen being the other bans, not letting Shen get through, technically a global threat. And of course we've all seen Peke's Kassadin backdoors.
Yeah, and Mithy actually seems like the type of player who plays a lot of different supports as well. I know I've seen him excel on support Fiddlestick sometimes, and where he has no business excelling on in certain games for that. But it's still a ban that at least Fnatic feels is valid in this situation, especially because Fnatic likes to play such a split-around playstyle. Thresh is one of those champions who can kind of create a lot of plays when you're not expecting him to, as well as having very strong level 1 action. So in that sense, the ban makes sense, and through all of this, no Twisted Fate ban.
Yeah, Twisted Fate has got through. So Jarvan and Zac, the final 2 bans coming through. So Jarvan taken away. We'll see whether Dexter actually go for Lee Sin. That sometimes is his fallback champion, but right now it's Fnatic to make that first pick. What will they go with here?
They have so many options on the table. Ahri is something we talked a lot about. Twisted Fate is obviously still available. Those would be like the 2 high priority things right now for them.
There is Ahri. Ahri getting selected in there, so has managed to sneak through. That also means that actually I don't think Twisted Fate will come out from Lemondogs, because it's not a great pick against Ahri, I don't feel.
No, but it's also not a great pick against Fizz, and that was successful. Whereas Fizz is actually a very good pick against Ahri.
Yeah.
I wonder if Fnatic is just kind of saying, you guys think you're great at Fizz, everyone's banning Fizz against you, we don't respect it at all, because they've kind of picked 2 counters like right away, saying, just daring Nukeduck to play it.
And there is the Lee Sin pick, so Dexter has fallen back to Lee Sin, and of course that's going to take it away from Cyanide. Kennen also being picked once again, that will be Zoro 0 in the top lane. Or will it be? It could be Nukeduck. We've seen a lot. It's funny, we saw a lot, like Kennen had completely moved to that mid lane for a while, and now he's back in the top.
May as well just stroll on up there. I think it's just because there's been so many kind of tank melees that have became up top lane. Kennen can then survive again up there strongly. For a while, we were seeing a lot more Rise in the top lane, which wasn't necessarily what Kennen wanted to play against. And Aatrox, that's such a... I feel like it's a European thing right now.
I've had so many people from other regions saying, why is all of Europe just playing Aatrox? But to be honest, you look at Aatrox in the EG Gambit game, everyone that had Aatrox won.
Huge impact in a lot of these games so far for these guys. The way they're using specifically his passive to just really screw with people, every time it seems to be up, and it's on a pretty long cooldown. I think it's 4 to 4.5 minutes. It seems to always be up when these guys are playing it, because their timing there initiates very well around it.
And it's generally been the fallback champion. Sinai played it a number of times during the Super Week. Zyra also getting picked out by their Yellowstar. We could see Ashe to follow that Zyra-Ashe combo they used in the last match and has been used to great success all across the world. Twisted Fate was locked in, so Nukeduck thought, you know what, I am going to use Twisted Fate. You're not going to take it, we're going to make use of it. And Lulu being picked as a support by Mythic.
I'm a little excited to see Nukeduck's take on Twisted Fate now, right after Soaz had such a good game on it. I almost feel like he's kind of throwing down the gauntlet by picking Twisted Fate at this point, since he knows it's a tough game for him against Ahri, and it's really just his turn to show off.
It's interesting that they've used the AD carry as their last pick, which we're pretty sure will be Caitlyn. I think they knew that was going to happen, so I mean, they kind of showed their hand with Twisted Fate very earlier there. They could have left it as their last pick. Again, there's going to be, again, Soaz on Yorick.
He liked the matchup last game against Kennen. He's confident doing this one again. And if it's going to be anything like last match, he's just going to be cloning Cyanide and giving Aatrox a third life occasionally, which can make him a little bit more effective for sustaining in team fights.
Let's keep him alive that little bit longer. This is a switch up though. Looks like Lemondogs again. You know what? The Sona lane didn't work out too great, the Caitlyn Sona lane, despite the fact they had a pretty good CS advantage for a very decent portion of that lane phase.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to choose to go across towards Tabs. Tabs and Mithy going to go towards Twitch and Lulu. We're seeing Mithy on the screen right now, just waiting for the final decision from his team. He is a big talker in that team.
Yeah, even though the whole team, as he has said before, contributes to their tactical decisions, we've heard these guys talk before. And Mithy, he's being humble when he says those
opinionated, I think it's
He's
safe to say.
opinionated, and he's also a facilitator of a lot of things. So even if other people have their own thoughts on champions, he's always going to be asking them for it, pinging them constantly, and making everyone think about these things.
Making Fnatic think about that Twitch for a long period of time, and then switching it to Vayne at the last minute. So Vayne, Lulu going to be that bottom lane. Will they go for the 2v1 this time against SOAS?
I feel like if they're doing Vayne Lulu, they're probably thinking about the 2v1. The Lulu is a bit of a curious pick here, and it makes more sense when they pick the Vayne because they need to necessarily protect him in his mobile state, just because Vayne isn't one of those people who you can build protection around. Vayne needs protection as she goes in, so you need to build a lot of shields for that. Because you normally don't pick Lulu unless you have a strong tank or a melee, but Vayne kind of fits that shell. Not sure how the rest of Lemondogs is going to be working against Fnatic, who almost has the same style comp they had last game.
I'm interested why Zora has also decided to choose to stick with the Kennen instead of the Vladimir, which has been a great success for him.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with just initiation potential. They had trouble initiating last game. They don't even have Jarvan this time. Their initiation is even lower. If he went with Vladimir, essentially it would just be Nuke Duck chasing people down, trying to find fights. I think that's the reason they went with Kennen.
If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, you can see we are live from Gamescom. Big crowds stretching way back in the halls here for this final of the European LCS playoffs. Just look at that shot. You can see everybody's faces staring this way, looking towards it. Camera's just to the side, guys. I know you're looking at the big screen, but there is so many of you guys all supporting the teams. And obviously, we just heard from Snoopy just saying, you know, get behind these teams. This is going to be the European contenders as they go across the pond to United States of America and Los Angeles. We've already seen a number of teams qualified. If you haven't been kept up to speed, Mineski were the first team to get through there. Of course, from the Philippines, actually representing the Southeast Asian regions. They beat out Singapore Sentinels in that final. The second team to get through, well, it was Gaming Gear EU, the Lithuanians. They got through the International Wildcard Tournament, worked out very well for them. We've also seen the day one was, of course, Fnatic and Lemondogs of the European LCS playoffs. They got into the semi-final. That means they are there in the Season 4. Then Najin Blacksword, they've qualified through Korea through the point system because they won the OGN Spring Champions, gave them a big point difference, despite the fact they've been off the boil for the last few months. And of course, finally today, Gambit, they are now through. So they are 3 European teams as well as the rest of the world. North America, well, it's going to be all happening in PAX just next week for you, Jan. Absolutely. You're going to be there. You're going to have a busy old week, of course. We'll see what 3 teams join them. But right now, Game 2 underway, Fnatic 1-0 up. They were the Spring Champions. Can they be the Summer Champions and take the #1 seed for Europe to the World Finals? Lemondogs, of course, this young upstart team that came through the promotion series. They are top of the league, but can they be top of the playoffs?
Well, they're down 1-0 so far against Fnatic, and they need to make some plays in this one, knowing that they're part of that elite club right now that are going to be going to the World Championship. Has to give them some nice confidence going in, but of all those teams, they are very close to having the least experience. All these other guys have played on giant stages before, whereas Lemondogs, this is their biggest stage right now, and it's only going to get bigger for them. So practice here and some confidence, if they can become the European champions, will go a long way.
It's been an interesting journey for these guys through that battle promotion against All Authority. Were swept aside 3-0, and then at DreamHack, the cheers, the Nuke Duck happened. He was effectively a superstar in Scandinavia, in Sweden. Despite the fact, I believe he's a Norwegian, he was definitely very popular over there, but we are seeing an invade from both teams. So Lemondogs going for the blue buff of Fnatic. Fnatic themselves going for the blue buff of Lemondogs. So even trade at the start here. No craziness, no defensive fights, simply both being wards, ironically. It's simply a mirror right there.
No tomfoolery happening at level 1 here for these guys. And even Mithy as well, as you're mentioning some of the experience Lemondogs has had. He was a huge fan favorite over in Tenerife when they had that tournament there. So each one of these guys has their own little bits of stardom, but nothing compared to what they're going to experience if they make some noise at the World Championships.
So, as it is, despite the fact they've been voted out, 23 of the 28 matches they played, they didn't get voted in. So far, Fnatic were, what, 63% favourites in this one. They are 1-0 up, so maybe the fans are going to be correct this time around. We'll see if that works out for them. Lemondogs, though, looking to go for an invading this top lane. Dexter with these double buffs on Lee Sin going in.
And it's a level 1 SOAS right now. We saw a backfired 3v1 dive in the Gambit game where Darian was able to hold off, and this could be a very aggressive dive. He has hit level 2, but if Tabs gets any type of stun into Dexter, it could work, but they have to go fast because Cyanide is closing in behind them.
Yeah, the last minion is about to go down. We see the giant wave coming in. Cyanide will close the gap though. Dark Path will be available. Condemn Soaz onto wall, but look at Cyanide. The moment he shows up, they all back away from this one, and they're putting good damage down towards Dexter. Has to force the flash away. Cyanide's going to flash and follow. He may be able to get first blood here. No, the E doesn't land. They switch back towards Vivi. Dark Path will be back available, but Cyanide's now taking low. Remember, he's passive. He's going to get popped. Tabs is going to be waiting around. He's just finished run. Son of he's going to get out. Dexter follows on through. Safeguard back to Dexter, and that is going to be Lemondogs the first blood.
Well, there are those Lee Sin plays coming in from Dexter. He knew Cyanide was going to be jumping immediately, so he made sure to follow, and Zoro0's going down.
He's going to get taken off. It's going to be Pushu that finishes this one off. Soaz taking more damage in that bottom lane, of course, in the top lane, Soaz. But action all across the board here.
Yeah, and check out that Q spinning around to go around the corner and finish off Cyanide. That is cool looking, is all I have to say. And for how hard they worked and the plays they had to make to get that kill, to give it all away, really, and die in a 2v1 on the other side just evens the game, and it's got to be a little disappointing for Lemondogs.
I think it not only evens the game, actually Fnatic put more pressure on towards the tower there. Nuke had also made a journey up the river as well, but we do see he's putting pressure on towards Peke at the moment, throwing out those cards and keeping him at bay. That's going to be such a volatile exchange, I feel, in that mid lane. Soaz taking those silver bolts, procking out the damage. Pushu continues to push this bottom lane. Zoro0 returns back in there after his first death. Does manage to go back, only got himself a singular ward, because simply put, the two top laners have been punished heavily at the start of this game.
That lane for Zoro0 has started very poorly. Yes, Syra Ashe is a difficult 2v2 to lane against, but Kennen, with his range, should be able to keep safe in those situations, and now that his back is actually covered with wards, no one can really help him. At this point, Pushu and Yellowstar get to punish him as much as they want.
Has reasonable stats, 5-4-2, not the greatest, of course. Once he was the front-loaded man, he's going to be the one that goes in with that slicing Maelstrom and Zhonya Zagla, so we expect him to die once he goes in if the team fight goes south, which he did many times in game 1, and this Zyra Ashe combo, Pushu and Yellowstar, seems to be something that works for them. It's been used heavily by Cloud9 in the North American LCS for the last 9 weeks, and it seems that finally Europe's gone, you know what, that seems to work.
Making the rounds. It's an incredibly effective combo, not only because it can live early on in the lane, but because it creates team fights and it gives you a lot of safety. It's just so much of what you need. And both Ashe and Zyra create so much range and utility for your team, and it's obviously versatile as well. Look at how they've been able to punish Zoro0 thus far.
Cyanide himself is punishing. He's taking away the rates from Dexter, while Dexter comes down to support Zoro0 because he needs that help at the moment. Did miss out on that Sequini as well. Nuka's got to be careful because Cyanide's coming around the side there. We've seen, what's that, Dark White can just get in towards there. The Charm gets sidestepped though. Walks back in towards the turret. Spirit Rush used out. Good stun. Nuke Peke's going to take 3 tower hits there. Cyanide unable to help out and catch on.
And Nuke Duck did the same thing Peke did last game by starting with boots in that lane to more easily dodge potential skill shots here. That's one of the reasons he was able to juke out of that charm and fall back into his turret as quickly as he can to survive those ganks.
Zoro0, that tower is pretty low in that bottom lane, and Pushu is very close to hitting level 6. Condemn Soaz on towards the wall there. The pulse procking off there. The damage forcing Soaz back away from this one. Taps yet to hit level 6, so hasn't got an ultimate to put the damage down. So both top laners in that perilous position right now of getting in towards 6. We do see Dexter though, down that bottom lane, comes out to help Zoro0. So we're seeing the first back from Pushu and Yellowstar.
And these are extended 2v1 lanes, which actually really hurt the top laners or side laners, as I like to call them, in most of these games. They spend so much time against two people, they get incredibly far behind on gold, as opposed to before some of the turret changes. If a turret went down to 3 or 4 minutes, top laner just starts farming up right after that. It's kind of like no harm done for him, just a little bit of harm done for his team. This is much harder on 0-0 and Soaz, since they've been in these lanes for so long. It's going to be on them to have to spend the time and recover.
Tabs and Mithy stuck around in that top lane a lot longer to try and get that tower down while Soaz was away. So that should be the first tower of the game falling down here. Nuke, meanwhile, back in that mid lane, gets himself a second Doran's Blade. But look at that, because they stayed in that top lane for so long, Fnatic, they've been back to buy, they've realized they've got a big advantage, they're taking Dragon for free.
Yeah, and after this, Fnatic may be able to take the turret because Yellow Star and Pushu have done such a good job in that bottom lane, kind of holding their own and dealing with Dexter, who's kind of set up shop in that bottom lane as well, just to support.
So, Dragon taken by 3 members off Fnatic. As you see the mid lane, Peke wasn't required to go and help that one. Gone for the, looks like Athene's an early grail to start with. Well, he's got, at least got the chalice to start it off, of course. Last time game around, he went full on aggression. Interesting to see Nugug not going that route, not going for that needlessly large rod early on, getting the double Dorans and the Amtone.
It's a little interesting. He can still just build that into a Sheen and go kind of the same build that Peke did in the last game. He just didn't have the gold break point that Peke did previously to go for that item. Peke, you know, he's got a lot of jumps up right now, so this gank by 0-0 would have to basically come in after Peke goes aggressive.
Yeah, I think he was actually trying to bait 0-0 to come in there, using the charm on the siege. He's like, I haven't got my charm anymore. I'm a vulnerable target.
What are you gonna do? You can come and get me. I only have 3 dashes and a flash.
Only got all the aggression to turn this one around. Peke, by the way, we didn't mention that has got teleport, so he's going to be trying to keep track of Nugug, or go for the back door, of course. But the pressure down this bottom lane is where their action is. Tabs is going to get locked up. The plan's catching on. The barrier being used up. The good Strangle Thoughts comes out, tries to turn this one around. He's going to get away. No, he's not. Yellowstar flashes in. Pays through with his life, but a support and maybe another kill. The passive comes out. Yellowstar taps him down, but trading that back in there. Pushu got took out as well. It was a double kill. Both bottom lanes. Dexter having to use the kick to keep Cyanide away and flashes off.
So the supports traded double kills with each other, of all things. At least the AD carries got the assist, so that means they should spend it on wards and then come back to lane like a regular support would. But man, that actually showed a couple things. A, the power of the Zyra lane, being able to lock down Tabs, but also why they brought Lulu with Vayne. Let's actually just take a look at this one more time, because it was an arrow into a Stranglethorns, but Tabs actually tries to turn around and goes aggressive because of Mithy's stuff. More action happening up top.
Dexter going to get taken down. The Ignite from Soaz doing work there, and actually 2 red buffs you can see from Cyanide and Soaz. That was a hard, long work to kill to take Dexter down. They've been chasing him for some time, so no surprise he gets on there. Zoro taken very low. He's not going to be able to defend this turret here.
He's got to be extremely careful. The double buff Soaz actually hasn't even shopped yet. Can't chase him very quickly, but they're able to deny him off the turret, and with that giant wave, unless Nuke Duck goes up there to hold, which would be dangerous in himself, they're going to lose another turret.
So this lane combo, Lemondog's initiated the switch, of course. Tabs and Mithy went in that top lane, pushing Condemned away from the damage this time around. They forced it up. They needed Vayne in that separate lane, but it has punished 0-0. He's way behind in CS on Soaz, and as you said, Soaz hadn't even been back to chop yet. He was happy to just sit there against Mithy and Tabs and just farm up.
And if we remember the very start of the game where 0-0 died in that 1v2, even though they were both in a similar lane situation, 0-0 was definitely behind in experience, even if it didn't show in farm. So once he rolled up there, you can see it really displayed even stronger now. Soaz is level 9, 0-0 is just now level 6, probably going to hit 7 off that giant wave. It's another reason he fell so far behind with that initiated lane swap.
So it also means Tabs is going to have a lot of pressure on him from the late game to carry through this one on that Vayne. It is possible with a Vayne, of course, even against an Ashe. And Ashe is all about the initiation, but Peke, I feel, will be targeting Tabs pretty heavily. That may give Nugug the time and the freedom, though, when the team fights happen.
Yeah, the team fights in this game are going to be very skill intensive in a sense, because Tabs is going to want to be kind of trying to slip past Peke. A lot of times Vane's like to play around the sides of fights, and he can't dodge that arrow, so that's not a good start.
Strangleforce is going to catch them both as well. Taps tries to turn it around, uses that condemned wild growth back on towards him, but they simply haven't got the damage. He's going to try and gamble back away. No, the hawk shot used by Pushu gets him that vision. He may be able to get the second kill here. No, he's going to see the volley. That's not going to land, but coming around the side, Cyanide is going to dive on in, take that tower hit damage, and he gets the kill and the tower as well. Fnatic in control of that bottom lane.
They are looking good so far in this game. All the lanes are actually going their way. Surprisingly, Peke is the only one thus far to not make a huge impact. Let's take a look at this fight one more time. Tabs couldn't get out of range of the Ash Arrow, and then he also got locked up by the Zyra ultimate. Even though he tried to make a run into the brush, Yellowstar was there with the clutch ward, and it just basically allowed Fnatic to finish off that one. They got such a great jump on the Vayne Lulu. Even though they wouldn't straight up out TPS them, all the crowd control allowed them to have the upper hand.
So Infinity Edge now already complete by Pushu. 13.5 minutes into this game. That is a pretty early IE.
Yeah, 5,200 gold in total on him. It's actually 1,400 ahead of Taps right now. That matchup is swinging heavily in his favor. Also, the top lane matchup, Soaz dominating Zorazira, and they're using all these advantages now to take their two strongest people and push up the mid lane.
And that mid lane is under pressure. Tabs is back down this bottom. He's trying to keep that farm going. He has got a good farm. Let's not take that away from him, but the fact that, like you say, that gold is the kills and the assists is stacking heavily in Pushy's favor. Yellowstar, he's been the man creating those players, they're creating everything. Of course, don't really look at towards these two, because Yellowstar used to be the AD carry. That's going to be the mid lane turret for Fnatic. That's the third outer turret of the game. So everything down in the outer lanes, and that is going to be start pushing. Fnatic going to be looking to take control. Dragon, of course, will be spawning, which they did take. They will know the exact time on that.
And this is exactly how Fnatic wants to play. You just saw there were 4 of them in the mid lane, whereas Peke was getting an edge on farm. Now, can Peke deal with Nuke Duck on the side? He gets jumped on. Is he going to try to just... dash away?
He's just going to teleport away because that stun was already used. Gets away from that one. So, Mindy got caught out. No doubt about that one.
Yep.
When a Lulu gets caught, he's going to die pretty quick.
Yeah, that was just Yellowstar having the vision control, and they're trying to take as many advantages as possible from having these 3 outer turrets down. Once Fnatic does this, they're able to catch around the corners here and initiate whenever they want.
And just bounce him up and down. The arrow comes through from Pushu, finds his target. Dexter goes down. Nuke comes in with his destiny, just simply trying to stop him in his tracks. Cyanide is actually pretty low. They can turn this one back on towards him and have got that blood well available. It's going to get used. That's the passive going down. Slice him out from Zorazira. Just simply used defensively. They did take down the passive of Cyanide, but they lost yet another.
Yeah, the 4 of Fnatic right now are destroying the other 4 of Lemon Dogs, because Nuke Duck and Peke haven't really been involved. 0-0-0 across both of those guys, but the rest of Fnatic is just crushing, being able to take down this Dragon as well.
5,000 gold advantage stretches to 6 as the Dragon goes down. Big lead by Fnatic here in game 2. They're 1-0 up already, and they are looking so strong. They said they were going to play aggressive, and they were not lying. They have 8 kills to 3 right now. 3-1 in turrets, and they are starting to split push early. They are starting to keep that pressure on. The Fiends and Holy Grail has been completed by Peke. He's already shown his hand. He's continuing to keep that pressure going. The question is, how will it work between Peke and Nuka? How will these power switches go? Because the Lich Bane has been completed by Nuka.
Yeah, Nuke Duck is going to need a little bit more before he can really take on Peke, but Peke's in full farm mode right now. We can see that because of all the magic resist he's built, and the fact that he went for Mercury Tread. So he's actually sitting at 95 MR right now. He's not actually turning himself into Assassinari until quite some time from now, based on that start. Mana regeneration and cooldown reduction from his Unholy Grail, and a little bit of tenacity from those Mercury Treads is just making him split push. Talked a bit earlier about, or haven't talked earlier about the way Peke farms. He almost always has the highest farm in the game, not necessarily because he dominates his opponents in lane, but because the team uses him as that side lane shover the whole game. He's pushing up the side lane right now. He's going back to base. He pinged another wave. Guess where he's going next with those home guard boots? It's his job right now to just keep the lane shoved while the rest of Fnatic's crew plays the rest of the game. It's actually putting Lemon Dogs in a very difficult situation because they can't keep pace with his home guard boots coming out and pushing all the other lanes, whereas the other Lemon Dogs are free to go wherever they, or Fnatic are free to go wherever they want.
Yeah, they're actually doing a 2-2-1 split push, as it were. They can see that in that mid lane was Pushu and Cyanide. keeping every single lane pressured. So as he's not going back, he's sitting in that tri-bush. He's ready and waiting to go straight back on towards Zoro Zero. Yellow Star also laying in wait. So they're actually trying to set a trap in that bottom lane right now.
Yeah, they're hoping that Zoro Zero gets a little antsy thanks to all their lanes being permanently shoved back. But they're not doing that right now. They actually recognize that they are extremely far down in this game, and they need a little bit more time. Nukeduck probably needs either Azanya's, a Deathfire Grasp, or Rabadon's Death Cap before he can make any type of significant impact, especially because Soaz is already kind of tanked up. Spirit Visage, this early in the game, means he can basically just run at people. He didn't even go for the Manamune early on in this game. He's just going full tank for the most part. Even Cyanide is actually going fairly tanky. It's really just Fnatic's giant lead is turning themselves actually into somewhat defensive items, which is going to make them slightly immovable, and it more shows that Fnatic is looking for objectives right now, and the inability for Lemondogs to push them off.
Inability. Zoro Zero has actually regained a little bit of farm. You can see how far behind he was on Soaz, but as you mentioned, Soaz is just that giant tank. And now the arrow gets fired off, catches on towards Zoro Zero, hasn't got that Sonya's Argos yet, so he's just going to get melted down. Stranglethorn's used perfectly. That's going to be Pushu. He was actually being kicked into
He's okay with that.
Yeah, he's not mine. He's going to try and get in there. They want to get the damage on towards Mithy. Peke comes in, should finish him off. One more hit does it, but now the Peke is going to get taken down. The Silver Bolts comes in. Tabs gets himself a kill. Pushu tries to turn this one around. A number of French champions come in there. The barrier gets used out. Pushu is safe. No. He lives just about.
He is so close right now to going down, and that was just a very aggressive move by Fnatic. It's that danger turret right there that they were able to dive. Once they got the arrow through, there's so much space between the other two turrets that allows this dive to happen. Cyanide obviously combos amazingly with the Ashe arrow at first, which gets rid of most of Lemondog's counter dive. And then Dexter actually kicks Ashe into the safest place Pushu could do right now, as he's able to take down Lulu. And then we saw, as Nukeduck gets involved near the end, at the very tail end of that fight, Peke isn't doing much damage. It took him all 3 dashes just to take out Lulu, but it was still enough.
The irony was, that was a 5-1-5 Yellow Star that just got taken down. There was a 500 gold shutdown bonus there for Nukeduck.
That could be a problem.
Could be a problem. Oh, the arrow lands. Zoro Zero. The charm is going to be the easiest one that Peke's ever thrown out, and it's Pushu that gets fed the kill. Now Mithy's in trouble. Spirit Rush still available. He's going to have another charge on towards Mithy. There goes the charm. It's another one given across. This time Peke will take it.
Yeah, not much Mithy can do about that, as he just tried to help Zoro Zero a little bit, and then recognized, that's an Ashe and an Ahri that are coming after me. Extremely difficult for you to get away from if you're playing a Lulu. And yeah, that's a lot of kills that Yellow Star has been able to pick up so far this game. Now that we have some time to speak about it, he hopefully is going there now for a Mikhail's Crucible, which is one of the most common methods we've seen lately. That'll potentially save Ashe, or most likely Ashe, if Nukeduck decides to try and assassinate or at least get on him later in the game. As soon as that stun card lands, you'll be able to clear the stun off of Pushu for him to allow him to just fight back and kill Nukeduck.
We talked about the advantage that Pushu had gained over Tabs. He's now got a full item ahead. Sonic Shift completed, and that was before the fight, so I feel like he's going to have quite a bit of gold stacking up right now. Peke's continuing that split push out there. Look at that gold difference. Holy moly. 2,500 gold split between the AD characters. That is not what you'd like to see. The jungler, in fact, Cyanide's got 1,000 gold over Dexter.
These are big-time gold totals. We got a 6,200, 300 gold support, by the way. He was about 1,600 more gold than Zoro Zero. Gary Zara, but really,
he's got almost as much gold as Soaz.
Yeah, that's a lot of money right there. But then look at Nukeduck, actually, who's the only one keeping up in gold. He's got 888 gold from his loaded dice passive, which is really the only reason Nukeduck seems like he's keeping pace with Xpeke right now. Lemondogs needs a lot of help in this game because Fnatic is beating them much worse than they did in Game 1, where Fnatic had a fair bit of control.
Remember, this is for a seeding in the World Championships. Those group stages, with a double round robin, it is going to be a torrid time for these teams. And remember, Europe, they don't get that bye. They don't get that push through just because, ironically, of the performance they had at the Wildsstars, which none of these players unfortunately took part in it. Was Soaz was in there. Yes, Soaz did actually. And of course, well, he's the 1v1 champion of the world for how much that tournament actually meant to him. But Peke, he steals away that blue buff. The Dragon was also picked up by Fnatic. That's the third one of the game for them. And it also stretches that gold lead to just around about 8,000 right now. They are continuing their split push, but look at the bottom, top.
There's a chance that we're going to see some action here. Again, Peke is going off to deal with tabs, but Fnatic has been willing to dive before. That was when they had Peke with them, so there's a chance that Peke is going to push off Vayne and then maybe try and teleport in about 20 seconds or so. We have to see if that sets up.
Clears out the wave. Tabs has ran a mile. They're not going to close the gap down. Tabs is sticking around. Sticking around because I reckon he thought Peke was probably going to do exactly what you just said, and instead he waits around. He's not going to back off because he feels, obviously the calls come out from the team for Lemondogs, we can hold this wave. You can see the wildcards, they're doing good wave clear. 0-0 with those shurikens trying to catch out. Dexter, they're got it in, they're just going to melt him down. Hasn't got that Sonya's hourglass, so he just gets dropped. That slicing maelstrom. Cyanide does get knocked in towards the turret, but it's only going to pop his passive. I don't believe it's going to be enough to finish it off. The teleport comes in, Peke joins the party, and now it is going to be Lemondogs that get melted. Dexter with nothing. Tabs comes in, he's desperately trying to keep them away. Peke smells a juicy target, doesn't manage to land the charm.
Still a 3-for-1 for Fnatic, and they land one thing. It's all they need for everyone else to just pile on. They got the grasping roots on a Nuke Duck to the arrow, and that just initiated the dive. And can they ever dive well?
Amazing, amazing stuff. So it was a 3-for-1 after all, and Yellowstar did get taken down. Peke gonna scratch in his head. Let's look at this again.
Yeah, of course, root to arrow to knock up, and it ended up getting Dexter as well because he ended up trying to shield in to help. It meant the Lulu wall didn't necessarily have a priority, and then look at Peke just flying in there. Just dash as soon as his teleport goes off, gets a quick double kill. He's got his DFG now, by the way, so his damage is starting to ramp up, and his farm is there as well.
The Nuke Duck, meanwhile, he's desperately trying to get that second item in there. Rabadon's death guillotine rather than the Zombies Hourglass, which would have saved his life, and all of the heartache for the Lemondog fans there, as the Fnatic seem to be pushing on through. Big gold differences right now. There's 9,500 gold, 5-1 into it, 16-6. And now in the top lane, Nuke Duck is going to get away with that destiny.
Yeah, he saw a lot of bad guys coming for him right there. And luckily for him, the first bad guy was York, who was not able to interrupt him. But this is another solid game Soaz has played on York, by the way.
Taps is playing a dangerous game in his bottom lane. He's getting confident against Peke. He's going for it. The charm lands in there. He does manage to get the damage down. Taps tries to turn it back on towards him, and Peke forced the flash away there from Taps' Vayne.
It's because Peke's went with such an MR-heavy build, Tabs can actually attack it fairly strongly. But that also leaves them open again. This four-man squad of Fnatic has done so well all game. Thought they were going to go with that Stranglethorn, but instead they're just poking around.
Yeah, good Stranglethorns nevertheless. Just managed to pop all three members. Nuke Duck sneaking around the side, trying to get a poke in there. 0-0 not feeling aggressive enough to get in and slice him Maelstrom across the team. It has gone horribly wrong for him the last few times. Last Whisper was picked up by Bushu, by the way. His item build continues to be miles ahead of Tabs, which is why we're seeing Tabs just farming, desperately trying to play the catch-up game. He's got the same CS, but obviously in kills, not even close. That is going to be Tabs to pick it up a kill, though, on Yellowstar.
Yeah, Yellowstar has been dying a lot recently. He got a little greedy, I think, with his 5-kill start, and now he's just being the one with the Oracles trying to clear around, but I don't think the team is spotting him very well. Soaz probably needs to be leading the way if they're going within Lemondogs' jungle, especially with a Vayne on the loose. So they have to be a little more cautious as this moves on. Let's actually check out how he just gets caught. Nuke Duck and Vayne just found him as he was trying to clear a ward. Simple as that.
Straight up stun card, and we saw that Nuke Duck was hanging around that side there. Was maybe a lack of ward coverage, which potentially Yellowstar was probably trying to do. It's just not called out. Tabs, though, continuing to try and keep up. He's actually gone for that Negatron stroke, realizing that he is probably going to be fighting Peke in split lanes.
Peke is now just trying to go for the full damage build. He's going to have to find a way to deal with Tabs, actually. Because Peke can shove faster than Tabs can, but if Tabs outduels Peke, it's going to really mess up the plans of Fnatic's four-man team that they like to roam with. Even though I actually feel like Fnatic's at a point right now where they can just 5-man group and go for it.
Certainly good. Pushu up 518 has a massive amount of damage, attack speed. Everything that could land will hurt. Tabs is going to have a problem closing that gap. Pushu again starts to push damage on towards that tower. The charm did bind on towards Tabs and actually pulled them heavily in towards them, but Pushu, he's just focused on doing the damage to the turret.
That was so much damage from Nukeduck just from one Q from Peke. It's sending him all the way back to base. And then he'll be back again real fast because he's TF with home guard boots. But it still means they have to be scared of the damage potential of Fnatic. We've seen if they land one Grasping Roots, maybe even a charm in the right spot, they can just combo. It's all about getting it on the right target for them before they go in. There's another charm and an arrow.
That's going to be Nukeduck surely going down. Safeguard comes up and Dexter feeling the full effect though and just get dropped. Nukeduck has to run there, he's taken down. That's going to be a double. We see Peke taken down. Tabs, that's both damage dealers for Lemondogs. There's nothing they can do about this defense now.
And that is just Fnatic grouping up as 5 because they sensed how strong they were and waiting for the catch. They got it. It gave them 2 kills plus the inhibitor.
They try to engage on Dexter. It is going to be a surrender from the Lemondogs. Wow, that is going to be Fnatic in full control. 2-0 up. They are 1 game away from being the summer split champions, the playoff champions, and of course, more importantly, the #1 seed for Europe going into the World Championships.
Yeah, now they have to lose 3 in a row in order to not win this one. They're feeling very confident right now. Kind of sitting back, calm discussion. That was about as smooth of a win as they can have right now. Only 28 minutes. You could see Lemondogs not that pleased with the way this is going. They weren't even really moving after that game ended. And I guess that's what you do when you surrender. You're in discussion mode already because you've decided the game is over.
Yeah, I think once that team fight had finished, they'd already started talking about what are we going to do next because this didn't work. We said at the start they were kind of baiting in towards that Twisted Fate. They banned out Ari a number of times. This time they let it through and Peke kind of proved this is a big deal, but it's more importantly, it was Yellow Star and Pushu in that bottom lane.
I have to say, this, even though at the end Peke ended up with 6 kills, he basically just went even with Nukeduck right there. He stopped Nukeduck from being able to kind of take over Twisted Fate, which was nice, but it was the other 4 people of Fnatic who generally don't get that much credit because it's usually all about Peke, who were making everything happen. Yellow Star would land a root. Soaz was super tanky considering he was giving up all of his farm essentially past 20 minutes of the game to Peke, still making a large impact with Yorick. Really a team effort there by Fnatic. Everyone but Peke making most of the plays.
Confident plays from Fnatic. We are going to send it over to Quickshot and Kobe though for a breakdown of those great wins.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I think in this particular game, it was a replay with less mistakes for Fnatic. They did everything that they did in game 1 correctly, arguably better because this time around the Ash arrows hit.
Yeah, I feel like if you've been watching the analyst desk all weekend long, I'm repeating myself from all the Fnatic games I've done, but the Ashe Zyra, I always keep coming back to it. You can't give them that much control because Ashe Zyra with Peke's split push is exactly how they want to play every single game. They actually want Ari even more than TF. They baited Lemondogs into this TF Pek. You can see it because Peke came out with the perfect counter to TF split push. It was Ari split push with teleport. This is brought about because Peke is so confident with Ari, he doesn't have to lane with Ignite. A lot of laners don't like to give that up for the laning phase, for the kill potential, but Peke is happy to take that teleport, and then he builds pure MR, goes with mana regen with the Athene's Unholy Grail, so he's pure split pushing, he's not trying to kill anyone, and that's why it ends up taking him so long to actually kill people when they do finally fight, but he builds for that role. This is their same game plan they've run since they beat Evil Geniuses.
So we do have to touch on, of course, Dexter's first blood very early on. Let's go right back to the beginning of the game. We've got a replay of that really awesome Lee Sin Sonic Wave. Let's pull the replay up on your screen now and actually talk us through this one. This is basically just a cool play that we want to highlight.
Yeah, so since we've been harping on Ashe Zyra for so long, let's give the star over here to the Lee Sin from Dexter, and we can add in some flavor text here. All right, so Soaz, he's going to get dove. Cyanide's got some good timing. He's going to get there just after the nick of time because they know there's a giant wave up here, probably going to go for the dive. Let's roll this one slowly through, and we can see it start out. Now, Soaz tries to pull a trick flash here, but Tab's already queued up his condemn, so it ends up hitting anyway, and they only have to take one tower shot for this dive that was a bit mistimed. Tabs doesn't want to come out through the turret, though, and follow this 3v2 situation. Because of that, Cyanide feels confident. Even though this is 2 versus 3 for him, he's going to go and continue on Dexter. Dexter gets a very good safeguard out there, and because it's so hard to hit that E from Aatrox, he's able to finish it off. Excuse me, Cyanide's still going aggressive onto Mithy, but he backs off. Okay, now we'll pause here. This is where Dexter's really cool play comes in, and let me explain how he pulls it off. The Bloodwell passive, it doesn't just come out after a random time here. It depends on how much you've charged up that second bar here. You can see it draining down, this red bar for Cyanide that's under his health bar. As soon as that gets to 0, that's exactly when he pops back up. So Dexter knows this, and he times his Sonic Wave with the exact instant Cyanide gets back up. So even though Cyanide's jumping into the air as soon as he's alive, Dexter can follow him over. Roll this through, again slowly, and we'll see. The Bloodwell's draining. As soon as it gets down to 0, pops up, there's the Sonic Wave, and he can follow him over for the kill. Very well deserved first blood, and as Jat said, just looks cool.
Yeah, it was a really, really cool play. Unfortunately for the Lemon Dogs, it started to go downhill at a very rapid rate from here on out. We touched on the Ash Zyra, and I want to go back to that because what a good lane for Pushu and Yellow Star. They absolutely dominated Tabs and Mithy. I think they won 3 2v2s just straight up without any additional assistance before Jungle started getting involved.
And even before 2v2s, I wanted to keep the focus up in the top lane for that clip, but down bottom, that whole time, they were zoning out Kennen even worse than Soaz was getting zoned out up top. Kennen was level 1, they pushed him off the turret, and they went deep into the second turret and actually killed him there too. So 2 versus 1 and 2 versus 2. The duo lane here with the Ash Zyra was phenomenal.
Yeah, that's right. And after Zoro Zero had felt that pain, had given up the death, was losing the farm, Lemon Dogs are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's swap. We don't want to get him shut down. So they ended up putting their duo lane to fight up against Pusher and Yellow Star. It kind of backfired, and this is where the second clip's going to come from. So let's pull the second clip up onto your screen. It does start out initially as a 2v2, but it gets very dramatic very quickly.
Yes, and this basically should have been a clean kill here for Fnatic, but it's just some really strong synergy between Tabs and Mithy. They don't even have time to communicate this move that they pull off, but it's the only response they have where they can actually come out and draw even with this Ash Zyra. They end up going 2 for 2 here. So let's roll this one through pretty slowly. Okay, it's going to start out normally how all these Ash Zyra dives have started out. Pushu's going to get some good damage here while they land the snare into Ash Arrow, followed up with the Strangle Thorns. Nothing new here, but pause. Tabs tumbles into Pushu in order for Mithy to ult him, so they get the knock up onto Pushu, which he did not expect. He was getting a little bit far forward because he got Tabs was going to roll away, but Tabs rolling into him with his ult on, being invisible, caught him off guard. They get the knock up, and they're going to be able to answer here. Roll the rest of the clip. There's the tower hit, even with the barrier, and it's still going. Pushu's going to come back in because they don't want to let Tabs get away with that play. Yellow Star dives deep. Pushu comes in to try and finish it off. With that volley, he sacrifices his life, but he does set up his support, Yellow Star, for the kill. And all things as they should be, both supports get the kills.
Double doubles from there on out. Yellow Star, I think he ended up going 5-1-5 before. I think he thought he was an AD carry, and a 5-1-5 AD carry is a lot scarier than a 5-1-5 support. He ended up giving a few more deaths as the game went on, but basically from that team fight, from that little duo rather, Fnatic just continued to dive. They continued to use that Bloodwell passive of Aatrox, and I think Pushu hit every single arrow he fired. I do not think he missed an arrow in that game.
He had a pretty good hit percentage.
And every single time either the grasping roots or the arrow landed, they instantly followed it up with absolutely everything else. Fnatic did not hesitate to fight no matter where they were on the map.
EG were quick to respond to this. They banned Ashe after they got beat by it from Fnatic. We'll have to see if Lemon Dogs will do the same thing. But first, let's pull up one more clip.
So we do have one more clip, and it is actually a highlight that'll show you exactly how confident Fnatic were. And hopefully for Lemon Dogs, this will be what they'll be evaluating to figure out what they have to fix, because they've lost to this in 2 games in a row. Let's pull the third replay up on your screen. It is a tower dive in this bottom lane.
All right, so this is Ash Zyra working with the rest of their Fnatic team. And it shows multiple things here. Let's slowly play the clip through, 50% speed here, and we can see, starts off again, Ash Arrow. 0-0, as they mentioned, didn't have his Zanyas yet, so, you know, he's able to pull off the ultimate, but that's about it. Ash is free to flash in after this, and this is where Dexter even kicks him to safety, as they said, getting even deeper between the turrets. The rest of Fnatic realize this. They all dive deep between two turrets here. And here's where Peke's build of the split pushing build, where it's fully focused on magic resist and mana regen, actually bit him in the butt because he didn't have the power to finish off a support Lulu. But he got the kill anyway, and he just had to pay for it with his own life, and it was still a huge win for Fnatic. That build from Peke more than paid for it himself. That's why they're so far ahead in gold at this point.
Interesting to note that Pushy was able to survive 2 potential deaths there thanks to a kickback from Lee Sin and a condemn knockback from Vayne.
Those
just
barriers.
as an aside. Just
the barrier
as an aside.
coming out. That's why you save the barrier to the last second.
The very, very last auto attack coming in.
Wait till you see the whites of their eyes. Then you pop it.
So once again, Fnatic, they pick up a win here. This is a best of 5, remember. So they now are 2-0 up. They have 3 championship points, as it were, for the European Regional Championships here to crown themselves number 1 for the 2nd split in a row. And the question is, if you're Lemon Dogs, your first pick now, Ash or Zyra, ban or pick? What do you think?
I'd probably see a ban on Ash. I mean, a lot of these European teams have been banning mid laners. Just tons and tons of mid lane champions have been being banned. But all of these mid lane European players are so good, and their champion pools are so deep. I feel like they could skip out on a bunch of these mid lane bans, and their mid laner would have just as many options as the other one.
Well, I tend to agree with you. We'll see whether or not the Lemon Dogs do agree. And once again, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Fnatic can close it out and win their 2nd split championship in a row with just 1 more victory of the potential 3 games. The European LCS Regional Finals live from Gamescom will continue right after these short messages.
ladies and gents, to our third game of the European LCS Regional Finals between the Lemon Dogs and Fnatic. With one more win, Fnatic will take the European LCS Regional crown and earn the top seed in the World Championships for Europe. And, of course, coming up, it could be a whitewash.
Yeah.
That would be huge because Lemon Dogs haven't yet actually picked up a victory, yet despite going all across the season in fantastic style.
Yeah, they had quite a performance in those last two games. Specifically, I have to give credit to the rest of the team that's not necessarily ex-Peke right now, because yes, they're dominating and they're one game away, but it would not be, you know, if they hadn't performed as well as they had this last little bit.
And let's talk about, so we just heard what Trevor and Quickshot have been doing that all season, don't worry. We've been talking about, obviously, what Quickshot and Kobe were just saying, you know, how are Fnatic going to handle this one, the fact that they are dominating it? Are they just going to be thinking, well, this seems easy, or are Lemon Dogs holding something back?
Well, it's a little strange here as far as Lemon Dogs go, because I heard after in the interviews, this whole time coming in, they were preparing for Gambit. They knew that that game was coming in, and if they won that one, they'd make it, because they were expecting Gambit to beat NIP from the get-go. Once they're in the finals, it's kind of like, well, what's left? What do they have left in the tank? And it seems like Fnatic is just taking control of them.
And let's talk about some of the big plays, of course, because in that last game, Ushu, well, he went 5-1-10, I believe it was. He was making some absolute fantastic plays, and he was being set up nicely by Yellowstar from the lane phase.
Yeah, credit has to go to that entire lane, because it's Ashe-Zyra combo, just like it's Pushu and Yellowstar in that lane. But what's something that Yellowstar wasn't helping with was the Ashe arrows in that game, which were just initiating almost every fight and dominating. And we have to call out Soaz, who had his second straight solid game there on Yorick. 109, total tank, didn't even get that much farm, but specifically his ability to out 1v2 lane 0-0 in a sense, because he dealt with the 1v2 so much better, was extremely pivotal in Fnatic's ability to win that game.
Yeah, kind of showing the world how his Yorick worked, which honestly hasn't been very successful. We've seen Mima running it so far in the playoffs, and it's horrible.
Yeah, Yorick has been so in these playoffs, but in the past, Yorick had been a dominating pick. There was once a time where Yorick was banned from a lot of games. He's just falling off and on. There's so many champions for these guys to use. Normally you think of the European champions in the mid lane, but Soaz has always been the guy to bring that diversity to the top.
And of course, in round two, our featured matchup was Peke versus Nukeduck, and it's Peke that came out on top. That makes it 2 in a row. He went 6-1-2 as Ari, completely neutralizing Nukeduck's Twisted Fate, which we felt he kind of got baited into picking.
Yeah, and I feel like that score is a little generous for Peke in that game, because for the most part, even when they already seemed like they'd won the game, he was 0-0-0, because his job that game was to contain Nukeduck and then just kind of pile on at the end once the rest of the team was winning, and he was able to pick up 6 kills on Ari, which is great.
And we are now effectively 1 win away for Fnatic. We got to talk about the elephant in the room, guys. Reckless is going to be replacing Pushu. Well, that is the word if they get to the World Finals, which they are now at. Pushu has been playing brilliantly here.
It's the strangest situation that they're going to be putting themselves in now, because the last time Reckless actually played with the Fnatic team in competition was before the LCS started, because he hasn't been eligible to play at all. Pushu, when they brought him on, it was considered temporary. That was been the deal the whole time. But considering Pushu's been playing amazingly, and then once they get to Worlds, Reckless doesn't even turn 17 until partway through the group stage. Would it be a smart move to make that swap? That's going to be something we have to watch for, because honestly, you see it in sports all the time. When you have a replacement excelling and a team winning with him, I mean, if they get #1 seed in Europe with the replacement, do you really need to bring in Reckless and risk upsetting the synergy of that bottom lane? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Reckless has been in the house with Fnatic. As far as I'm aware, he's been in that house, so they've been effectively a 6-man roster.
Yeah.
So he's there, he's advising, he's been involved in everything that's happened over the last, I believe it was, what, 5 weeks since the change happened when N-Rated was replaced. It's an interesting dynamic that we're going to have to keep our eyes on, because we are going to pick some bans. Kassadin, Shen, and surprise, surprise, Yorick being banned away from Soaz.
Well, he did have some good games on.
Yes, he did.
Forcing the Yorick ban, that's quite a statement by Lemon Dogs to say, Soaz, you're not allowed to play Yorick right now because it had not been a threat for anyone else. It just goes to show the skill of Soaz on Yorick.
Yeah, and that's actually left a hell of a lot open because look, Zach Zed and Thresh were the bans. There's a ton of champions because if you think about it, it was Peke and Nuke that were getting so heavily focused.
Yep.
Now there's everything open. Ari's back out there again. Fnatic could be thinking of going for that one. Twisted Fate effectively left open, so maybe they're kind of be drawn into this one again.
A lot of these guys have just backed away on the bans. Lee Sin has had some effectiveness for Fnatic so far. Obviously, Ari wasn't in the ban list right now. Like, this is the choice. In the first game these guys played with the set, Jarvan was first picked, and then it was just back to Twisted Fate. But if you're going to be leaving Ari on the table for Peke, I almost feel like he's going to be taking it every time.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to be one of the champions of choice so far in Europe, and it's so effective in Ari if you play it well, which all the mid laners in Europe tend to do.
There's a couple talented mid laners in Europe, maybe a few of the world's best right now. Obviously, Lee Sin got locked in as well, which is a very powerful pick for Cyanide. It's just his ability to answer Jarvan. Lee Sin plays very well against Jarvan. He can actually somewhat outmaneuver him, and he's one of the people who can keep up with Jarvan early game, which is why we see so much of him against. Lemondogs
are sticking to a similar composition.
Sticking to their guns.
But they have taken the Zyra away from Yellowstar this time.
Yeah, but wasn't it Lemondogs that had Zyra in the very first game?
Yeah.
Exactly. They're not switching much up when we really think about this. Yet they're picking a whole bunch of circles right now into a very mobile Fnatic team, which could end up being extremely dangerous.
Well, we'd see Malphite getting locked in. That will be Soaz in that top lane or bottom lane, whichever lane he chooses to go. Ezreal possibly being selected by Lemondogs. That would be changing it up.
Ezreal has been sneakily missing from this whole thing. And I think there's a reason for that. These guys aren't playing Ezreal anymore. They're playing Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus, Twitch. More so an MF. They're worried about the turrets of damage right now. The mid laners are all about kind of assassination right now, so they don't necessarily need that hyper-mobile assassinate or like sneaky AD carry. They want their AD carry to do damage or start a fight.
Looking at Cogmore, we did see Gambit using Cogmore yesterday. I believe they're going to change away from that one. Tabs going through the motions. Will it be Caitlyn that gets locked in the end? Well, Twisted Fate is suddenly selected. That one may get locked in. It didn't work out quite easily for Nuke. It was starting to though, but they just didn't get time. The rest of the team couldn't complete, and this has been the story of the game. You know, Nuke and Peke, they go off on their lanes, they do their own thing, and that 4v4 battle is just being lost by Lemondogs.
Yeah, the 4 of Fnatic who are not the mid laner are doing fantastically, and I really wonder now, it is the Ezreal to switch things up, and I wonder what support Fnatic is going to be going to deal with Ashe. It is Sona, because Ashe without Zyra is a much different beast. It's no longer as combo effective. Now it's crescendo to arrow, which actually you don't get as many shots. It's much more telegraphed in that lane. Plus against an Ezreal, it becomes a lot more difficult to land as well, which I think is one of the big reasons Tab swapped away from something like Vayne, is because he was getting pounded by those Ashe arrows, and that won't necessarily happen with Ezreal.
So let's look at the two team comps. Let's talk about what they've basically been doing for the last 2 games. Nuke and Peke, well, we kind of know that one because it's exactly the same as last game. So we're looking at the 4v4, which is effectively happens, gets to the 20-minute mark, these guys split off. With Malphite's Unstoppable Force, then back crescendo or potentially flash crescendo, and the arrow, the initiation and crowd control is once again seems to be in Fnatic's favor.
I'd say Fnatic can pull off a very similar strategy to what they've already been doing. It's just a little more narrow in the way they can pick things off, because Yorick can't necessarily fight in extended fights, or sorry, Malphite can't fight in extended fights the same way Yorick can, but he's much more about that absolute dive and absolute going in. Just like the crescendo is a longer, more commitful cooldown than Zyra, who's just trying to pull people or grab people with grasping roots. Fnatic has to be actually more targeted in the way they play this game, but they're still going to look to play in the same way.
Well, you can see it is packed house here in Gamescom Cologne in Germany. This is the 3rd year running, by the way. League of Legends has shown itself here, and every single year you guys have came out
a little bigger
and put some massive, massive support. I can tell you, I believe this hall is actually closed at the moment. There's too many people in here. And everywhere I looked, I could see actually League of Legends on the screens. So the whole is taking advantage of this great final we have here. And Fnatic will be facing off against Lemondogs once again. This is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is for seeding in the Season 3 World Championships, which will be happening in Los Angeles in just a couple of weeks' time. It's not far away. I believe 16th of September is the slated time. And you guys, you are crazy. The Staples Center, the grand final, was sold out so damn quick.
Yeah.
Already, it was amazing. So as it is right now, Lemondogs are up against it. Fnatic are 2-0 up. Can they clean sweep the finals?
They're looking in very strong position too. The picks are still very similar to what's got them this way. The first win wasn't as strong as the second win, and Fnatic is also on a massive winning streak right now. So all signs are pointing to yes for 3-0, but Lemondogs has been underestimated this entire split. Only a couple times that they've been voted to win, and no one's thinking they're gonna win right now, which is probably right where Lemondogs wants to be.
This time around, they're not too afraid. If you remember rightly, Fnatic, of course, when they had that Zyra, nobody wanted to run into those bushes. This time, Lemondogs have been a little bit more risky. They've gone in there. Oh, hello. Pushu may be finding Tabs. Tabs is in a dangerous position.
Tabs.
Oh, nobody checks the bush.
Is he going to show himself? He knows Ashe isn't around. Just throw one out there. Well, what's the worst that could happen?
I mean, why not? Why not go
just
for
keep
it? Just put a bit of damage on towards Yellowstar. Yellowstar's, it's going to be still be in vision. But Tabs is just simply keeping check on that vision. Now they know that ward is in that bush.
Yep. It was smart of him not to throw the Q, obviously. I just wanted to see the battle.
You just want to see a bit of aggression. That's all we could do. It could have caused the problem, and it could have forced Yellowstar to back off. It would have caused Fnatic to come down and react. It may have delayed their blue buff. Things like that would have worked in your favor.
Yeah, but it's the low-risk style of Lemondogs that meant that he didn't want to go and do that thing. They got the ward vision because of his low risk, so they got a guaranteed reward for him not going for a Q. Whereas if he did, it could have backfired.
It could have backfired, but as it is, Tabs on Ezreal will be looking to try and create some sort of advantages in this lane that has not gone entirely successful for them against Pushu and Yellowstar. If you remember rightly, back in the last game, they traded them double kills to both supports. Don't think they're going to be wanting to do that one again.
Yeah, and then for the rest of the game, Mithy didn't get a single more kill and died 6 more times, whereas Yellowstar took it all the way to 5 kills and just lobbed in the goal. But this one is a bit of a dangerous thing for Dexter. We've seen this happen a couple times during this week as well, where the Jarvan kind of overcommits on Lee Sin, but in these situations, Lemondogs' laners are pushed up far enough that they can then run into the jungle of Fnatic. And since Fnatic's lanes are backed up against them, Cyanide basically has to fend for himself here.
Nukduk and Zoro Zero both come to join him, as you say, and cleanly take that red buff away. So good invade, working out well for them. And now Dexter actually not happy with that. He's going to try and go on towards Cyanide. Cyanide in trouble here. This could be first blood. Another couple of hits should put him down. No, safeguards to the minions.
Yeah, he had flash that whole time as well, so Cyanide was in complete control of that situation. He also got the big rates, so he wasn't even counter jungled that highly from the rates. But as far as the blue steal goes, I wanted to talk about that for a second, because steals like that are planned from the very start of the laning phase. If Zoro and Nukduk had not have decided to shove Malphite and Ahri back, they could not have protected Dexter as he went in there, and Dexter would have effectively died in that invade. That is a team effort invade, and that is why it was safe for Dexter to go in and take that red.
So massive amounts of theory crafting done by these teams, planning, practice, and execution, all working well for Lemondogs at the start of this game. Could it be the good start that they require against Fnatic? Because Fnatic have done so well in the lanes phases lately. Once again, Mithy trying to put pressure down on this bottom lane. Let's talk about this bottom lane, because it's been a battle back and forth, and it has been Pushu and Yellowstar that have worked wonders. Tabs and Mithy. Tabs switching it up this time on the Ezreal. Trying to work it with the Zyra. Not quite the Ashe-Zyra combo, but it's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, it's definitely a highly defensive combo. If anyone's dying in this lane, it's most likely Mithy. Zyra's one who can't necessarily fend for herself if they get engaged upon, but Tabs at least will stay safe. I really do have to give it to Pushu and Yellowstar this week, and especially in this set against Tabs and Mithy, because Tabs and Mithy are a very good duo lane, and there's been a fair bit of 2v2 laning that's went on, where Fnatic has just seemed to dominate it.
Meanwhile, in this top lane, we've finally seen Soaz actually pushed a little bit by Zoro. Of course, he's not playing his Yorick this time around, which seems to have worked, despite the fact he fell behind in farm a couple of times. Game 1, definitely fell behind. Game 2, he was ahead because Zoro was punished heavily by that 2v1 trade. Ironically, Lemondogs chose not to go for that 2v1 trade again. Zoro's like, you don't make me do that again.
Yeah,
I
don't want to
lane
lane against an Ashe in a 1v2. Ashe just then gets to turn on the aggression, whereas normally Ashe has to be a fairly far back laner who pokes with volleys. And for the first time in 3 games, actually, Lemondogs is in very comfortable positions in these laning phases. All 3 members of their team are able to push up, and it's very difficult for Cyanide to stop any of these lanes from pushing because he got pushed himself by Dexter when Dexter stole his red buff.
Good little trade by Zoro in that top lane on Soaz. Farm does start to cascade a little bit towards Kennen. We did see Cyanide looking to pay a visit in that mid lane. Nuguk has just hit level 6. Destiny now available. Dexter actually round the backside of Soaz right now, so he may be a target. There is a ward placement by Peke to keep vision, and instead it's going to be Nuguk backing off. They're not going to 2v1 dive, or maybe even 3v1 dive that top lane.
Yeah, and in that top lane, maybe third time's a charm for Zoro because he's up 50-30 on Soaz right now, without any assistance. Obviously, Malphite is not the laning, doesn't have the laning power of Yorick for Soaz, but that's why they must have spent that ban on it. Zoro is looking to have a much better time here in Game 3.
The mid lane as well. Now seeing Dexter just waiting off the side. Backed off instead, goes by, gets themselves item, and it's Pushu and Yellowstar I'm still looking at in this bottom lane. Very close in terms of CS this time around. No great advantages being gained by either. And no actual aggression coming out this time. You mentioned that Tabs and Miffy probably going to be much more defensive this time. I guess both of them will have great defensive lanes, which is probably why we're not seeing anyone diving straight into each other. They are about to hit level 6 shortly, so once those ultimates are out, you could see an initiate.
We could, but the problem with this is when Lemondogs wins games, they slow play. When Fnatic has been winning games in this set, they go for things. And this is the first time we've seen Lemondogs doing so well in the early game, which is also contributing, along with the defensive picks, to this kind of just lane stall. Lemondogs knows that if this continues in this manner, they're just going to continue to accumulate a larger and larger advantage. So it's on Fnatic, actually, who has the 2 teleporting solo laners, which is contributing to why they're losing the lanes a little bit, because they don't have the combat summoners available. It's on Fnatic to make a play.
Let's keep our eye on that blue buff, because Lemondogs realize that Cyanide is being kept occupied in that top lane. Dexter is already heading there. He's just seen Peke going back, and the invade is on.
Yeah, Cyanide is nowhere to be seen. Even if they have the 2 teleports, it's still going to be an even man fight. Maybe Fnatic would try to burn both teleports to stop this and make a fight, but that's a bold choice. This is at least 1. There's 2.
There's going to be the teleport coming in. It is going to be Peke coming in around the side as well. They're going to get on towards it. The charm does not land on Nuguk, forces him away. Lemondogs have scattered, and they are not going to focus fire on this one. They were 4 members versus 4, but with those 2 teleports burned, that's a successful invade.
Yeah, that blue buff better be real important to Fnatic, because it just cost them 2 5-minute cooldown summoner spells to be able to save that, and also sacrificed a significant amount of time for Soaz in that lane.
Let's not forget, Dexter does still have a smite. He could come back around and try and steal it away from Peke. It's actually keeping Fnatic fully focused and sticking around there. This is going to see Maywell turn him into a death, actually. We're going to see the True Shot Barrage come across, and it's actually Midney that picks up the kill.
So they actually played that a fair bit like you would an Ashe-Zyra combo. Zyra landed the Grasping Roots, and then Tabs ulted the same target. They got the damage through, and even though Pushu could flash away, Tabs had enough going down one more time. Inside with a plan. Tabs uses all his spells, and even though Pushu flashed away, he flashed straight back, which allowed that True Shot Barrage to slice him up.
Unfortunately, Tabs did use the flash to try and secure that kill, and didn't get it. But all that was created simply by that blue buff, simply by that farm. Yellowstar was actually up at the blue buff, and now Lemondogs are transferring that into a dragon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take more and more since Cyanide has been living in this top lane. This is a bit of a reversal of what we've seen in previous games, where Soaz was the one creating a lot of action. Well, in a sense, creating a lot of pressure in the top lane, where junglers and people had to pay attention to him since he was winning the lane so badly. But Zoro is doing the same to him, and that's why Cyanide hasn't been able to help out with those dragon plays.
But that first dragon going down, Lemondogs now in the ascendancy with that gold. Starting to stretch ahead of Fnatic for one of the, I would say, first time. The first game that was fairly close for a while with Lemondogs, but
a pretty big lead.
Definitely have a pretty good lead, just 10 minutes gone. And in terms of items, that could start to transfer. Of course, Tabs will be building very differently to push you in this game.
Yeah, that was also an immensely early Lich Bane by Nukeduck.
Yeah.
10 minutes, 30 seconds. Barely gets enough to get the boots as well. They might try to turn on the tower game pretty quickly here because they're already fairly far up in gold. And if they can just start churning objectives on top of that, they could turn this into a fairly quick win. Fnatic is spending a while to build up their power. Pushu needs multiple items on Ashe to really have that big impact, since the rest of the team can't necessarily follow up on his Ashe arrows if they're losing the game gold-wise. He does go for it, it gets flashed away, and this just gives Lemondogs even more potential to just push the lane.
A big gap advantage. Nukeduck with that Lich Bane stood on a ward. Cyanide's going to come around and try and land the kick instead. He's going to buy time. Zoro's zero in this top lane. He's going to keep on pushing it. Look at Soaz. He's had to go back. Unstoppable Force was burned out somewhere along the line there. And that's going to be the first turret of the game. Zoro's zero in command of this top lane.
Yeah, really, Kennen working for him strongly against Malphite. A lot of times, if Malphite's laned up against Kennen, he wants to initiate a lane swap because that's not the best lane for him. And Soaz is actually not even building for the lane. He's considering it completely lost. He's still in Sunfire Cape mode. He didn't even go for a Chalice, which you see a lot of Malphites do against Kennens. It'll be very interesting to see how Soaz recovers, since he's already lost the turret and doesn't necessarily have to lane against Kennen again. He wants to make his impact felt in team fights.
Zoro zero going back very early on. You were talking about the power spike that Nukeduck's got. Zoro zero going aggressive as well. So, big items coming out early for Lemondogs. Are they going to try and create some plays? Will we see that destiny of Nukeduck's being used to go aggressive, potentially on this bottom lane as he drifts down towards there? We've already seen a kill land on Pushu. Pushu's arrow is still not available, but he does have that crescendo.
Yeah, here's the thing though. If we think back to the last time Lemondogs beat Fnatic in Super Week, the kill score at the end was 12-1. Lemondogs didn't take any risks in that game, which is why they never died. And since Lemondogs has such a large advantage already accumulated at 12.5 minutes, there is actually no reason for them to do anything risky because they're winning, doing exactly what they're doing right now. Also, I want to point out Tabs' Blade of the Ruined King on Ezreal. This is not your tier Ezreal start. He's definitely going to go in and just kill Ashe with that Blade of the Ruined King. He wants to get close with his Arcane Shift, pop the Blade of the Ruined King, and then try to burst it down.
We'll see how that develops. Zoro zero in that top lane, building up a healthy lead, 118-76. No doubt about it. Soaz is just shrugging his shoulders and thinking, well, I was never going to really win out this matchup. It's purely about the team, which is interestingly something he's been fairly vocal about in his Facebook comments about that. Something that not certainly quite an outspoken member of Fnatic will speak his mind to everyone willing to listen to if it was to work out. But he's had such a good Yorick game, and honestly, he's got such a deep champion pool that anything could work out for him.
Soaz can play pretty much anything at any moment. He'll always pull out that surprise pick. I mean, he pulled out Nasus against Malphite when they were even qualifying to get the #2 seed. And then the double Yorick pick is one of the big reasons they were able to pull up this 2-0 advantage on Lemondogs so far. However, once that Yorick got banned away, this Malphite adjustment has not worked, at least in the laning phase.
Mid lane, we do see Peke cutting across. Cyanide with him, just defending out that turret, wiping out the wave in the end, making sure nobody gets close there. So, slow play from Lemondogs this time around, and why not? They are 2-0 down. They have to think about this one. Every single aggression they play out could backfire, could cause them to be the #2 seed, which I don't believe they've won after such a great season in the summer.
No, not at all. They won the first one. They don't want to take any steps backward. They had a very tough road through this split, obviously having to make the roster change. Yellowstar moved to support, and Rated left the team there, and Pushu came in as a what is called temporary AD carry, but we talked about that earlier. There's a chance he's going to be, well, he will be playing for a few games at least in the group stage of Worlds. So Fnatic having to overcome a lot of adversity here. And and they might have to fight their way into this series because this game is not going well for them.
I believe the group stage begins on the 15th of September, and his birthday's a couple of days later, which means there would be group stage matches where Reckless wouldn't be there, and as he talked about it, and as his management talked about it as well, it's like Pushu, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we just stick with Pushu, because Reckless is more of a Season 4 thing. So we'll see how that develops, of course. Keep your eyes on that. It's going to be Nuke that dive in. They've managed to get the kick, but he sends Nuke not exactly the right direction. Slicing Maelstrom from Zoro. The arrow catches on towards Zoro. He may have to pay for that one with his life. Yes, he will. Peke gets in and gets that kill. Now they dive in, and Stoneforge Force flashed away by Nuke there, and he manages to avoid yet more deaths.
The reaction time right there from Nuke definitely saved him, but Fnatic is trying to make a play here. Burning teleports. The Sunfire Cape was completed for Soaz, and immediately they go for objective-based gameplay because they need to get this gold back. But this is not a safe dragon to take. They need to worry about the poke and the steal.
There's a teleport. It's actually going to be Destiny used. He goes down towards the bottom to join the rest of his team. Wildcard's being thrown out. Don't forget, True Shot Barrage is not available, so won't be able to get the steal on that. So if they try and go for that steal, it's going to have to be Dexter that slides in. But he's on half health, and wisely, both teams back off from the dragon.
Yeah, Lemon Dogs, even though they only had 4 people, Fnatic was quite low and were missing a lot of their key cooldowns. In fact, check out that cross-map arrow effectively, which clinched this kill onto 0-0. Now Lemon Dogs, after all of those shenanigans, going for a dragon of their own.
They're going in there, but Cynide's coming around the side. Remember, he stole it in game 1 and he steals it in game 2. The crescendo comes out. Dexter getting taken low there, but here's going to be Yellowstar. Simply backs off. Are they going to come around the side? Pusher using that barrier, getting a lot of damage down on Tabs, and he has to back out the Ignite. Stopped out by the safeguard of Cyanide.
Great steal by Cyanide, and better shot by Tabs.
Nice try, but not today, thanks, says Tabs, and he picks himself up a kill and an exit. But let's face it, that was a big advantage game by Fnatic.
Absolutely, they're pulling themselves a little bit back in this game, and that's just what Lee Sin does. Cyanide very calmly came in the back of that pit, and since everyone from Lemon Dogs was actually worried about a potential fight from Fnatic, they didn't want to go deeper into the pit to go with Cyanide, and the execute damage that happens from his Sonic Wave resonating strike comboed with the smite just actually gave Dexter no real chance of getting that dragon away as long as Cyanide executed his combo properly.
Nuke going for a similar build that Peke used in game 1 on his Twisted Fate right now. That needs to be large pick, but of course, along with the Mercury Treads that he's now completed as well. Zoro though, he seems to be having a much better game this time up. He had a much better laning phase against Soaz, and he's starting to build up a hefty CS lead. He's been left alone in that mid lane for some time. He's continuing to farm. While they were taking that dragon, while they were trying to push it, he was still continuing to fight that mid lane.
And it's a little interesting too that he's went with the Abyssal Scepter first, comboed with his Sorcerer's Shoes, to be a little bit more aggressive, not the initiation Super Zonya's type. He'll be going in, and it would be Fnatic's choice now, whether they try to burst him down with their somewhat limited amount of damage, or if Pushu can just focus him down. It's a very bold choice.
Oh, Lemon Dogs have completely left their mid lane totally open. Fnatic just move in as a 5 and say thank you very much. Easy free turret. It is going to leave Tubbs pushing the bottom lane, but they're not done. They're going towards the bottom lane. Zoro gets collapsed upon. The kick was used, but it wasn't really needed. Destiny comes out, but they'd be foolish to go in towards this one. It is going to be another inner turret.
And if they want, they could continue to initiate. Lemon Dogs has to be very careful about this. Soaz has his ultimate up. Peke just uses dashes. There's the ult!
Unstoppable force on Nuke. He gets caught out. He's going to get taken down. Cyanide comes flying in with a kick to the jaw.
So that is a lot of kills by Fnatic, and we talked about Lemon Dogs not forcing the plays, waiting for Fnatic to go in and then reacting, but they waited a little bit too patiently there. Tabs was not in position. Nuke Duck decided to finish off Blue Buff. Here's the arrow, and look how quickly 0-0 went down. No Zonya's Hourglass, I don't think it would have mattered because he was stunned pretty much that entire time. Then Nuke Duck came back in, but he wasn't safe yet. Fnatic has reinitiation capability. Nuke Duck inched his way back in once Fnatic was out of minions, and Soaz took advantage. Boom.
Full advantage, Nuke Duck went down. Stranger Thorns was also used that way, maybe just to try and mitigate the damage, but Fnatic, despite the fact they're down in gold, they show they have that team fight capability now. Big comp that can just join up and absolutely smash you out of the way. So 2 mid lane turrets wiped out. in quick succession, getting 3-2 in turret to Lemon Dogs. But of course, those middle turrets are so important in terms of vision, which is why we're starting to see a lot of wards getting scattered around the map.
Yeah, and the wards, as we mentioned previously, are so vital for avoiding Ash arrows. In fact, Lemon Dogs needs to put wards in the lanes because that's the main place where Pushu is shooting his arrows from. So as they pass through the lane, Lemon Dogs can see them coming. If they don't do that, more initiations happen like what happened to Zoro Zero, and Lemon Dogs loses key objectives. These teleports are going to be coming all the time though, and Zoro Zero needs to run.
Zoro Zero does try to run away from this one, but the charm lands. That's surely going to be the death of him. You're going to see Peke come back in. Another ball comes straight out there, and it's a clean pickup. Peke now 3-0-1. Mid lane and bottom lane are being pushed by Lemon Dogs though.
Yeah, this is going to be a race for turrets at this point. Pushu arrows to try to slow him down. They can't kill this one, or can they? That was a bold crescendo. Mithy coming in to help as well.
They've got the damage it seems, but Pushu's going to get caught out from the side. Stranglethorns will pop him up. Has Mithy got enough to finish him off? Yes, he has. And the ignite from Mithy, the support doing damage. Oh, Wildcard on the other side. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get taken down. And Nuke Duck responds.
There was the opportunity. Fnatic went all in for the kill on Zoro Zero, and the rest of Lemon Dogs just jumped on Fnatic as Fnatic over-aggressed with only 2 people. Maybe now Ari and Lee Sin. That's way too many people to take on.
Yes, Cyanide looking at her on the side. That teleport going to come in. Done towards that
nice
wall.
Kick.
They are going to kick Mithy back in now. Unstoppable Force is available if they want to chase on towards Dexter.
Go over
Dexter may well try and get away from this one. Can they package him out? We're going to see Peke using the Spirit Ridge. Gets on the charm lands. Peke gets the kill.
Peke is on fire right now in more ways than one with the Foxfire Ari. 4 kills. 0 deaths. Every one of these charms is just landing, and it is so crucial for Fnatic right now to make these plays because they lost the laning phase so badly, and they have been counting on their ability to maneuver around the map and stop Lemon Dog's 3-1-1 strategies.
Well, while this has all been happening, those arrows obviously creating the plays. We haven't actually noticed that Tabs had built himself up a 60 CS advantage over Pushu, but in terms of gold, well, 1-0-2 to a 0-3-2, it doesn't matter. It is going to be Tabs with a big lead. It is the gold lead overall for Lemon Dogs, despite the fact it seems that they are losing this game to Fnatic.
Absolutely, and 950 of that gold is from Nuke Duck's Twisted Fate passive right now, but that still doesn't account for the rest of it. Tabs could be a very big problem if Fnatic isn't able to catch on to him. Pushu right now is all about the arrows. It's actually not that uncommon for an Ashe to be out-farmed by enemy AD carries in a lot of situations because Ashe is mainly about these arrows that are trying to start fights for Fnatic.
So as all the arrows going back down, Min is caught on towards Mithy, and instantly the charm follows up, completely locked up. That's going to be the easiest kill they're going to make. It's ironically Yellowstar that picks it up. So as Unstoppable Force is available, so as he's trying to get in there, but got slowed down and was unable to close the distance.
Well, he is still pushing everyone on Lemon Dog's back just by looking at him. They do not want to get into range of that Unstoppable Force. And it doesn't matter if Pushu's down 50 or 60 CS here. If he keeps catching those clutch Ash arrows, it's going to pull the rest of Fnatic back because that kill on Zyra gave them that dragon.
Absolutely, and that was a nice, easy dragon for Fnatic, their second one of the game, I believe. And this time they didn't need Cyanide to dive in with his smite and quite clearly picked that up. Pushu continues his farming away. He got himself to Infinity Edge quite a while ago. I believe that may be a last whisper he goes for, or will it be a Phantom Dancer for the second night?
Well, Pushu's won with a couple different builds on Ashe. Goes Infinity Edge first. He did the Phantom Dancer game 1, Static Shiv in game 2, and he always does Last Whisper. In fact, most of these European AD carries get Last Whisper very early on in their item builds because they just love that extra armor penetration. I'd expect him to finish Last Whisper very shortly and then go into a Static Shiv because they need a lot of lane pushing in this game.
Speaking of that Last Whisper, Tabs continuing his very different Ezreal build.
Yeah, he needs that to cut through Soaz though right now because if he doesn't get a Last Whisper right now, he's not cutting through any of Soaz's armor.
So Soaz has been involved in every single kill so far, as has Peke. As you kind of expect, I guess, for Peke, he is the highest kill score in the European LCS. Are they really stacking up for this Baron? It's would be dangerous play, or are they trying to bait the Lemon Dogs into yet more plays? Soaz in a great position to cut them off. Crescendo comes in there, but it's Yellowstar that gets caught out. The arrow comes from very deep in there. Mindy is going to get taken down, but Cyanide in trouble. Has to try safeguard away. This is backfired horribly. We see Tabs. He comes across. Good flash, Crescendo. Getting onto Soaz. Soaz gets melted. It's a triple kill now. And Tabs is doing work. Tabs has had to back away from the fight in the bottom lane because Peke is going to come in towards him. Peke tries to close him down. Has he got the damage? No, he doesn't. That's the double kill for Zoro. And that's the Baron for Lemon Dogs.
That was completely unexpected right now. Fnatic decided to all in without having their whole team there. Yellowstar ulting in when Lemon Dogs was ready and waiting for that fight on top of a Stranglethorns. Soaz had the right idea. He was getting out of there, but then everyone else for Fnatic kind of stuck around. Nuke Duck went in for Soaz. Pushu stopped to get a volley in. That allowed him to get caught in. Peke came in because he recognized Pushu was already close to him, tried to finish off Tabs because at this point Peke's saying, crap, if I don't kill someone, they're getting Baron. He died anyway, they got Baron.
They got Baron, all 5 members of the Lemon Dogs. First Baron of the game and the first big advantage gained by Lemon Dogs, despite the fact Fnatic's aggression seemingly was starting to turn the tide of battle, but that one simple bad call, ironically from Yellowstar, who's been creating some great opportunities earlier on in Zyra on the last game. This time around, those flash Crescendo backfiring, baiting his whole team in. So, will Fnatic go into turtle mode? It doesn't seem that way because they're still keeping the lanes pushed.
As Fnatic kind of has to do. If they don't keep the lanes pushed, they're just allowing Lemon Dogs Dexter and Zoro to basically turret dive them right now. That's the point in the game that we've kind of reached. This Baron and that 5-0 puts Fnatic in real danger of losing this game and would definitely prevent the 3-0. So Lemon Dogs has to play this one pretty smart right now. Duck is trying to finish off this blue buff. He's doing a ton of damage at this point. And as long as Lemon Dogs can control their lanes, it'll open them up a pretty good position to try on a dive, or at least try taking pot shots at Fnatic.
Oh, there is going to be a pot shot. Lemon Dogs trying to slide in, they back off. The bottom lane is kind of dealing with itself, so Fnatic don't have to worry about that. We've seen Peke clearing out the top, and it's Lemon Dogs trying to bait out those fights in the jungle skirmishes, but it's not going to happen. Fnatic have hawk shot it, they've got vision of it with the ward coverage. They do see have a safe moment, but I believe that's going to be the inner turret in that mid lane. I don't think Fnatic want to fight for this one. They are posturing to, but I think it'd be a bit of a crazy fight.
It will be very dangerous. The teleports are back up for all Fnatic solo laners. That was a cannon ultimate, but it was not seen by Fnatic.
That was slicing mirror from being used by Zoro there, and I'm not entirely sure what for. Gotta be in the wrong key. Yeah, look at Dexter's face, they're laughing. He made a mirror.
Well, the E button is rather close to the R button, and I feel like he was trying to run away, but instead just kind of hit the wrong one. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. That's going to slow down things, and that effectively wastes a little bit of this Baron for Lemon Dogs. Fnatic catches a break with that.
Yeah, they do, but they won't know why. They're just going to be thinking...
But it's like, why are they not diving? Maybe they're just really scared of our good looks right now.
Like good looks.
Fnatic is a pretty good-looking team.
I bow to your wisdom on this. I know.
That's my analysis right now.
Thank you very much. So, nevertheless, it is Lemon Dogs that are going to push in with this siege wave. Try and keep driving it in. All of the lanes, though, are being held off nicely by Fnatic, so no real opportunities unless they go face checking in there, and that's going to be a kill straight away. It will be Mindy against lots of Force catching a number of them down. That's going to be Dexter that gets dropped in there. Nuke Duck's going to get taken down. That's the second kill for Peke, and wow. Just like that, as an opportunity in right opens itself up, Fnatic with a single good ward position take themselves 3 kills.
Well, not only does Fnatic have good looks, they have the ability to seize opportunity. They would have went in that even if Cannon had Slicing Maelstrom, because Peke waited for the re-engage. Mindy was down before this fight happened, and that was the crescendo that doesn't bait the team in. After that happened, Peke came in from the flank to get behind Lemon Dogs. They could not run away from them, and we've seen the chase of Ashe and Ahri. It is inescapable, and Fnatic may have pulled himself back in this game.
Well, they've got 3 members of Fnatic taking down the Dragon in the top lane. Zoro was trying to split push, but that got blocked off by Soaz. So he goes up towards that top lane to defend this one off. So as Zoro will back away. So let's actually take a moment as Zoro gets spotted out because the Golem walks towards the nearest opponent
target,
which showed him straight away. Clever play from Soaz because he instantly backed away. So he's pretty sure that we knew there was someone there. So let's talk about the items. Let's have a look across the board because these top laners, it's been an interesting battle between them. As I see, there's going to be Home Guard boots. Peke coming straight in. Spirit Rush is available. Zoro's not going to be able to escape this one, nor is he. The rest of the team join him, and he gets away.
Yeah, Peke went a little too far out of that cannon ult once he nearly blew Zoro's head off with the start of that DFG combo. Crazy, crazy stuff. And to maybe take a look at the items, Peke is doing a bit of damage, as we saw in that fight. Also, Nuke Duck is going to be doing just about as much with his gold card combos, and that's why it's going to be so pivotal for Soaz to get onto Twisted Fate in these fights. I don't think Malphite is necessarily trying to seek out Ezreal. Ezreal is too mobile for that in certain moments. He needs to go for TF. But right now, TF is going for Fnatic.
Destiny used by Nuke Duck, giving full advantage, giving full positioning. He goes for Yellowstar in the jungle. Yellowstar turns around with the crescendo, gets the Gangnam style going from Nuke Duck, but he's going to quickly throw out that card and will just drop him down. Now can they close the gap on towards the rest of Fnatic? It's going to be Peke that tries to turn it back on towards Dexter's face. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. It's a 1-for-1. Support for jungler. Tabs is taken very low, but Peke gets locked up in towards the bush. Is he going to get saved out? Stranglethorns will bounce. 2 members of Fnatic, but it's not going to get enough to get the kill. It's still a 1-for-1.
All said and done, Fnatic is still sticking around here. They're very low, and so is Lemondogs. And knowing them, they're backing off. This game has gotten so incredibly close. 7-1 on Peke. Yellowstar having to burn his crescendo just to deal with Nuke Duck. It's becoming one of those battles again, but I have to say Soaz's ability to teleport in as well could turn a lot of these things. So much of the opportunity has been created here by Fnatic just teleporting around.
Peke coming in, didn't realize he'd got 2 other members of Lemondogs close by, but there is Soaz, and that forces a flash from Zoro. Mythy using that grasping root to lock them up.
And Cyanide trying to come in as well. He has the Sight Stone. He might try to continue some more jumps if he can avoid these grasping roots. Fnatic wants to go. Great plant block of the skill shot there by Mythy.
Mythy using that plant block, stopping the attack dead. So, Fnatic, they're not out of this game yet by a long stretch. It's only about a 3k gold difference. 12-10 in kills, 3-3 in turrets all square there. Tabs seemingly found a good champion for himself right now in the form of Ezreal. He has got those Iceborne gauntlets. He's got the Blade of the Rune King and that Last Whisper. Very different build that we normally don't see from Ezreal's. Meanwhile, his AD carry opposite number, Pushu, Infinity Edge and Last Whisper heading towards, we believe, this Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, right now Pushu has a choice of either the Shiv or the Phantom Dancer, and it won't make too big of an impact. Tabs went for the tierless blue Ezreal, which is generally his style of Ezreal. He doesn't care about the tier, he wants the damage really on the lane, which is pretty smart. And these fights are really all about who jumps on who first. Right now there's a Malphite bottom lane. Lemondogs is going for the picks on Yellowstar. He just hates him right now.
He really wants to go on. Oh, the combo of True Shot Barrage coming across. That's 2 ultis burned, and Soaz is down the bottom lane pushing the inner turret.
Yeah, but he has teleport up right now. All Fnatic needs to do is get vision of this Baron if they want to contest. It's a little dangerous for them to be around here, but he could start teleporting in on another ward. That Baron's getting incredible. He has to go in now.
Teleport comes in, it's in the Baron pit. He's going to be able to catch him if he comes around the same time, but he gets locked up by the Stranglethorns and the Baron doing damage towards him. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic come in there. We do see Pushu. He gets on towards Nuke Duck. Peke not doing a lot of damage. They're not going to chase it out there.
The Baron's really low.
Baron. Soaz still has unstoppable force available, ladies and gentlemen. Can he see him? He comes around there. There's just someone force. No, he gets whipped. He gets arcane shifted away from this one. They're going to steal the Baron very, very low. Soaz gets taken down by Tabs. Now we're going to see Mythy. He gets on towards Pushu. Oh no! Peke doing the damage. They're on towards the Baron. The crescendo comes across. The Baron still low. It's taking down Tabs though. Yellowstar might be able to do this one. The Baron does the damage. It was a triple kill, but the turns it around. And it is an ace for Lemondogs. The Baron was down to nothing in hit points. Wow, what a fight.
Let's just take a look at this one again, because Nuke Duck gets bursted down before anything. And I gotta say, Baron gets the MVP for this one, because he probably killed at least half of the players. It is such an important objective. The Dexter went in because he was trying to steal. Cyanide kicked him out because he didn't want him to steal. And at this point, everyone is getting distracted, half wanting to fight, half wanting to finish off Baron. Cyanide gets finished off by Tabs, and then Baron turns his action to the closest thing. The Crescendo actually locks Tabs down inside, and it's not Yellowstar who finishes him off, even though he gets kill credit. It's Baron who smoked him. By the way, Baron finished Yellowstar as well, and it ends up being a crazy 5 for 4. That doesn't tell us much about this game, other than they're going to go back there and do it again.
It tells us that these two teams really want to get a victory here. Lemon Dogs, of course, 2-0 down. They have to win this matchup. Fnatic, they have no pressure on their shoulders right now because they have that buffer of a game advantage. Just one step away from being the #1 seed, moving in towards the Season 3 World Championships in Los Angeles, in that group stage, the all-important group stage, a double round-robin group stage. You know, and the seeding is a big deal. You know, as I've heard a lot of people saying, yeah, this game isn't worth a great deal. Of course, for North America, when they have their tournament in PAX, it will be all about getting the bye. But you will need to get a good seeding because you don't want one of those big top Korean teams in your group, or maybe even a tough American team, a Chinese team. There's some big names out there that will be going to the Worlds.
It is the World Championship for a reason. Only the top teams get to go there, and both of these teams are showing us why they've already qualified so far in this game. The play in this game has actually been incredibly strong mechanically, and they've been a little bit crazy elsewise. I'd say Fnatic has definitely been forced into a situation where they have to take a lot of risks, and they've taken very good risks and played them very well. That's the whole reason they've been able to pull back to only about 3,000 gold down.
One thing I would certainly draw attention to this time around was our featured matchup, Nukeduck versus Peke, because Peke is now 8-2-7 against the 236 Nukeduck. Definitely seems to be working very much in his favor on that Ahri.
And I wonder if this next fight is going to be different since there are 2 Banshees Veils completed by Nukeduck and Tabs. Soaz is diminished in effectiveness greatly in his initiation. It also blocks Pushu's ability to Ash Arrow the targets he wants to at this point. So he's not nearly as potent right now with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Lemon Dog smartly itemizing those things, and it makes it much more difficult. But if they get it on the support, he's gone.
Mithy's gonna get taken low, but not out of it. True shot, rattles straight through Fnatic, but Fnatic pick themselves up a kill to try and exit this one. Lemon Dogs are gonna give chase. Tabs comes in, there's gonna be Destiny. Stun card on towards Peke. Peke's gonna go down here. One more hit will do it. The Ignite finishes him off. Tabs now towards Soaz. Soaz has to use the Unstoppable Force to get away, but that was 3 members of Fnatic taken down, and Baron still up, remember, but Cyanide is alive.
And that was eerily similar to the last Flash Crescendo Yellowstar did on Lemon Dog's time for the map. Everyone on Lemon Dog just turned it around. Zoro Zero in particular crushed that, and Cyanide has one hell of a job to try and steal this Baron. Dexter, however, is very low. There is no vision in the Baron, and Tabs is just trying to take out Cyanide. That's the smart move by Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, he may be able to do it. His safeguard, he's forced him away. Tabs effectively being a defensive linebacker there, just keeping him well away from this one. So, Baron on Lemon Dogs. Let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, and just to get back to how it got them here, they wanted to burst down Mithy, but Zoro Zero flashed into the Cataclysm as everything else cut through. That Crescendo didn't do anything because everyone on Lemon Dogs was already where they wanted to be. Sure, you can lock them there. They're gonna crush you. Nukeduck finishes off the rest of it. He catches the incredibly slippery Peke, and Soaz has nothing left but to just ult away because him ulting in would not have saved much that fight.
Yeah, and that charm was negated by that Banshee's Veil that Peke threw out there. So, Fnatic back in the defensive position. Lemon Dogs now with a clean advantage. They still, remember, look at the objectives, only taking down 3 towers. It's only the outer turrets that they've hit. They will surely turn this Baron into some form of aggression and push in, because Lemon Dogs, as of yet, have not been that successful in sieging these turrets.
No, and part of that was because Zoro Zero pressed his ult when he shouldn't have. That is honestly one of the big reasons we made it here, because once Fnatic decided to initiate on them, Zoro Zero did not have his ultimate to repel, and that's what kind of swung this whole start of a comeback. Now that Lemon Dogs has control again, it's round 2 for them, and it actually, Fnatic still probably doesn't know that Zoro Zero burned that cannon ultimate. I'm not entirely entirely sure on that. They might think they can just do it again, but as we've seen, that cannon ultimate can shred.
And shred, that's going to be Nuked Banshee Veil getting taken down by that volley shot to push you. Going to be looking to do that yet more times on towards Tabs, because Tabs has become a real thorn in their side. 9-1-5 Tabs right now. His height and aggression that he's been showing in these team fights that have backfired have been real problems for Fnatic.
And what Fnatic needs to do during this Lemon Dog siege is they have to find a way to get the Banshee's Veil down. If Pushu can hit a volley or Peke can hit a random skill shot just to get some of those turrets down, then it can channel the initiation from Soaz. But until they do that, Lemon Dogs is basically safe to siege and push whatever turrets they want.
So bottom inner turret taken down by Nuke. That's the first one so far. There's a big wave in that top lane as well. Fnatic having to use Peke on that bottom lane to clear the wave. Actually, only 3 members. Oh, Peke's been caught out. Good grasping roots there. Nuke. Look at the damage he just throws out. So much attrition. Tabs gets a snipe on towards him. That gives him his 10th kill of the game. They're going to drive up through here. They're going to get up towards that inner turret. Tabs is going to take that one down. The inhibitor turret may well be the next focus target. They could keep pushing.
They're just pushing as many turrets as they can right now. Nukeduck's not even with the team. He decided to just go off into the other land, which might mean Fnatic is just trying to use random cooldowns to hold them down. They're lost without Peke, who is doing so much of their damage.
3 inner turrets so far with this Baron buff. Could they take more? They keep stepping in. They keep taking that tower aggression. Zoro Zero is just tanking it up there. While meanwhile, Nuguk, he's going to take down the top inhibitor turret. This is causing serious problems. We saw Zoro Zero going in, slicing Maelstrom coming out, but Cyanide kicks him straight away, holding off that turret just a little bit longer.
And it's not going to be much longer because those Lynchbane hits from Nukeduck are crushing them. And just like that, it seems, with those long death timers, Fnatic is losing a lot of their base. Peke will be up in a few seconds, though, with home guard boots, which is why Lemon Dogs is getting out of there. But the damage has mostly been done.
The damage certainly has been done. A giant wave in that bottom as well. Wow. Check this out.
Yeah, grasping roots is what started all of this. And the charm didn't even need to land for that one. Halfway into the base, too, Tabs just guessed which direction Peke was going to be running. He saw a little bit of it with a ward, but that shot wasn't good.
Was it the direction or was it the fountain? Because he knew he was going to be going for that fountain. He was like, I'm going to aim at the fountain, see if I can get him before he gets there.
Most likely.
Well, nevertheless, it's a big advantage game for Lemon Dogs. Could this be their first win? Of course, it would be another 2 that they would require, but it's not a bad start. It's where you've got to pick up a win. A win's a win, and they're not going to want to go 3-0 because nobody wants to get 3-0. The confidence hit that it could give them, certainly the first 2 games, it's certainly going to make them a bit more humble and respect Fnatic's play because they had such a big advantage over them in the summer split that suddenly Fnatic, well, they've gone, what, 7 wins without reply, I believe, so far, coming from that 2nd place tie.
Yeah, it's actually, I think they were on an 8-game win.
Yeah, they will be now, yeah.
Right before this one. Looks like it's about to turn to 8-1 in their last 9.
Still not bad, going into the Worlds.
Yeah, that'll be pretty good.
Form, yeah.
That's still a pretty good number. Lemon Dogs, though, wants to pick up that confidence as well, and like we said before, Lemon Dogs has been underestimated this entire split. Even when they came into the league, it was like, they just made it in because Against All Authority was imploding, and then they started the season when they made the Mithy swap is really when they started picking up steam. But even then, they weren't getting voted for wins. You'd ask any of the players in Europe and we'd say, who's the best team? It's like, we're all even. Oh, it's not the first place team? It's not Lemon Dogs? No, it's not those guys. But then they moved through the playoffs here, 2-0'd, qualified for World Championships, and they're here for a reason, because they're good.
The irony is, in terms of scrims, it was NIP that everybody was having problems with, and Fnatic. Well, we see Fnatic in here, but NIP are in a completely different situation. Yeah. Despite the fact they were in that 2-way tie, the 4-way tie, sorry, for 2nd place, they're now fighting themselves out of relegation. That was, of course, the promotion matches that will be happening later in the month. And that's going to be joining SK and MYM in that one. Meanwhile, it's the World Finals that these guys are looking at. This is the glory end of the table. And Lemon Dogs, after topping the season, are going to be unhappy with their performance so far against Fnatic. They are currently 2-0 down. Can they take it 2-2-1? They're certainly biding their time. They have opened up the camp and defense of Fnatic. They've taken down lane inhibitor turrets in the top and middle lane, exposing those inhibitors, and it seems they're not done yet. They want to try just to take those turrets down. They're not going for the exposed inhibitors just yet.
they're going to wait for another opportunity here. Looking at Nuke Duck's items, he is incredibly spiky right now. If he gets a DFG Lichbane kind of gold card combo, especially on someone like Pushu, he's going to kill him. Straight up. Pushu only has Mercury Treads to stop that, and Nuke Duck wants to actually play Assassin Twisted Fate right now. Peke has a bunch of damage himself, and actually a way of avoiding that burst since he's just picked up his Zonyas. Remember, this is an 11,000 gold lead, so Lemondogs definitely has teamfight superiority. But because we're so late into the game, if Fnatic catches the right target first, for instance, if they caught Twisted Fate, that would be 20,000 gold off the table. Immediately, Fnatic would have a higher edge. They just have to be careful with who they catch.
And they have to be careful of those Tabs Mystic shots, because once they get them slow down, of course, he's got that red buff and the gauntlets is causing a problem. We just saw Cyanide worried dead, almost getting caught out when he can almost catch a Lee Sin out. Oh, look at this. You're going to see the wildcards used, and Soaz taking a burst of damage. That's 1,000 hit points taken off the table already. They're going to slide in towards him. He's already shredded to half hit points. We're going to have the sustain of Yellowstar. They may not back away from this one, but it's going to cause a problem already.
And effectively, the Shirelia's Reverie is actually what popped Soaz's flash, because everyone from Lemondogs was going to be able to close the distance. And Fnatic was not in a position in this game where they would want to turn that one. Pushu needs to have a lot of safety wherever he sets up, because he's went full offensive items aside from those Mercury Treads, and we know how quickly Nuke Duck can explode him.
Cyanide is lingering, waiting. Baron has spawned, and it's going to get started off with Lemondogs, but Fnatic are aware of this one. He's going to put that ward down. We see the match standard being thrown down by Dexter, immediately getting them coverage, and they peel away from Baron, looking to see if they can get anybody caught out. It's not going to happen. Lemondogs realize it's a bit of too much of a risky situation to go for that open fight.
Yeah, so Lemondogs, like usual, biding their time until something good happens for them or they create an opportunity. Dexter is really full magic resist tank right now. Banshee's Veil, Spirit Visage on Jarvan, so if he tries to go in and get Pushu, it wouldn't work well for him, which just tells us that Lemondogs is in sync in a sense with what they want to do right now. It is very much Nuke Duck's or Zoro Zero's job to kill Pushu, and not Dexter whatsoever. Dexter is just worried about locking down Soaz or Peke.
Lemondogs have 4 Banshee's Veils, and they're about to get the 5th.
As well they should. They've been having so many issues with those Ash Arrows this entire time. As soon as they picked up those 2, we were wondering if it was going to make a big turn. And it came in big. You know, Nuke Duck went to finish off Peke, blocked the charm, was able to finish him off. It diminishes Fnatic's ability to initiate cleanly. The only thing they could go for was Mithy at the time. Can't even do that anymore, because he's got a Banshee's Veil.
Everybody's stacking it out. Zoro Zero, of course, does have the Zhonya's Hourglass as well, so he would be a double defense towards Peke. Peke, who is the sole carrier of a big majority of those Fnatic kills, which is certainly the right person to be defensive specking against. Fnatic, though, they're just trying to push in towards that mid lane. Swiftness used from Yellowstar. They didn't have good vision. They realized they had good lane positioning. They pushed Lemondogs out of it, but instead they were like, oh, it's a bit too risky to just run straight down that mid.
They know that if they die in a fight, the game is effectively over. The death timers are so long right now, 48 minutes in, and there are 2 exposed inhibitors for Fnatic. They need to have vision before they go in for one of these fights. And even if they have vision, unless they're popping those Banshee's Veils, it doesn't look good for them.
So Lemondogs conga line around. They're going to clear out anything in the jungle. The Oracles on both Nuke Duck and Tabs. So double Oracled up. Supports, of course, with a mountain of gold and a complete item build. It makes sense that those are the guys that do start buying those Oracles out, giving actually Mithy time to maybe, just maybe, start going a bit more aggressive on Zarya. It's something we've seen being used before.
Got a bit of defense. So he could definitely take at least 1 or 2 hits. As soon as Pushu gets on him, though, he'd be falling pretty fast still.
Well, Lemondogs are going to return back to the split push, it seems, and drive on through. Definitely slowed the pace down of this game because it is very much a tactical game. 49 minutes in, the death timers will be around about 50 seconds right now. Cyanide's Banshee's Veil gets caught out. He's going to be Nuke Duck going aggressive. Cyanide's quickly using and flashing across. Those wildcards will come through. Cyanide very tanky though, and proving that he's not easy to take down by Nuke just yet.
Absolutely. He is went very tanky with Lee Sin. Those 4 kills he got early really allowed him to pick up a large amount of tank itemization. It's still not doing much for them though. Yes, they burned the Twisted Fate ultimate, which gives them a bit of safety, but this doesn't give Fnatic any windows to actually leave their base, and it only gives them slightly more ability to contest this Baron. That Lemondogs is almost just waiting for Fnatic to try and come and stop it.
It is still Lemondogs in the driving seat. Gold advantage 11,000, but that's not really what matters because most of these players are up to 6-item builds or getting close to. 19-17 in kills. It's been a fairly hectic game, but the last 5 minutes has definitely killed the pace of it because both of these teams are so cautious. Fnatic, they're in a position. There's an arrow going down the mid. He's not going to find a target. Ooh. Of course, his Banshee's Veils would have blocked it.
Yeah, it would have had to hit Zoro-0, so he's basically taking a shot in the dark. It actually did hit Mithy, but his Banshee's Veil blocked it. Had to see what's running out of the base. I'm a little surprised Lemondogs hasn't tried more in this game because they do have 2 exposed inhibitors and they have done very well in team fights, but they don't necessarily have a tank line in the sense that Dexter has deferred so much farm this game to Nuke Duck, and they're gonna steal that. Oh, just about stole that blue because they had warded it previously. But Lemondogs has done so much in this game to be playing so passively. I think because it's 51 minutes in, they're actually recognizing that the gold is, or the overall effectiveness of both of these teams is still pretty close. And one mistake could actually mean the game, despite them playing pretty solidly throughout.
Fnatic are doing a great job. They keep on keeping those waves clear. Look down the bottom, big wave there from Fnatic. Someone from Lemondogs will have to go down and deal with that shortly. Top lane, big wave up there as well. So Fnatic have kept everything clear. Soaz has been that strong tank in that mid lane, not too worried about Lemondogs being around him. And there is a big amount of wards from Fnatic, so they have a very good defensive position right now.
Fnatic has done a fantastic job of keeping the wards up without dying. Yellow Star is actually mainly to be credited with that. There's been a lot of times before where Nuke Duck was just trying to kill him, and that's one of the big reasons Lemondogs pulled ahead in this game. But since then, since Lemondogs has never actually been able to deny vision from Fnatic through wards or from just hawkshot from Pushu, it's been stalling this game quite significantly. It's got to be up to 8 or 9 minutes now without actual contention.
Nuke Duck about to show himself in the bottom lane. Let's see what Fnatic do from this one. They quickly rush in there and they want to sweep out all of these wards. They may even try and get the Baron because he's going to have to run a hell of a long way to get that to distance.
He sees them, and Fnatic doesn't know how close he is, but they're chancing it. They're hoping that Lemondogs overcommits here so they can maybe catch something. They have to get some Banshee's Veils down before they can go in big.
There's the Destiny. Soaz is going to be the man that takes all that front-loaded damage, and there's not a great deal of it. They passively back away. True Shot Barrage actually landing across them. Lemondogs are going to try and split and push straight for the inhibitors.
Exactly. This may have actually started something. They know there's an Ash Arrow down now. They know the position of the majority Fnatic, which means they know how much time they have to run mid lane here. They can at least get a head start. Soaz does have teleport. He might choose to go in, but Lemondogs pushing this one Banshee's Veil down. This could be a fight.
This could be the first inhibitor going down for Lemondogs. They're going to try and get on towards it. Can they get on towards Fnatic's in-hit? Their Tabs is doing the work right now. It's only going to need another hit from Zoro-0. There it is. Dexter goes in Cataclysm, but Soaz gets on towards Unstoppable Force. Crescendo locking up Dexter and Minty, but it's not really the damage they want. Yellowstar does go down. Zoro-0 and Zhonya's Hourglass counteracts a lot. Pushu is down. That is a big deal. Fnatic in trouble here. That's going to be Nuke Duck taking down Soaz. The big tank goes down. Cyanide in trouble. He's going to get caught out. Tabs locking him up. Dexter slides in. It's Tabs that picks up the kill. Peke, the only man standing, but all of those Banshee's Veils completely countering anything he can do against Lemondogs, and Lemondogs will take themselves their first win in this final. It's going to be 2-1. Lemondogs are not done with yet.
They absolutely ripped apart Fnatic in that last fight. They certainly waited a while, but they were substantially stronger by the end of that. And that's why that 4-0 fight gives them a victory and extends their chances of being number one.
So fantastic, fantastic stuff. It is a best of 5, remember, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a long night, I believe, Jack, because these guys want to be the number 1 seed in Europe. They want that group advantage that they will gain. And they started off so well. 9-3-5 for Fnatic, for Peke, sorry, at one point, ended up 9-4-7, completely counteracted by those Banshee's Veils, finally itemizing to just basically stop the big kill point that Fnatic had.
Yeah, it had to get late enough, and when we saw the picks and bans, we knew Fnatic was going to try to play mainly the same strategy, but it would have to be more focused than before. Because instead of having short, repeatable cooldowns like Zyra's Grasping Roots, they had long, one-time use cooldowns like Unstoppable Force and Crescendo. And that just meant the Banshee's Veils were substantially more effective at actually shutting down those initiations because they only got one shot and the Banshee's Veils could block.
So it is not over yet. 2-1 the score. Fnatic do still hold that lead. That's going to give them something to think about with Lemondogs taking a strong victory, a long drawn out one. You talked about this in the lane phase. When those lanes were going long and they were all being won by Lemondogs, it clearly gave a good indication that Lemondogs were in a much more comfortable position until Fnatic's chaotic play of the first two matches.
Yeah, exactly. If we had to classify Lemondogs' play, it's low risk, medium reward, because they could have taken some faster advantages. They probably could have dove a lot sooner when they were going and got those high reward quick wins, but they didn't want to lose out because they recognized the risk-taking potential of Fnatic. They felt it a couple times too with that near comeback, but eventually they overcame it.
And the advantage, the fight ironically came from Fnatic being the aggressor. They saw Nukeduck go down to the bottom, they pushed in towards that Baron, and then that just chain reacted.
Yeah, that was the chain reaction Lemondogs is very good at pulling off. I gotta say, even though Nukeduck didn't have the most substantial impact in a kill, death, assist scoreline, he was the one who finished off the rest of those fights and was the big reason they could push on for advantages after winning.
Well, let's head over to Quickshot and Kobe, who are going to be able to take you through the Lemondogs clutch win.
Thank you very much, guys. Another great game. This time, though, way less one-sided. It was back and forth for both teams throughout the entirety of that match. Let's go right back to picks and bans. Lemondogs, they were 2-0 down, and they changed it up for this third match in this best of 5.
Okay, so they changed up multiple things here. They broke up the Ashe Zyra. They also banned out the Yorick for Soaz so that 0-0 could have a much better laning experience. And that meant that they left up a little bit more, a few more mid lane champions. So they were expecting the Ahri this time. Back and forth is an understatement. Is one way to put it. Yes,
it's an understatement. It's something.
Lemondogs got first dragon, first blood, first tower. They got a lot of firsts, but it took them a long time to finish it off.
Yeah, like really early on in the game, before 20 minutes, they had accrued something like a 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead, and Fnatic just found ways to pick up kills, landed the charm, landed the unstoppable forces, the Ashe arrows, and they managed to at least keep themselves back in it. We got a couple of replays prepared for you. The first one, let's pull this one up on your screen. It's actually just another really cool dragon steal. So talk me through this one.
Okay, so this one is one of the ways Fnatic were trying to get themselves back into the game. They were behind early from all those firsts that we just talked about. This is the second one though. Fnatic Cyanide gonna jump into the Dragon Pit for yet another easy steal, no problem. Let's roll this clip forward and we will see him go in. Dexter, probably getting a little bit bitter that Cyanide's got Lee Sin. So let's pause it here. He's able to flash out after the Crescendo wears off though, just in time, so they won't actually lose someone. It was just gonna be the Dragon Steal. But now, let's play this clip forward at double speed, and we'll see the aftermath here as Hushu came in from the wrong side, and though he thought he was safe here, this is Tab showing him that he's not the only one who can control those global skill shots.
So managed just to pick up an exit frag. From there on out, this is where the pick game really started for Fnatic. They managed to catch Lemondogs a couple times in doing some face checks. They managed to pick some fights with those charms, the unstoppables, and like we were talking about multiple times. But one of the things that sort of came back for the Lemondogs was the team fight power. And once they had gotten over that sort of patient waiting game, they did start to pick some fights and responded very well. Our very next clip is actually going to be a team fight in and around the jungle area near the Baron Pit. So let's pull this one up on your screen. And it actually starts off with Fnatic jumping onto Lemondogs. Fnatic think that they've got the advantage, but it doesn't really work out.
So this is only at 24 minutes. So this is before the Lemondogs theme song, Bubble Pop, is playing throughout the whole stadium. They don't have any Banshee's Veils. The Ashe Arrow is going to come in to get it started. But it's Fnatic going to go a little bit too deep here. Yellow Star walks in. He's Sona, one of the squishiest supports in the game. Just gets blown up And they want the answer supports here, so Cyanide's the one that's going to follow this up. So as, like Jet said, he had the right idea. He was trying to get out of there, and he actually still has his Unstoppable Force up, so he could use that to gain more distance. But Nukeduck is going to come surprise him with a flash over and stun him up with the gold card, allowing enough time for Cyanide to help him burst down before he's able to escape. And this is what Riv refers to as the I think I can mentality, where all of the members of Fnatic think that they can save each other, and they go in to try and pull out those extraction missions and get each other out of harm's way, but they all just end up feeding more kills on top of that. And this not only results in an ace, but a Baron afterwards, which is the first foothold that Lemondog used.
And it was something we actually seen repeated a little bit later, an almost identical fight, but this time around it was one that Lemondog started. They managed to stack their ultimates effectively. They managed to pick up another clean fight on Fnatic, and a little bit later, because there's still 30 minutes of game time after that replay, 30 minutes of game time that really slowed down a lot as both teams were trading objectives and pushing back and forth. Let's jump into the really dramatic team fight.
Yeah.
Pull up the third and final replay that we've got. This is the one where MVP goes to Baron. Now, can you break it down?
This is what everybody wants to see. This is where Baron Nashor goes on a rampage. They started off by having Lemondog start this one off because they know that they have the man advantage. They can see Soaz down bottom. He's going to have to teleport in, and they just sent Sona back to base. Fnatic have other things to say about this, though, and since Lemondogs don't have vision of Sona, they're not sure how close she is, they're going to retreat out of this just to get this one started. So let's roll this clip through slow, and we'll look at 50% speed the whole way through. They get so close to finishing off this Baron, but the teleport is enough to scare them off, even though the Sona's not going to be there. And Fnatic, they just go full offensive here, and they corner Nukeduck over here. They're able to land the charm, and that is all that he needed. There's no Banshee's Veil again. You can see it's still at the cowl there. So close, but yet so far. Now, being down one member, Lemondogs decide to enlist Baron to help them. And Baron starts damaging this Fnatic team for about the next 10 seconds here as they decide to tank him up and then keep him around 2,000 life. This is a beautiful kick out, by the way, because Cyanide thinks that he can finish Baron, but the rest of his team doesn't continue damaging Baron, sitting around 2,500 life, and nobody else decides to finish it till Cyanide sees it's low enough that he wants to pull his combo off and try to finish it again. Everyone's fighting down bottom. 0-0 zoned out the entire rest of Fnatic's damage, so Cyanide was all by himself in there with that Baron. And pause right here. Tabs flashed in and killed Cyanide mid Sonic Wave combo there. So he was about to throw the smite. As soon as he touched that Baron, he was mid-kick and couldn't finish it off. Tab's able to knock him down. So no smite goes off. Baron's going to live to fight another day. We'll roll the rest of this clip out to see that although Tabs just saved Baron's life, Baron doesn't care. He's not your friend. He will turn on you in an instant. And Yellow Star is going to be able to answer and get himself a nice red buff here, but he's, again, too close to that Baron Nashor. And again, another one bites the dust. Mithy is the only one to survive that massacre.
So Lemondogs were able to recruit Baron at least for a little bit of that fight, but then he kind of forgot who he was contracted to, and he ended up killing off Tabs in the end. The game was incredibly close, and one of the things that was fantastic to see was that the Lemondogs were able to adapt from going 2 games down. It did take them 2 losses to figure out, right, this is the way we want to break that combo up. But that Ezreal-Zyra combo was very successful. They managed to pick up a kill in a similar fashion that you would with an Ashe-Zyra.
Now, the thing is, they turned that duo lane around with their play in-game. It wasn't really the picks having that much to do with it. Sona's very similar. If she was there, she could have thrown out the crescendo to save Ashe. But the thing that Lemondogs did was they jumped on the opportunity when Sona was not in the lane. They went for the kill. Great combo from Zyra, set up Ezreal, and they didn't need the extra CC that they would have had if it was Ashe-Zyra combo, because Zyra landed her combo so well, and Ezreal jumped on her.
And talking about the way they played the game, there was that really big slowdown from like 35 minutes to about 45 minutes, or maybe a little bit later. And what it reminded me of is the games yesterday against Gambit, where Lemondogs were not comfortable pushing objectives or picking fights because of the long-range initiation, and they waited until everybody had Banshee's Veils, until everyone had that bubble to pop. And it's a testament to the Lemondogs thinking, methodical, strategic approach to competitive league?
They started it out with some really good pre-game play, which awarded them winning lanes in all 3 lanes and those first dragons and first turrets that we talked about. And then in the end game, they made that adjustment to deal with the Ash Arrow because they figured out that yes, we'll probably ban her or something. There's something else that we need to deal with her because she had such a huge impact in getting Fnatic back in this game. That's why all those early leads weren't enough for Lemondogs to finish it off. It was because of arrows and picks all over. So they had to then farm up enough for everybody to get their protective spheres.
Worked around it indeed. So we are going to be going to a game 4 after we take a very quick break. And when we return, Lemondogs will try to make it 2 in a row against Fnatic in this best of 5 finale. The European League of Legends Championship Series regional playoffs live from Gamescom. We'll be right back. Stick around, guys.
When we first started playing, I guess no one expected to go to Worlds at the end of the split, but after we saw that we have the potential to beat every team, we were like pretty sure that we want to go to Worlds and could go.
It is the biggest victory of my career. It's so huge. Going to Worlds is like the top of the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS Championships live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. It is time for the fourth game in this best-of-5 finale between the Lemondogs and Fnatic. Nuke and crew were able to control Game 3 and earn their first win in these finals.
Yeah, and they were really destroyed in the first two games, which makes that bounce back a little bit more impressive. That was actually the first time they had lost 2 games in a row since Mithy joined earlier on in the season. And in that game, they played a pretty slow style, aside from a few chaotic fights the Fnatic forced. And it's actually what got them first place in the standings, was playing like that. Tabs in particular found a way to counteract Pushu's Ezreal, as well as them picking Zyra away. 11-1-8 on that Blade of the Ruin King Rush, kind of modified blue Ezreal that he likes to play. That was a very big, impressive moment for him, picking up a lot of kills in fights and really keeping the lane phase down, along with all the Banshees kills they built.
Yeah, it worked very well for him, and you think back to the very start, the first kill he got was effectively that combo, the Zyra, Stranglethorns bouncing up in the air, True Shot Barrage across, thank you very much. And the combos began from there. He built it very differently, that Ezreal, from what most people would.
I know, Blade of the Ruin King, and then by the end of it, instead of having that Mana Mune or Mur Mana, he just had another Bloodthirster. So even more lifesteal coming in, and I think the Zyra will actually be a fairly contested pick in this one, because that was actually what's been swinging those bottom lanes, it seems.
It seems to be what's swinging the whole game, and so we'll see whether that's one of those contested early picks. I wonder if it'd be first pick. Twisted Fate's also been a highly contested pick along with Ari, so we'll see how these bans go. Thresh and Zed taken away, Shen and Cassidy. These 4 bans have been fairly standard so far, and they are sticking to the same path. This now means that Twisted Fate is available out there.
Yeah, Ari is still available. Yep. Peke's been playing a lot of that. They're keeping Jarvan away from Dexter.
Wow.
And the York ban is what worked out for Lemondogs last game. They kind of sucked it up and dealt with the Ari, knowing they still have Twisted Fate, I guess, in their back pocket. We could see similar team comps coming out once again, because both these teams are free, but we really got to wonder, so is us thinking right now, what's more important, Ari? Zach.
Zach has been banned a few times and is a strong champion, according to Alex Itch, as we saw earlier on. If you missed that one, well, you missed a cracker between EG and Gambit. I won't spoil it for you. Make sure you go and watch it over at lollysports.com. We are looking at Kennen and Zyra, though.
Very nice of you people who are watching.
Well, there might be a few that just tuned in.
You never know. Anyway, of course, the Zyra's been so swinging in these games, completely dominating, and Peke is just sitting on that Ari because it's worked for him very well. Even in that defeat, he had a very strong game on Ari. He was creating a lot of action and kills, and it's not surprising that he locked that in.
Oh, and Aatrox could follow up. Or, no, well then, okay. So they're seeing the Zyra, they're thinking, we don't want to let them have this combo.
Yeah, they want to keep the combo away from Tabs and Lemondogs. But also, after what happened last game, if it gets too late, Lemondogs is going to do the Banshee's Belt thing again. They got to be a little careful for that. That means Fnatic's got to push the pace in this one.
I think it's safe to say Pushu doesn't have too much input in the picks and bans, judging by the way he was sat. He's just in a very relaxed mode is the expression I would use. Looking like he leans in. Of course, it's been contested. It's another one. Jugglers, they both want it.
It's his 4th Ashe game in a row as well. So he's like, yeah, I know what I'm going to do in this game. I'm going to volley a bunch. I'm going to try to line up my arrows. I'm ready to go. And this also means it's the 4th time Lemondogs is playing against it. So Ezreal worked fantastically for them last game. They're playing all the things they had in the last game, aside from Jarvan right now, if they end up going with this Ezreal, because they won. Why wouldn't you?
And after seeing that little glimpse of an Aatrox, they're thinking, we're going to leave Lee Sin open. We're going to see if you do want to take this. So what do you want? And maybe it's even given Dexter a bit of a thought. They are seeing Sona locked in, so it's the Sona Ashe lane. Whether it's going to work out. Crescendo seemed to do work, although did bait in Fnatic a couple of times. And there is the Aatrox, which I assume means that Lee Sin will get picked out by Lemondogs.
Yeah, that's usually what Dexter has left unless he decides to do something a little more devious here. I'm not sure. Just wanted to use that word for some reason. There's nothing devious about his next pick.
The devious juggler.
Oh,
big scary juggler.
What's he got planned?
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Not gonna be able to see where we're going. It is gonna be the exact same team for Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, well, they have Lee Sin instead of Jarvan, because
Yes.
Jarvan was banned away. Last game it was Cyanide who was on Lee Sin, but very, very similar team compositions. That's of the champions that were in last game, there's 8 of them in this game again. Fnatic probably having the most change here. I like the choice of Aatrox and Zac a lot more for Fnatic here, because while they could start fights against Lemon Dogs, they didn't really have much persistent threat in any of those fights. And Aatrox is all about persistent threat in these games, as well as Zac is just able to put out a whole bunch of damage overall.
Well, we saw a similar combo coming out from Evil Genius in game 1. It was the other way round though. Obviously, it was Snoopy on Zac in the jungle and Wicked on Aatrox in the top. They could flip it, yeah. There is still 10 seconds to go, but I'm pretty sure that's how it actually will remain. So Soaz this time on Zac has had the very good 2 Yorick games, had a pretty good Malphite game in all honesty. Now he's pulling out yet another tank, but we've seen Soaz actually playing different forms of Zac, and he's discussed it before in interviews that it really depends how he goes in lane. Sometimes you can build a tank, sometimes you can go full ability power and just absolutely nuke people.
Soaz is definitely someone who likes to sneak in damage when possible. Even his Malphite in the last game had the Abyssal Scepter just in there, because at the point it was going fairly well for him. And I really wonder how that Zac is going to fare against Kennen, Soaz versus Zoro0 in front of this giant crowd, because the game has honestly, if we just isolated it, it's kind of swung on how Soaz has done against Zoro0.
There's a lot of fans here, all able to get the autographs of the players. The players are openly, they will happily come and take photos and pictures and sign your shirts, it seems, or sign your all sorts. There's been all sorts of stuff been asked to sign. Don't get me to sign those oranges. They are the hardest, most awkward thing to sign. But that's aside, because we are into the game. It's Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen, as the blue team. They are 2 games up over the Lemon Dogs as the red team, who have only that one match, the last match. They had a very similar team comp. They did manage to successfully get the win. We'll see if that translates into yet another. Fnatic looking like they want to be a bit more aggressive this time. It is Lemon Dogs with that Zyra, though, which seems to start out the aggression.
Yeah, Fnatic has to be very careful about where they go in this early game. They're going for a blue buff invade, which is a little counter to the norm. So many teams go for the red buff invade, like Lemon Dogs was doing right now. They get spotted by that ward and just run straight by it. So Fnatic knows where Lemon Dogs is, and instead of counter invading, they're trying to sneak around as well. What could possibly go wrong? Everyone's decided to recall.
What could possibly go wrong with this situation? Yeah, exactly. Fnatic, though, looking like they may go for that blue buff invade and are in position, waiting there. Remember, of course, it's 55 when it's going to spawn out here. Oh, there's a lane switch. Zoro0 is going down bottom. He's going to be on his own.
Yeah, but with all those pings that just came from Lemon Dogs up in the top lane, they're guessing positions right now of where Fnatic is, and none of those pings have been where Fnatic actually was. Instead, Fnatic decides to back away, and they of course they couldn't know, but that would have been a great move.
It would have been a great move. They could have gone in, stolen away that blue buff. Not too sure whether they'd have been able to react, but this actually may put Fnatic in a problem now, because Lemon Dogs are going straight towards that blue. They're going to get spotted out by the ward, though.
When all is said and done, the wards from Lemon Dogs give more knowledge necessary than the wards from Fnatic. All this is really going to accomplish is Cyanide's going to go to the Lemon Dogs blue buff, and Dexter's going to go to his own red buff after this. Fairly common jungle start.
Straightforward trade. Dexter does take it, doesn't use the smite, and he will clear the actual spawn as well. So he will have the timer for the next one, and Cyanide sure as damn it will rush straight across. Cyanide does have his smite available, so he's just going to go across there. We're not seeing them, those Dexter rushing towards this one. So, as you mentioned, straightforward trade.
Yeah. Normal start for these teams. We know the Lemon Dogs likes to slow play, and it's going to be very impactful how these 2v1 lanes go this time. Zoro0, the last time he was in a 1v2 situation in game 2, got crushed by Pusha and Yellow Star. That was when Yellow Star had Zyra. Maybe Sona will be a little different. You can tell 0-0 already went back to base once to pick up extra health potions because he knew the lane wasn't going to get to his turret for a while. And already Dexter is worried about helping him because they're actually expecting a Cyanide gank or at least a pressure.
Okay, Cyanide did not clear out that blue buff. He is waiting in that tri-bush to go for that pressure. Hasn't stepped around the corner, so he won't show himself just at the moment, but Dexter is there. Now it's going to be a 3v2. It's a dangerous 3v2 for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, but it's a level 1 Ken, and I feel like Cyanide is a little suicidal if he went for a fight. Instead, he's just matching wits with Dexter and saying, yep, we're both in the same place. Let's go away now.
The timings on the blue buff are going to be very different. The charm on Nukeduck does land. Peke going aggressive, but he's actually out of mana, which is why Nukeduck was about to turn that fight around. So as meanwhile in this top lane, playing defensive, sitting on the turret and happily absorbing the damage as Zach.
And it's on Cyanide actually to make some action happen right now since Dexter is in full babysit mode. Oh, wrong way.
Completely missed out on Nukeduck. Ooh, has to force the flash still. Cyanide does take himself a tower hit, but it's safe play nevertheless for Lemondogs.
So even though Cyanide missed completely, he did force Nukeduck into a direction where Xpeke could attack him, and that's what eventually made the flash happen. That's the action that Cyanide wanted to create while Dexter was babysitting, and it means that he should think to make a repeat gank on Nukeduck after he goes back to base and gets his health back.
With the Nukeduck's flash burned out, it seems that Dexter coming around on those rates, thinking of trying to force Peke to use his own flash out there. Of course, he won't have that Spirit Rush available, hasn't hit level 6 just yet. Still at level 4, Dexter instead is going to try and pay a visit to bottom.
Yeah, they're really concerned about 0-0's success here, and we saw why. At the end of last game, 0-0 was dominating people with Kennen. His slicing maelstorms were ripping Fnatic apart, but that's a large creep wave to think about going in on. Dexter really just here to give 0-0 a little bit of safety.
Well, 0-0 kind of trotted on down there. It's like, yeah, great. And then Dexter stole with the siege minion. It's like, thanks for the 40 gold lane tax. Mithy's going to get a dive upon. So as he's not going to follow that one up with Cyanide. So straight lane tax from Dexter, almost baited 0-0 in.
Yeah, both of these junglers, they're playing the taxing life right now. They're sitting at home, taking a few jungle camps, and then saying, how's it going in that lane? You want me to help you out a little bit? I'll just take the cannon minion while I'm on my way. And it's not creating many ganks because the 2v1ers, the two, are playing very passively since they recognize the junglers are playing this taxing style where if Tabs or Mithy were actually playing too aggressive, then they could actually get jumped on by Simon.
I'm interested whether Dexter actually went at any point to clear out that blue buff. I don't believe he did, so they're not really going to have any clue on the timing on that one at the moment. Well, of course, Dexter did clear out the blue buff of Fnatic, but Fnatic are in trouble in this bottom lane. 0-0 continues the aggression. They may try and turn this one around, and Yellowstar goes a little aggressive on towards 0-0, puts himself in harm's way. Pushu continues, throws out that hawk shot, tries to keep them at bay. They're going to come of it, though.
So that was the aggression that actually worked out a little bit and managed to burn both the summoner spells of Yellow Star. And that was honestly because Fnatic decided to get a little counter-aggressive. They tried to kill Dexter as he was coming in, but fighting the Lee Sin this early on in the game, especially in an extended fight with Ashe and Sona, isn't going to work that well. Now, Cyanide tries his hand at a 2v2.
He's going to try and counter. He's got himself in there stealthily towards the tri-bush. Put a ward down actually in that tri-bush and backs off. And, well, seems that, Lemondogs kind of knew he was there, despite the fact, despite the senses tingling, I believe.
Yeah, there has been a lot of jungle sensing so far in this game. Last game, it was, in fact, I gotta think the first game, First Blood happened around 11 minutes. I don't remember the second one. Third game, the laning phase was extremely long with Lemondogs coming out on top of it. This is the long laning phase that's very even. And based on teams that generally take more action, I feel like Fnatic benefits from having these longer laning phases that they aren't losing.
Well, as it is, both mid laners are 6 or beyond, and we can see both with that ultimate with the Spirit Rush and Destiny both available. So we'll see whether Nukeduck decides to go aggressive. Hasn't been overly aggressive with those Destinies. Tends to just use it more for the split push later, rather than the aggression at the level 6 when you start hitting those spikes.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Nukeduck tries to play Twisted Fate as a team fight finisher more than as a ganker. Also, Fnatic is one of the best in the business at avoiding Twisted Fate ganks. They're very good at warding his potential teleporting paths, so they always know when he's about to come for ganks.
Lemondogs are going to take advantage of Fnatic backing away from lanes and will pick up themselves their first dragon of the game, just shy of the 8-minute mark. That's going to put them that tiniest of gold leads, but it is only a tiny one because Peke, he got himself a 20 CS difference over Nuke while he'd been leaving the lane. And overall, it's just simply the goal, which is unusual when you think Dexter is actually, Nuke is actually on Twisted Fate, so he's going to have that advantage. We've also had a lane switch.
Yeah, so the 1v2ers get to breathe a little easier and get back to the fighting. But it's actually going to be a lot more even this time because no one was heavily denied on experience. So that means Soaz and Zoro0 might get to brawl out a little bit, knowing Soaz already has his Giant spell to Zoro0's Crystal.
Start on board Soaz, Zoro0 thinking of going aggressive. This time, when they do come in as that lane, Zoro0 is actually much closer to Soaz. Instead, like, he was, 20 CS behind and then just got completely punished. We see Cyanide sneaking in towards his bottom lane. We'll see whether he gets anything down. Mithy does not have a ward, puts it straight on his head. Ideal timing, flashes the arrow. It was a close arrow.
It was rather close because Cyanide would have just comboed that very well. Also, Yellowstar is only level 4 in that lane. He's been getting pushed back very frequently, and I think they were trying to get a quicker level 6 for Pushu as well, so they could pull off that arrow gank. A lot of build-up for not much payoff.
Not a lot of payoff either, so must have took them a while to get that one ready. Tabs continuing his farm. This one, he's going for that play to the Rune King once again. And Pushu, well, looking like he's probably going to go in Infinity Edge again. So similar builds from these AD carries. I mean, well, Pushu, he's building, he's done it for the last 3 games run.
Yeah, he's going Infinity Edge. He's had that slight variation, you know, Static Shift twice, Phantom Dancer once, depending on how much wave clear the team needs. It didn't work well last game against Tabs, because Tabs' Blade of the Rune King and combos with Zyra just wreck them, specifically when they're near the turret like this, which is where Pushu and Yellowstar have to be as careful as possible.
Nuke Duck, he's gone for a bit more of a passive start, like we saw with Peke instead. Peke yet to go back, which tells me he's going for that easy large rod early on, or mana item. See, he's got 2,850 gold on him. What the hell? He's going to go back and buy straight big item.
Yeah, that's a lot of money right now for Peke. What is he going to turn that into? Because he has a couple choices, right? He's done the Athene's Unholy Grail in previous games.
Flat out.
Decides to go straight forward again. A defensive Ahri build against Twisted Fate, like usual.
Yeah, so he's going the same route as last time. Worked out very well for him, but why not? It wasn't until those batches Veils got stacked out all across Lemondogs, or Bobble Pop, as Kobe kindly referred to it in his analysis. Zoro0 going a little bit aggressive on towards Soaz, but Dexter waiting in the wings. So we're coming up to the 11-minute mark, still not a great deal of aggression, just simply the one single ultimate fired in vain
and the
by
dragon.
Pushu. And the dragon, of course, yeah, let's not discount that one. That was around the 8-minute mark. It's a slow start this time, Jan. And slow starts tend to benefit Lemondogs in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, they play slow and measured. However, if they don't get too big of a gold advantage, we know the playmaking potential of Fnatic is much greater. Peke, 113 farm with the Unholy Grail and his teleport up, might look to make something happen at some point. Nuke Duck has not went for a defensive build on Twisted Fate, which also gives Peke the potential to maybe aggress him a little bit more. Also, in the top lane where we have Soaz battling against Zoro0, it's another one of those situations where Zoro0 is building for the lane with the Haunting Guys and the Dorans, where again, Soaz is building straight for Sunfire Cape, potentially team fight ability, which last game Soaz was punished for because he got destroyed in the lane. This game, it's a little bit different because he's on Zac and he's laning stronger.
Yeah, he's very much equal in farm, and once he does get out Sunfire Cape, he'll just continue that merry way. We'll see whether Zoro0 is able to get kills in it, because, well, Zac is pretty tricky to pin down despite the known fun fact location where his sounds come from. If you missed that one, well, check your Twitter.
And they got the double revive passives as well, necessarily. We haven't talked about that in the grand scheme of the team comp so far, since Lemondogs is rather up front with a lot of their burst. Cannon ulti, Ezreal ultimate, those things flying in. It gives the tank line a little bit more scariness, because especially if you're going all the way through to Nuke Duck, gotta kill him twice.
Let's bounce used on Zoro0 and forced the line in surge away from that one, but didn't do a great deal of damage from that one. That seemed to bit of a reckless ultimate, honestly, from Soaz.
I feel like he just wanted to do something. He's about 13 minutes into the game here, and he hasn't had a contentious lane. They're farming, pretty much trading. He's getting pushed back a little bit, but not taking much damage. I think he's trying to test the waters with what he's able to do to 0-0 right now. Turns out it's not that much.
Not a great deal just yet, but I think he'll be fairly happy with the trade. Maybe he's just trying to bait out 0-0 to use that ultimate, because the dragon will be up in a minute. Maybe trying to keep that cooldown down, trying to get the ignites dropped off him or something like that. Trying to force anything, knowing that he's fairly safe to be able to get away. So as instead, it does seem that they're going to try and set up ping ward on Lemondogs, from Lemondogs, sorry, spotting out Cyanide. So they know that he's on the red buff at the moment. Blue buffs, we haven't actually followed their trade. They seem to be picked up perfectly fine. I think I just saw Nuke with his blue buff as he backed away. And the mid laners, we are seeing Peke going a little wandering. He has got the teleport, by the way, of course. We could go looking, but again, he's another one that doesn't use integration. Both these mid laners are so similar.
And there's a lot of counterattack potential from both of these teams, which is one of the reasons they're kind of happily farming. And if we just kind of think about how these team fights are actually going to play out, Fnatic with Soaz and Cyanide have very powerful tanks right now. They can dive through and put a lot of pressure on a Nuke Duck. Also, Fnatic has to make sure they try to stop this second dragon coming down. Cyanide is very low before this contest, and Dexter has a secure. Ash Arrow flies through, doesn't hit either.
Yeah, the arrow whips on through. Crescendo lands on towards Midi. That's going to be the dark path from Cyanide. Dives in, secures the kill. That's going to be, nearly tried to get in the passive. That's going to be the second. Nuke just gets exploded by Peke.
So because the first blood was given to Fnatic, they come out ahead in that trade. Normally you can trade Dragon for 2 kills, but since it was a 14-minute first blood, it comes out ahead for Fnatic. Getting a kill onto Peke is very important as well, and it gives them the potential to push down this turret, since Lemondogs is down 2 people.
Not too sure whether they've got the damage to take him down. We'll look at that in a moment, though.
Yeah, this is just Yellow Star making a flash crescendo that works. It gets Mithy down, and then it actually makes Nuke Duck think she can stick around. Again, bullseye by Peke with the charm. Dashes actually so he can get the true damage back from his Orb of Deception, and that just works out great.
And that is a turret, so big advantage picked up there. And it levels out the gold. Pushu went straight down to the bottom and tried to react, forcing Tabs to back off here, simply not get himself that turret down. So, Fnatic, they have an advantage again. This is a similar situation that Nuke Duck and co had to work their way back from. It's going to be a hard-fought battle for them to do so. It is 2-1 to Fnatic for the #1 place, the champions. Let's not forget there's a bit of money on the line as well.
Yeah, there's the small issue of prizing for these guys, which is actually 50,000 for the first place team, which is a very good prize as they move on for even bigger prize pools at the World Championships right now. So, still playing hard. 100 gold. And Twisted Fate, passive alone, has given him 550 right now.
Ooh, the arrow's going to get sidestepped by Nuke Duck.
He is really good at that.
Big farm advantage by Peke. 184 CS to 141. That's slowly been developing. Lich Bane has come out early once again from Nuke Duck. Kind of the standard Twisted Fate, I guess you could say. Peke, I feel he's saving up again.
Yeah,
I think he's rushing for a big item. He has, look at that.
2,600 gold. That's a few bits of monies. He'll probably go Deathfire Grasp. That seems to be his favorite second item on Ahri. He still needs to get magic penetration as well. Nuke Duck's favorite item, by the way, is Lich Bane. I think he's built that first in all of his games this set. Sometimes he builds it before boots even.
Well, bottom lane, I'm looking towards Dexter. Making his way through, straight past the ward. He's going to get spotted out by Fnatic. Let's see how they react to this one. Cyanide diverts and starts heading down towards the bottom lane, realizing that there is a potential dive. We are also seeing Nuke Duck close by, picking up blue buff. Destiny is available, so they could try and turn this into a 4v3 advantage, which is why we see Peke now starting to react. He's heading down.
Exactly, and even if he doesn't react fully, he has his teleport. Nuke Duck has to worry about the lane that is getting mercilessly pushed in with minions in the mid lane. Peke, even though he hasn't directly killed Nuke Duck in lane, he did off in the blue buff, is winning this matchup once again on Ahri. It's why he tunnels into that pick so readily, because he has so much success on it.
And the fact that he went back and got that Deathfire
even more powerful
means he's going to surely be looking for those kills. We saw how much he snowballed those kills and went until that Lance's Veils are available. And that's a big, big investment the Lemon Dogs had to pull down, and it wasn't until around the 50-minute mark that they managed to successfully get them down and shut him down. So Fnatic maybe going to be looking at that last game thinking, you know, we were doing fine. It wasn't until that really happened. We just need to finish quicker.
Exactly. They recognize when they were being aggressive in games 1 and 2, they absolutely took it home. When Pushu was having those amazing scores on Ashe, I mean, keep in mind, he's still playing in a bit of a weird situation. He's qualified his team for Worlds here, but we all know, really, that Reckless is sitting in the wings, and this is another one of those let's have fun ults, I think, for Soaz, unless he's getting a bit more damage on Zoro Zero this time.
Well, Soaz wanted to bounce, and Zoro Zero was fine with that. He just goes back to his towers. All right, I give up. I'll just walk back here. You're not going to kill me. You're just going to annoy me. As it is, as I believe Quickshot once mentioned, just about sending a message by Soaz there. And this is my lane. And he is actually ahead in farm over Kennen, which is impressive in itself.
Yeah.
Kennen's a very good farmer.
Fnatic Soaz had only had that one bad game this series when he picked Malphite into Zoro Zero's Kennen. The other 2 games where Soaz played Yorick, he was dominating the laning phase. He is incredibly talented. That's why he's the European all-star top laner. And specifically because he hasn't even itemized against Zoro Zero. Most Zacs against Kennen would go for a fairly early Spirit Visage, but with a Sunfire Cape, it's actually an aggressive build that's more tailored around dealing with AD carries later, and he's still just winning with it.
Cyanide and Pushu wipe out that wave. Oh, I didn't see where the nuke got that one. Didn't see where the gold stacked up, but Fnatic, they've got 4 members pushing towards this mid lane. They're going to see if they can catch someone out. You see that Pushu and Cyanide were trying to creep up around that side, but there is a ward placement there, so Lemon Dogs will spot it out.
And holy crap, 242 CS from Peke, and a second kill on the Nuke Duck. He's scary right now. Well, this might be why Nuke Duck's been just staying away from him.
This is DFG doing his work, really. They are putting pressure on towards that middle turret. Tabs nearly getting caught out there. Grasping roots in down on Mithy. They're going to try and go aggressive. Tabs does go aggressive. And a good damage out. Trisha Barrage came through. Peke had to use his flash to get out of the way of that one.
That was a good escape by Peke after pulling off such... He made that kill look easy on Nuke Deck. It almost got like a golf clap. It's like, oh yeah, good work. Well, it went to 100-0 your lane opponent and almost nothing. Oh, the Ashe arrow helped him out. We didn't catch that on the clip. Well, that makes it a little...
less impressive.
It's a nice arrow.
It was a nice arrow. Very nice arrow indeed. Lemon Dogs, well, this is dangerous play. We do see Destiny being used. Teleport was instantly replied on. Peke, instead of rushing in towards it, just uses that Destiny to farm.
Yes, and the ultimate from Peke is also back up, which gives Fnatic a huge spike in ability right now. They're actually using this to maybe catch Lemon Dogs in between the dragon and the middle turret area, or is Lemon Dogs actually waiting to try and get something? I feel like Mithy is not where he should be.
Mithy is having to flash away from that one. Dexter getting vision of Soaz. Soaz is going to last extreme shot across and forces the safeguard. Mithy doing a good job of defending. This is going to be Dragon for Fnatic. They got the first one. They may get the second.
Zyra and Kennen in Dragon fights is very dangerous. Zyra ult doesn't get anything. Pushu finishes off another one, and Fnatic
turns it round. They've managed to get the second. They've already taken the Dragon as well. It's a double for Pushu. Now Nuke Duck's in trouble. He's going to get focused on that Cyanide's passive pop there. Gives managed to pull out the stun card. Soaz just backs away from that one. Tabs wants to get involved in this fight. He's trying to get around the side. Gets the true shot barrage off. Forces Peke back. We're going to see Soaz. Soaz has gone in on his own. The rest of his team have already disengaged. That could be suicidal by Soaz. He's going to have to try and escape from this one. And he's forced Yellowstar to go down. He may pay for it with his own life. Big mistake by Soaz there. Elastic Steel Shot does get him away. Oh, Shuriken from Zoro Zero tries to follow through. Had his passive, of course. Not exactly completely clean from Fnatic.
Seemed like a good idea at the time for Soaz to go in, but let's take a look at how this fight started once again. Peke bursts down Mithy with the Ashe arrow, gets him at the end, and then Dexter was kind of caught in the side. Look at that max range charm hitting him as well. And at this point, it was just chasing for Fnatic. They tried to go down. Cyanide gets his passive popped, and Fnatic had picked up the Dragon plus a couple kills from that one.
So, it's 5-1 to Fnatic. They're leading by just 2,000 gold. It's not a big deal. 2-2 in turrets. Lemon Dogs far from out of this game. You see a nice large drop being picked up by Nuke Duck, trying to continue getting that damage going. Tabs is starting to be a problem, I feel. Oh, Nuke Duck completely caught out. Peke burns him down again.
And Peke's when even with the Athene's Unholy Grail, more aggressive than he had in previous games. He went Sorcerer's Shoes instead of Mercury Treads, whereas Nuke Ducks went for the defensive TF with the Mercury Treads right there. It's not helping, by the way. Peke is just cleaning him up. Even though Twisted Fate has generated nearly 1,000 gold with his loaded dice passive, Peke is still ahead of him. 274 farm, 23 minutes in right here. 9,700 gold. And he's going to be able to buy another big item soon. I'm sure Death Gap is next.
Fnatic is starting to do what they do best, and that's Peke off on his own, split pushing while the rest of the team do that 4-man invade. They're going to take away the blue buff as well. That's going to be given across the board to Pushu. That arrow has been vital in engaging these fights and creating those opportunities. We saw the one land on Nuke Duck earlier on. He's 0-3-1 by the way so far. And again, it seems to be Peke that's winning out the opening exchanges.
Yeah, Peke, this game, along with Pushu, both of these guys have been doing amazingly for Fnatic throughout these playoffs, and specifically in this series. Ash Arrows have set up a lot of Peke's ability to get ahead in this game, as well as just Pushu forcing Lemon Dogs into some strange picks and Banshee's Veils in all the games. Like, honestly, the only game Fnatic beat against Lemon Dogs, Lemon Dogs won against Fnatic, was because the whole team had a bit Banshee's Veils, because those Ash Arrows have been so clutch in initiating proper team fights.
Peke is actually closing in very quickly onto 300 farm. Along with those 302, he's got a big gold advantage built up over Nuke Ducks, which is equating to those items. You can see yet another Needlessly Large Rod being added to his collection. So that's going to be the Rabadons, or even the Zhonya's. I believe it'll probably be a Rabadons that will follow through here. Lemon Dogs, well, they've been in this situation 3 games already. They kind of figured it out in the last one, though. Not too sure whether Fnatic is going to allow them to do it this time.
Yeah, Fnatic does not want to give up a comeback. Already up 2-0, as you said. And they're a team that generally knows how to close. Like, when Lot is on the line, Fnatic generally performs. That one didn't.
It didn't hit. Destiny is created as well. They're going to go in for this one, I feel. Peke already making a move. Teleport not yet available, but it will be shortly. But Zoro wasn't with them either.
And this is the crazy thing. Peke wasn't even close as he walked over that ward, and Lemon Dogs pinged him. They were scared enough that Peke could have came in at the end of the fight. They said, no way, we're not dealing with that guy. 300 minion kills right before 25 minutes for him. An absurd clip.
Absurd amount of minions, and that's going to be True Shot. It's going to try and wipe out that wave, but the tower continues to take the damage. Cyanide front loads. Takes that. He's quite tanky right now. That is going to be a inner turret going down, the middle inner turret, the first one of the game. Nuke Duck comes across, but the rest of Fnatic are heading in his direction.
4 turrets to 2, and they want more. If Nuke Duck gets, I thought Soaz was going to go on that one, but there are no minions. Fnatic knows they can take this one a little bit slow. Right now, Lemon Dogs doesn't have their full team defending. We've seen so many teams try to hold at these outer turrets and get dove. There is a large gap between the inner turret and the inhibitor turret, and Peke wants to come around the back potentially and dive. Ash Arrow is almost off cooldown. Once they clear the minions, they might try to Ash Arrow in to get a fight.
Oh, the Lemon Dogs setting up the siege
it might come right now.
Oh, look at the charm, that's on towards Mithy. Mithy gets your drop straight away. Soaz jumps in, Let's Bounce gets popped. The rest of his team not really on the same wavelength. It simply keeps them at bay. And that's going to be another inner turret picked up by Fnatic.
Peke and Pushu are just in such sync right now. Either one of those combos would have worked. Ash Arrow to Charm or Charm to Ash Arrow. If one lands, the other hits. The Charm is lower cooldown, so as long as Peke can safely throw those out and go fishing, he's going to catch one eventually.
So Fnatic all go back to buy. Continue to pick up their fat stacks. They've got themselves 2 inner turrets on that push alone.
Huge. Pushu went for the Phantom Dancer this time. You know, he's got to mix things up every once in a while on these Ash games.
Keep you guys guessing.
Zoro Zero's mixing things up as well. His 4th Kennen game right now. Abyssal Scepter and Haunting guys. He's going to hopefully try and catch Peke in some type of stun and just blow him up, because both the mages here on Lemon Dogs are just going full on damage, it seems, aside from the Mercury Treads that have been put on Nuke Duck. They still have the turret pushing potential if they could find the opportunity. And actually, this could be a decent global gold opportunity for them. Peke up top with teleport. Scratch what I just said. This is a terrible opportunity for Lemon Dogs. Peke would come in and clean house.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go for this one. The arrow is not available yet, but Crescendo absolutely is. Dexter's in the Baron pit right now. Cyanide looking to go in there. Mithy trying to throw out those grasping moves. Forces himself to get that ward, which got spotted out very early on there. They managed to get enough hits on it. Lemondogs are in a precarious position, and while this is all happening, let's not forget Peke's continued to split push top.
And Peke's going to try and find Nuke Duck in the jungle somewhere here. He's hiding behind a brush, and Nuke Duck is very worried about where he's going to go. There's 2 games of cat and mouse going on right now. One at Dragon, one at top.
Let's see whether Peke, with that new Rabadon Death Cap, manages to win it out. The charm landed straight in there. DFG fires through. There's so much damage coming out from Peke. The stun card only just landed. There's going to be Arrow. It lands on towards Zoro Zero. Let's Bounce gets going, and it's going to be Fnatic that absolutely melt through Lemondogs. Lemondogs are dropping like flies. It was a cat and mouse game, and it's Lemondogs that almost certainly went wrong there. 0 for 3.
Fnatic just pounced on them across the map. Peke, bullseye with the charm. Puzu in sync, bullseye with the Ash Arrow. They get 3 kills here. Let's watch the top kill again. As that happened, they're just like, we got one, let's go for another. You know, Ezreal gets out, Zoro Zero does not, and Dexter gets caught in the same AoE disaster that Fnatic put down on them, and at that point, Lemondogs just had to turn tail and run away.
Stranglethorns, it was a good position, but frankly, everything was already there, and this is going to be a free, well, it's not free Baron, it's a hard-worked Baron. They managed to pick up 3 kills, so it's a hard-earned Baron, but nevertheless, it's 10-1 for Fnatic. That is a big, big goal lead right now, just coming up to the 30-minute mark. Amazing stuff from Fnatic in this game 3. 4.
Yeah. Might be their 3rd victory as well. Yes. Close to the sweep, Lemondogs fought back, and now Lemondogs is in one of the most precarious positions they have been all series. There is a bunch of gold, got to track the items that Fnatic's about to build, and neither Lucilar drop got completed by Peke. That actually puts him at 689 ability power with that Baron buff right now. He's ready to explode people. Last Wisp was completed by Pushu as well. He is just rushing on him, and he caught him for about the 1000th time, dead again.
So Peke, he could have gone across towards the minion wave, spotted out because they got great vision ward in their own jungle, and just went straight across. Nuke Duck 0-5-1 now, not a chance.
No, and he's tried to build aggressively because he knows that Peke is going to kill him almost no matter what. There was no fighting back at that point. Even with the flash, Ahri had a bit more.
So here we go, Fnatic with that Baron buff up. They are in a numbers advantage. And now Peke, he's found on Tabs, but Tabs tries to turn this one around. Has to try and dodge out that charm, but the damage is just so strong from Peke, the barrier can't save him. It's another one. That's the inhibitor turrets going down, and Fnatic just driving home their advantage.
And now they can just push on this inhibitor turret because Peke took out 2 himself. By the way, those 2 were probably the most farmed members of Lemondogs, 1 by 1. Let's just take another look at this duel he had with Tabs. It's a skill shot war between Ezreal and Ahri right now. Even though Peke missed a few, so much damage, and that's near 700 ability power. Plus the red buff, surprisingly. Peke got in a lot of auto attacks, helped him out. His ult is up again, by the way. If he catches anything, they're going to continue to go.
That charm goes in. Oh,
there you
Dexter
go.
actually going aggressive. Safeguards away. Crazy, crazy stuff. Lemondogs, well, they're trying to fight for this one, that's for sure. They have another minion wave, conga lining its way into the Fnatic. Well, it's going to get wiped out with that true shot, surely, but they've still got the damage down. The turret's going to go down. That's the second inhibitor turret. The arrow goes out, it lands on Dexter, but they don't fall through on it. Instead, they're going to take the inhibitor. That will be 2 inhibitors for Fnatic at the 31-minute mark.
For a second there, I thought Peke was just going to take another kill because he decided to dash near someone, but that is an effectively uncontested inhibitor. We can't even get time to call this.
Well, I think the game called it itself. Peke is legendary. This is going to be the game for Fnatic, and more importantly, this could well be the final, and of course the #1 seed. Fnatic in full control. Nuke Duck is out of his base. He's trying to keep the waves at bay. Fnatic don't care. They're just going to keep on pushing through. It will be Fnatic taking the victory here in the final. They're going to be going to Los Angeles as the #1 seed, the Spring Split champions and the Summer Split champions. Fnatic, the reigning champions of Europe.
It's got to feel really good for them going into the World Finals here. Just a few weeks ago, they were planning to get into these playoffs. But Fnatic has made such a late season run. They came on top of the 4-team tiebreak at the end of the European playoffs. They 2-0 their semifinal. They nearly 3-0 right here. 3-1 will have to do. They're the ones.
And it's funny because I spoke to Peke just last night. He was talking about the aggression that they were planning on putting into this matchup. And surely the glitter. Glitter all across the stadium, all across Gamescom. They're just getting rained on because Peke, you know, he proved why he was the #1 assassin in Europe. He had the highest kills getting into this one. He ended that last game 8-0-2, and we saw him just towards the end there, single-handedly taking down Nuke and Tabs. Tabs actually waited in the bushes to try and initiate that fight, realized we can't win this.
Peke may have gotten a little bit out of control by the end of that game. Definitely showing why European mid laners here are the ones to fear. #1 seed Fnatic, well done.
Fantastic stuff, and once again, Soaz actually didn't die. I think there was about 3 games in that, but he just didn't die.
Yeah, Soaz played fantastically. I mean, the only reason Peke is able to play games like this is because the rest of the team works for him. Soaz sacrifices so much for that. There were 400 minion kills on Peke, 200 on Soaz. But that's because Soaz is with the team. He abandons his lane. They effectively double Peke's farm by just stop farming with one of their solo laners. And then the rest of the team, Pushu as well, has to initiate with that 4-man squad. They got this down right now, and they're going to try to take it to Worlds.
Well, speaking of Worlds, the debate will rage, and it's going to be down to Fnatic management to make that big decision, because they've made it. They've made it as the #1 seed with Pushu. And now they have Reckless, the new AD carry, waiting in the wings, who himself actually qualified the Copenhagen Wolves in towards the Challenger Series, and they are waiting to play one of those relegation matches.
And this is going to be such an interesting storyline between Pushu and Reckless when we move towards the World Championships. Do you really swap out the substitute AD carry who's been playing so well this season? Once he joined the team and Yellowstar moved to support, Fnatic started ramping up a little bit. And obviously now, being the top team in Europe, something is working well for these guys. And changing that up is a dangerous thing to do. It's going to be a very difficult call for that entire Fnatic team to make.
It is definitely a difficult call. Of course, it's a hard one because Pushu even came into the team knowing this was the situation. But I guess when you're just given that opportunity, you take it. Now it's a very different thing. He's got to the finals. But let's talk about the whole of Fnatic, because overall they played brilliant in this finals. Went 3-1. Lemon Dogs, honestly, coming into this, looked pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, Lemon Dogs seemed like the team to beat. We talked so much about their consistency. They had the most dominating semifinals performance where they were never in any risk of losing that one. But instead, they got beaten by Fnatic because Fnatic made more plays.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. We're going to send it over towards the main stage, though, where Shox is standing by with the champions.
Thanks very much, D-Man. Right now, it is my huge pleasure to introduce the 2013 European LCS Summer Split champions, Fnatic. A well-deserved applause here for you guys. Pickett, maybe I can start by asking you, what does this mean after you were the spring champions, but becoming the champions now was a tad harder?
This one, it was like 2-3 good teams, and the rest were not that good, so it was easy to make it to top 2. But this season it was really hard. At some point I thought we wouldn't even make it to even top 6. It was scared at some point, like, yeah, every team is really good, and I don't know how it's so close that we might even drop out like other teams did. But in the end we like focus a bit, talk about the picks and bans, and the last 2 weeks we have been playing really good, and we managed to be from being kind of in the middle to be on the top again.
Yeah, really good. And someone can comment on the game versus Lemon Dogs, because they have been considered the best all split. They ended at the top of the league. It must be a huge boost to beat them here, just know with everything that lies ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, Lemon Dogs play really well, but they have like this thing that when they take advantage, they barely throw it. They use a snowball it really good. So what we did against them is just play really safe and try not to make mistakes, not to give free kills, because like you saw the game, we get free kills. It was really hard for us to do anything, but we just focus on be equal. As soon as they make a mistake, try to get something, and when we have the advantage, we play like they do. We don't give it up.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Puzu something. Must be very proud of your performance here, because you really stepped it up in this final.
Yeah, the thing is I practiced this almost like a month, but we never played it in LCS, and we finally decided one day to pick it, and we don't want to pick anything else now, so it's going good.
For you personally, just that Ash seems to be, I don't know, you hit every single arrow, it seems.
Yeah, I like to initiate fights sometimes, or just arrow from base. Okay, sorry. But yeah, it was good, the combo was good, and everything went well.
Okay. So, as what do you think about this last game here? Must be a huge confidence boost for you as well after last week not feeling very well, being very nervous yesterday, and now with everything that lies ahead, how are you going into all of that?
I was really nervous the first day before playing EG, because last year we lost against them. And yeah, it's the most important match for us. It means world for us before. This, we didn't really prepare for Lemon Dogs. I don't think they prepare either for us, so we just play the best of 5. But that don't mean they are weaker than us or we are better than them. And yeah.
All right. Cyanide, how has the experience been for you? Of course, been with Fnatic for a very long time. And how much are you looking forward to going to LA and playing on that stage? How much are you looking forward to going to LA and playing on that huge stage?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to going to LA. Like, there's nothing more I want to do right now.
All right, concise. So maybe Yellow Star, because for you also very important changes for you personally. Very important changes for you personally, changing role and now ending up here. You were at the World Finals with SK last year. How much potential do you think you have with this team?
I think that we now have more chance. I think that we are more chances right now. We feel more confident because last year I believe that we really went for a all-in strategy and it worked, but it doesn't work all the time. So I think right now we're pretty solid and we have maybe chances to go through group stage.
Finally, maybe Peke, you guys are the European champions. All these guys are here, they're supporting you. Anything for the fans?
Well, like yesterday, thanks again for being here, for being so awesome. It's really cool to play in front of a big crowd, much better than with your people.
Guys, one more time, give it up for your European champions, Fnatic! Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations. As for us, it's time to go back over to Quickshot and Kobe for a look back at the key plays in Fnatic's Game 4 win.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and congratulations to Fnatic once again. I'm going to condense the summary of that fourth game to saying, well played, Peke.
Yeah. Well played all of Fnatic. You know, Bushu with those arrows. Their strategy in this one was, it started out with the Hail Marys. He would throw a couple of them all the way from the base. Some of them would not hit, but when they did hit, bam, that was a kill for Peke.
So the game was once again very slow at the beginning, and it was a game that we said generally when it's slow it does play in favor of Lemon Dogs. It was a lot more even this time than game 3, which Lemon Dogs managed to pull ahead. And it was really, it was just a matter of landing those skill shots, the arrows and the charms that really changed things together. I don't want to drag on too much about the early laning phase because it really did take its time to build up. Peke farmed himself into a ridiculous position very quickly. And let's pull up the very first replay that we have for you. It's actually a fight in and around the Dragon Pit. And once again, it just demonstrates this pick power of those single target CCs.
So this is one thing that Lemon Dogs actually had done very well up to this point was control dragons. They got the first dragon pretty easily, and that was because they timed it with the first blue buff. So the jungler for Fnatic was out of position. This time though, Fnatic's ready, and they're gonna jump on him. So let's roll this clip. The first one through here. Oh, this is actually after the dragon. So this clip is pretty much only the end of the one that we wanted to show. Soaz, this is when he was thinking he was gonna go in, and everybody else had already left the area. So Soaz, that was pretty much just a bad choice by Soaz. That's not the actual fight that we want to show. So let's go to the second clip instead then, because I'm sure that we have the
to set the scene for that one. The second clip is really just actually the best summary of the entire game right now.
Yeah.
Pay very close attention to Pekka. He's already 4-0-2, 345 CS at 27 minutes, and he's terrifying.
Yeah, so this, like you said, this is the story of the game right here. It's a two-part clip. Pekka is going to get his solo matchup here up top, and then the rest of the four-man squad is going to do their work at Dragon. This, I'm not sure what NukeDuck's plan was, going to attack Pekka at this point, because at this point he's 0-3, Pekka is 4-0, and Ari usually has to use her ultimate to gain the distance to get close to her target, and then it makes it a little more difficult to land her skill shot, but NukeDuck just walks right into him here. So let's roll this clip forward, and we can see the charm easily landing, allowing Pekka to also get to that Fog of War position, and then easily use his ulti there. There was not much chance for NukeDuck. This signals to the rest of the team, hey, it's time to go. The Zac and the Aatrox both jump on them and get the dual knockups. The dual revive guys also have knockups at their abilities, and they use them to great effect right there. When they have Ashe too. Very good chase potential, not able to get away from that one. Pretty much the same story as the whole series. The picks, very similar the entire way through.
Yeah, in terms of the champion pool, it was actually fairly limited between these 10 players. You know, they played a lot of the same champions over and over and over, and in general, Fnatic just seemed to be able to make the kills and push for the objectives a little bit clearer. In that game, it was all just, it was a low kill game, but my word did Pekka just put on a show, and just a phenomenal Ari performance.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to Pushu also, because he's got him started with those Ashe arrows that were hitting from long distance.
And very well played indeed. Guys, we do need to jump to a very quick break. When we return, we'll name our finals MVP, break down the North American regionals, and set the stage for the Season 3 World Championship. Don't go anywhere. The LCS live from Gamescom. We'll be right back.
Live from Gamescom, and with the finals in our rear-view mirror, let's take a look at the fully filled out playoff bracket. So, Fnatic, we've just seen it. They are your summer split champions, with Lemon Dogs taking second place, and Gambit, well, they finished third earlier on today.
And fourth place goes to Evil Geniuses, while Team Alternate finishes fifth, and Ninjas in Pajamas took sixth.
And for helping his team win the 2013 European LCS Summer title, the final MVP, well, who else is it going to go to? It's Fnatic's mid laner, Peke. Of course it is.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, the whole team does have to sacrifice things to allow him to make these plays, but they do it because he's so good at it. He outdueled Froggen and Nuke Duck in the playoffs, which was needed because European has such incredibly strong mid laners. Some stats, 33, 6, and 19 in 4 games today. He had 52 kills and only 15 deaths for the entire week. He actually had 390 minion kills a game, and in that last one, 400, the game was only 31 minutes, 50 seconds long.
He was absolutely dominated, and you mentioned it. In fact, he was cleaning the top, cleaning the bottom. Any one lane was giving him towards it. And you just look across the rest of the team. It's like you could talk about maybe the arrows that we saw Pushu create, and look at towards Fnatic in their interview. It seemed they wanted to push Pushu in towards the limelight because they obviously felt he did a good part, was a good part of that victory.
Yeah, obviously Pushu was second fiddle in a sense. Like, he was so close to having that MVP, I feel like, because all the arrows he was able to pull out, and just Ashe was almost their secret weapon coming into here. He said he practiced it for a month. They didn't bring it out in LCS until here.
Yeah, they waited for these playoff finals. Of course, while the LCS action, if I could speak, is cooling down here in Europe, things are just about to heat up over in North America. The NALCS regional playoffs, they're going to be beginning on Friday. That's this Friday, guys. August the 30th, live from PAX Prime in Seattle, Washington.
Up first, the challengers actually go to Summers, who have to try to win their way into the LCS Spring Split. Then it's the North American regionals kicking off, starting with, by the way, TSM versus CLG, followed by Curse against Jimmy.
Just a small game to start.
Yeah.
There's just a little bit of rivalry there, girls. The games, they will be beginning on Friday, August 30th, and that's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific. That's going to be 7 p.m. Central European time here in Germany. Of course, then starting September 15th, the 14 best teams from around the world will be going head-to-head in a battle for the Summoners Cup and the Season 3 World Championships. Fnatic, Gambit, and Lemon Dogs, they're going to be representing Europe, while Gaming Gear EU will be joining them as a winner from the International Wildcard Tournament.
Yeah, and the other 2 teams that have qualified not via this week were Korea's Najin Black Sword and Southeast Asia's Team Mineski. And for more information on the Season 3 World Championship, go to lolesports.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it down over to Shox, though, on the main stage for one last time.
Thank you very much, D-Man. It's been an amazing week here at Gamescom. Of course, congratulations to the European champions Fnatic and the other World Championship participants, Gambit, Lemon Dogs, and the international wildcard winners, Gaming Gear. All right, that does it for 2013 European LCS here, live from Gamescom. From all of us here, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in, and goodbye.
Amazing game once again from the Copenhagen Wolves. We now know 4 of the 6 teams participating for the Season 4 promotional tournament. Pick it up! Shut up!
go.
Nice! Well played. Yes, guys. Hello, Los Angeles.
Gonna get stunned up, finished off by Wicked, and absolutely destroyed. They're gonna go for the fight. Here's a Requiem comes down. Strangled Thorn's gonna knock them up, and the bullet time goes through. The Baron does the damage. It was a triple kill, but the turns it around. He lands onto a Zoro Zero. Let's Bounce gets going, and it's going to be Fnatic that absolutely melt through Lemondog. Will be Fnatic taking the victory here in the final. They're going to be going to Los Angeles as the #1 seed, the Spring Split champions and the Summer Split champions. Fnatic, the reigning champions of Europe.